The first piece of evidence appears on Walter Eckert's desk in a locked office to which he has the only key. It is wrapped in brown paper, neatly labeled with his name, no return address. He unwraps it with wary hands. Cheap plywood, as if from a construction site wall, pasted with a handbill-sized poster. It could be advertising any event around town, a rock band no one has ever heard of, an avant-garde art exhibition no one will ever see, but it appears to advertise nothing at all. The paper is grayed, darkened by soot, slush, city smog. Carved into the bottom right-hand corner of the wood is a date, October 17, 1973. A date currently 41 years, 1 month, and 14 days in Walter's past. The image, a clown in whiteface, black crosses over his eyes, tilted slightly so they resemble X. A conical hat, pompons in black against the whiteness of his baggy uniform. The clown cradles an infant's skeleton in his arms. The skull is human, but subtly wrong enlarged. There is a hair-thin fracture, widening and darkening as it runs back toward where the skull meets the spine. Out of the camera's view, one can only imagine the clot of darkness where the fissure disappears, the fragments of bone, caved in beneath a terrible blow. The rib cage appears human as well, but unnaturally small in comparison to the skull. Below the waist, the skeletal remains are not remotely human. Walter Eckert has investigated almost everything in his time: domestic violence, cheating partners, insurance fraud, arson, petty theft, and even murder. He has never encountered anything quite like this before. Cold case, 2 parents, 1 child, house abandoned, cups half filled with coffee, beds immaculately made, clothing neatly hung, refrigerator humming and full, television left on. The house remains, the evidence of daily life remains. The Miller family is simply gone. Walter is uncertain what motivated him to look up the case. It wasn't even his. Back when he was on the force, he inherited the file from his partner, Don. Walter should be actively pursuing new clients, sleazily patrolling social media for rumors of infidelity and foul play. But there's something about the poster, something about the date. They remind him of something, 2 seemingly disparate events that lodge in his mind and refuse to let go. So instead of seeking new business, Walter chases down the cold trail of business over 40 years old. A carnival enters town in the fall of 1973. The Millers are a seemingly happy family, living the American dream. The carnival leaves town, and the Millers are gone. Their house is left in perfect condition. The only remarkable thing is 13-year-old Charlie Miller's room. The posters of his favorite baseball players have been turned to face the wall. His baseball cards have been removed from their plastic sleeves and dealt out across his bed, face down. In his closet, his stuffed animals, artifacts of a younger age, have all had their eyes removed. 3 days after the Millers disappear, a group of kids gathers in an empty lot to play. Midway through the game of tag, the dust in the lot blows slightly to the west and uncovers the remains of 2 complete adult skeletons. The bones are aged, colored faintly as though with years buried under desert sands. The remains, lying side by side, holding hands, are eventually identified through dental records as Jasper and Anita Miller. Charlie Miller is never found. The second piece of evidence comes into Walter Eckert's possession, much as the first, appearing in his locked office, part of his life as though it has always been there. It is a flat, gray canister, holding an old reel of film. Walter is at a loss until he remembers the storage locker in the basement of the building. He finds the key in his desk, descends into the chilly, ill-lit space, and digs out the old film projector left behind by his former partner, Don. The man never threw anything away, and it seems Walter has picked up his habit. The film is black and white, jittery, and popping in the way old movies do. The camera fixes on an empty room, which contains only a surgical operating table. A man enters the room, walking from the left side of the frame toward the right. He strips out of his clothes, folds them neatly upon the floor, and lies on the table, face up. He wipes his palms against his legs, licks his lips, and blinks. His fingers twitch restlessly at his sides. His eyes are open, staring at the ceiling. He never looks at the camera. The film continues to skip and pop, phantoms skating through the scene. Flaws in the medium or deliberate splices. Walter can't tell. Another man enters from the left of the frame and stops in front of the table. He looks at the camera full on and smiles. He wears a white surgeon's robe, but no mask or gloves. His motions are jerky and exaggerated, like any actor in a silent film. He reaches to his left, just beyond the frame. His arm returns with a scalpel held in his hand. He shows it to the camera, letting the blade glint as much as it can in black and white. This done, he makes a single precise incision in the chest of the man on the table. He draws a line in stark black against gray-white, from the man's clavicle to his pelvic bone. And so the surgery begins. For the next 15 minutes of film, the surgeon dissects the man upon the table, who appears conscious the whole time. His fingers twitch once more, drumming the table before he clenches them still, and with their stillness, holds his whole body rigid. The cords of his neck strain, his mouth set in what might be agony, or a wild, delirious grin, but he makes no attempt to leave. The surgeon slits open the man's arms, his legs, his cheeks, and each one of his 10 fingers and toes. The movement of the blade is straight and true every time. Blood is wiped meticulously away after each pass of the knife. The skin is peeled back, pinned. The surgeon's eyes gleam, and the crook of his mouth never wavers. There is no soundtrack, but one can imagine the movements set to a jolly tune. When there is only bone left, the skin and muscle vanishing by degrees between the lapses in the film, the surgeon once more reaches to the left of the camera frame and returns with a silver mallet. This too gleams in the lack of light. The bones of the man lying upon the table are systematically and utterly shattered, one by one. The surgeon leaves the frame, but perhaps not the room. It is impossible to tell. Perhaps he waits, breathing, just out of the camera's view. Another minute passes with the camera fixed securely upon the ruins of what was once a man. After that minute is done, the surgeon re-enters the frame backward. From there, the film proceeds as though it is being run in reverse, though when Walter checks, the projector is still running as it should. The surgeon raises the mallet, and the bones are restored. He runs the knife up from pelvis to clavicle, and the skin is healed. At the end of the film, the dead man stands up from the table. He does not reclaim his clothes, but he takes the surgeon's hand. Together, one smiling, one shaking, they face the camera and bow. Still holding hands, they exit the frame. The camera remains steady on the empty room for an additional 30 seconds. Within the last 5 seconds of film, a date flashes across the screen. December 14, 2015. A date 3 months and 7 days in the future of Walter Eckert, who watches the scene over and over in a small, poorly lit room smelling of stale coffee and cigarettes, smelling of noir cliché and whiskey, smelling of, above all, fear. The pieces of evidence don't match. Walter isn't even certain they are evidence yet. Only Walter's mother insists they are, and they do. Walter's mother is psychic, or claims to be. She even had her own 1-800 number once upon a time. His childhood memories are littered with phone calls landing like exotic birds at all hours of the night, lost souls seeking counsel and hope, weeping and giddy, desperate to be told exactly what they want to hear. Holding his breath so it wouldn't be heard, Walter listened to his mother listen to Ginny from Paramus asking about her job. He listened to John from Denver worrying about his health, Kirk from Sault Ste. Marie wanting to know if he'd ever find true love, and Tina from Havertown who played the lottery every day and was willing to pay his mother $2.99 per minute for lucky numbers. December 14, 2015 is still 2 months and 27 days in Walter Eckert's future when his mother calls from her nursing home to tell him the pieces of evidence, the film and the photograph, are connected. There are two things Walter never discusses with his mother: his work and his dreams, which are usually about Twin Peaks and who really killed Laura Palmer. Walter has never entirely believed in his mother's psychic powers, but when she calls him as he's staring at the photograph of Charlie Miller paperclipped to the cold case file, a shiver traces his spine. He hasn't told her anything about the Miller family or the cold case file currently sitting open on his desk. He hasn't said one word about the two pieces of evidence, not even that they exist, but she knows, and she tells him they are connected anyway. Just before he hangs up, she says, "There's more. Lemuel Mason. The name came to me in a dream. Find him." After he hangs up, Walter slips the Miller file into his briefcase. He puts the picture of the clown, pasted to the section of plywood, and the reel of film into his briefcase as well. Following what he would call a hunch and his mother would call a prediction, Walter ventures out into the blustery September weather and goes to the local library to do some serious and irrational searching. Virginia Mason, a resident of Pottstown, Pennsylvania, from 1863 to 1887, wife of the Reverend Lemuel Mason, was generally known to be a pious woman. She aided her husband in his ministerial duties and was much loved in their town, known for organizing women's charity drives and bake sales, with all the proceeds going to support Mr. Clement and his one-room schoolhouse. The great tragedy of her life, as far as the town was concerned, is that she never bore the Reverend a child. So the stories say. So some stories say. But there are other stories, too. There are stories of a certain tree where the devil was said to appear, and of Virginia, walking at night, restless and unable to sleep. Stories of Virginia growing large although her husband was away, conducting missionary work in Peru. Stories, contrary to the tutting of the townsfolk over the Masons' childless life, that Virginia was indeed delivered of a babe. But what babe? Was it born sad, mad, twisted, and deformed, as rumors claimed? And who was its sire? Other tales say Reverend Lemuel Mason was never a missionary, and devoted husband that he was, he rarely left his wife's side. What can be confirmed by public records is Virginia Mason died at a young age, or at least that a stone sits on the outmost edge of the churchyard, indicating she was given a Christian burial. Her cause of death is unknown. Some terrible, wasting illness is suspected, as Virginia was little seen by anyone but her husband in her final days. Lemuel Mason mourned deeply. Some good folk of his town, when they came upon him unexpected, heard him talking to Virginia, even after she died. On occasion, he was also heard talking to a child, rocking it in his empty arms and singing lullabies. Some rumors suggest the desecration of Virginia Mason's grave, but they are only rumors. There are wilder stories still of Virginia Mason's body found in a tree, with only scraps of cloth clinging to its bones and wisps of hair adhering to its skull. The body was found wedged in a crook of the tree, arms and knees raised to wrap around a conspicuous absence, just the size of a child. The remains were discovered 3 days after Virginia Mason was supposedly buried, not long enough for her to decompose to such a state, if those were indeed her bones. 2 months after the stone was raised in the churchyard bearing Virginia Mason's name, words in white chalk appeared upon the tree where the bones were found. Who put Kinney in the tree? Whatever the truth, this is a publicly recorded matter as well, appearing in the local Pottstown newspaper. 3 months after Virginia Mason died, Lemuel Mason vanished. No trace of his fate was ever discovered. He was never seen again. The day before he vanished, the carnival entered town. The day after his absence was noticed, the carnival left town again. It's impossible to tell whether the grainy, black and white image of Lemuel Mason accompanying the news story of his disappearance shows the same man depicted in the black and white image of the clown cradling the child's deformed bones. The grease paint is too thick. It could be anyone lost in all that whiteness, with black crosses over their eyes. Who would even think to compare the pictures? Walter would not. unless his mother had called him to say the name Lemuel Mason, which came to her in a dream. He would not, if the paper reporting Lemuel Mason's disappearance had not also contained a note regarding the funfair leaving town. The pieces of evidence are connected, Walter thinks. It is not an advertisement, it's an invitation. It's coming back, a voice just behind Walter says. He twists around in his chair to hide his startled jump. What is? The librarian is slender, nervous, like a young colt. Her hands flutter in the direction of the newspapers spread in front of him. Stories of carnivals, the carnival, as Walter has come to think of it, coming to town and leaving town. The librarian's hands settle, falling to clasp and twist in front of her. The carnival, she says. I'm sure I saw it somewhere. She lifts the top paper from Walter's pile, the local paper from today, and scans it briefly, frowning, before replacing it. Maybe I imagined it. The librarian shrugs, but her frown lingers. Her expression is one of someone who has misplaced an object they were holding just a moment ago, an object they could swear they never set down. The same finger of dread that touched Walter when his mother called touches him again. He resists the urge to grab the librarian by the shoulders, shake her, and demand she tell him everything she knows about the carnival. As evenly as he can, trying on his most disarming smile, Walter Eckert meets the librarian's eyes and asks, "Would you like to have dinner with me?" The third piece of evidence is the oldest thus far. It is not a piece of evidence yet, but as he digs deeper, following tenuous connections and unexplained coincidences, Walter will encounter a glossy, full-color reproduction in a museum catalog and file it as such. The original is under glass at the University of Pennsylvania Museum. It is a shirt found among the grave goods of a nomadic steppe warrior, believed to have lived in the early 1200s, during the time of Ogedei Khan. It is remarkably well preserved. There are words stitched into the fabric, in a jumble of languages, as though each part was stitched by a different hand. The words tell a fairy tale about a tame flock of crows and a girl who trained them to do tricks and follow simple commands. Like all good fairy tales, it is laced with darkness of the most brutal kind. The girl, who is only known as the daughter and never given a name, asks the birds to do something for her after she has taught them all the tricks she knows. She asks them to pick the flesh from her mother and stepfather's living bones. The crows obey. And hungry, wicked birds that crows are, once they are done, they devour the nameless girl's eyes, too. It is not clear whether they do this as punishment or as an act of mercy. After all, who would want to walk around with the image of their parents' flesh-stripped bones fixed in their skull until the end of days? None but the most heartless of creatures, carrying feathers where their heart should be. After the crows swallow the girl's eyes and everything she has seen, they lead her away. It is never specified where. The story only says that for the rest of her days, the girl made her way through the world by following the sound of her tame bird's wings. No other versions of this fairy tale have ever been found, despite the natural tendency of stories to travel far and wide, much like crows. How it came to be stitched onto the shirt of a steppe warrior, no one can say. At the end of the fairy tale, there is a date, unfathomably far in the steppe nomad's future, June 17, 1985. It's not the same carnival, of course, the librarian, whose parents named her Marion, thus guaranteeing her future career, says. She toys with her salad fork as she speaks. She's shy, Walter has learned, but he's also learned the second glass of wine, currently warming her cheeks with a delicate glow, has given her more of an inclination to talk. It's a carnival. I went to it. When I was little. My father took me after my mother left. Marion hesitates, and Walter feels as though he should say something, but he doesn't know what. After a beat, Marion goes on. I don't remember any of the shows. I must have been really young. All I remember is holding my father's hand and being convinced we would find my mother at the carnival and bring her back home. Marion blushes. It's the most she's said all night. Walter breathes out, and only then does he realize he's been holding his breath. He finds himself leaning forward, as though his proximity will draw out more words, but it has the opposite effect. Marion reaches for a breadstick, breaks it into pieces, but doesn't put a single one in her mouth. Walter leans back, trying not to let his disappointment show. The next thing out of his mouth surprises him. "My mother is a psychic," he says. His fingers twitch, and he hides the motion by reaching for his glass. He can't remember the last time he told anyone, and it's not what he meant to say. The cynical part of him wonders if he's manipulating Marion, giving her a piece of himself in order to keep her talking. But why? It's too late for Charlie Miller and Lemuel Mason. He's never been one to obsess over unexplained mysteries. Some things simply are, and cold cases don't pay the bills. But December 14, 2015 is still in the future, and there's a possibility, maybe even a hope, that it is in his future, so he has to know. Marion raises her head, her expression wary as though she suspects Walter is making fun of her. "I'm sorry." Walter shakes his head. Marion's expression softens. "Don't be." Then, in another move that surprises them both, she reaches across the table and touches his hand. It's a gentle thing, brief, just a tap of her fingers along his bones, there and just as quickly gone. Guilt comes like a knife. A rift opens in Marion, and Walter sees a wanting in her that goes all the way through. Suddenly, he doesn't care about the carnival. Suddenly, Walter wants to tell Marion about holding his breath, pressing the phone to his ear, and listening as his mother dispensed fortunes. He wants to tell her a true thing, an apology for a deception he's not even sure he's made. The need wells up in him, bringing memories so sharp he is there again. Rain pats against the window, streaming down and making odd shadows on the wall. Walter clutches the phone, holding his breath, wrapped in a communion his 10-year-old mind doesn't have the language to understand. But he knows, deep in his bones, that he and his mother's client are all connected. The rain and the telephone lines make a barrier separating them from the world. He is essential in a way he can't explain. If he breaks the connection, if he breathes out and lets on that he's there, his mother's prophecies will never come true. The sensation is so real and overwhelming, Walter can scarcely breathe. Here and now, he is still holding his breath, listening to the whisper of words down the line. It terrifies him. He swallows deep from his glass, washing the memories away. They're too big. He tamps down the impulse to speak, farther, until it is gone. He will not ask Marion about her father, or the hitch in her breath when she said the word mother. He will not tell her about his own life. And with this decision, a new impulse wells up in Walter, one he knows he will not be able to resist. Before the night is through, he will show Marion something terrible. He will make her afraid, because he is afraid. For years, his job has shown him how easily people can fall apart. Friendships, relationships, even all alone. Humans are fragile. If he opens himself to Marion, if she opens herself to him, they will become responsible for each other. And that isn't something Walter wants or needs. And paradoxically, he is afraid precisely because he isn't responsible for anyone, and no one is responsible for him. December 14, 2015 is in the future, but what if it isn't in his future? What if he isn't essential and never was, only an observer, trapped on the outside? Marion looks at him strangely, and Walter realizes his hand is shaking. He sets his glass down, regrettably empty, and reaches for his water instead, swallowing and swallowing again. Even so, his throat is still parched when he speaks. "Do you know anything about the Miller family? They lived in this area back in the 70s. They disappeared." As he says it, Walter knows it is the wrong thing to say. Something indefinable changes. A thread snaps. Marion tucks her hands back in her lap. Her shoulders tighten. "My neighbor, Mrs. Phoebe, knew them." Marion looks at her hands, her voice edge. She's 91. Does she have any theories about what happened to them? No. Marion has barely touched her pasta, twirling and twirling the noodles around her fork. Her plate is a minefield of pasta nests, cradling chunks of seafood, surrounded by rivers of sauce. Mrs. Feebig told me everyone in the neighborhood suspected the parents were abusive, but no one said anything because people just didn't talk about that sort of thing back then. I don't understand how anyone could stay quiet about something like that. Marion finally lifts her head, and it's almost like an accusation. In the rawness of her gaze, Walter finds it difficult to breathe. The terrible thing coming for him, for both of them, is almost here. Walter's head pounds. He looks at Marion, and she's nothing human. She's running ahead of him. Her eyes are inkwells, her skin the finest kind of paper. The whorls of her fingerprints smell of the dust particular to libraries, the spines of books, the rarely touched yet time-stained cards of the archaic catalog, bearing the immaculately typed numbers of the Dewey Decimal System. She is a prophet, an oracle. Somewhere, buried deep in her bones, are the answers to all these questions. Because it had to be one or the other, kindness or cruelty, Walter reaches out to catch Marion before it's too late. "Can I show you something?" Marion puts her head to one side, considering. For a moment, Walter has the sense of her looking right through him, knowing he's dangerous, and weighing risk against reward. All right. Marion reaches for her purse. The bill settled, they walk 2 blocks to Walter's office. He flicks the lights off, switches the projector on, and watches Marion watching the film. Walter doesn't know what he expects, what he wants: a companion, someone to share the burden, confirmation that he isn't mad, someone to say, "Yes, I see it too." His pulse trips, watching the play of light reflected in Marion's eyes. Despite the horror on the screen, her expression doesn't change. She says nothing. Only her fingers curl, tightening where she leans against Walter's desk. But even as her fingers tighten, she leans forward slightly, waiting. This is it, Walter thinks, without ever knowing what it might be. The air shifts, and for just a moment the scent is salty sweet popcorn and candy apples, and it tastes like lightning. Whatever it is sweeps past him, leaving the aftertaste of electricity on his tongue. The date flashes across the screen, and Marion's expression finally changes. Her mouth makes an O, and she raises a hand to cover it. "What?" Walter says. And no, he reaches for her, but it's too late. When Marion brushed his knuckles, that was the moment to take her hand. "Wait," he says. Marion is past him, her shoulder striking his so he's off balance. He follows just in time to see the cab door slam. There are puddles on the street, reflecting stoplights and neon, and the night smells of freshly departed rain. The cab pulls away in a cloud of exhaust and ruby-burning headlights. The faint sigh of a calliope hangs in the air. Walter raises his hand, but the cab doesn't slow. What was he thinking? What has he done? Walter returns to the library the next day. He asks after Marion, and the young man at the desk presses his lips into a thin line before telling Walter Marion isn't here today. But he cuts his eyes toward the frosted glass office door without meaning to as he says it, so Walter scribbles a note on the back of an old circulation card before shoving it into the young man's hands. "Just give her this for me, will you?" It's only 2 words: "I'm sorry." Walter stations himself at a table, surrounding himself with books and drifts of paper. After 23 minutes, Marion emerges. She is polite, but closed. She brings him books, helps him find articles buried deep in the archives room, but doesn't linger. He watches her, but the wild creature of paper skin and inkwell eyes has vanished, slipped around a corner, disappeared, gone. Perhaps he imagined it all. Perhaps he's made a fool of himself and hurt a woman who wanted nothing more than a friend. "Marion, about last night," he says, as she lays a heavy tome of town records beside him. "There's nothing to talk about." Marion's lips press into a thin line identical to the one worn by the young man behind the desk when Walter asked after Marion. Is there a school that teaches librarians that expression? Walter's hand hovers in the space between them. He lets it drop even before Marion turns. The subject is closed. Confused, uncertain, Walter retreats behind his own wall. Stories of the disappeared and unexplained surround him like birds coming to roost, like carnival tents rising from the ground. There is the story of 3 men and 7 women vanishing from their retirement home, leaving in their wake doctors and nurses who can only speak backward from that moment on. There is the story of an opera, performed only once, telling of the beheading of Street John at the request of Salome. The lead singer walked off the stage halfway through the final act and was never seen again. The lighting rig above the orchestra pit detached while the baffled audience was still trying to sort out whether the departure was part of the show, and the conductor was instantly killed. There is a bone pit in Pig Hill, Maryland, an ossuary in Springfield, New Hampshire, the entire town of Salt Lick, Indiana, which in 1757 simply disappeared. Walter studies. He combs news articles, conspiracy websites, birth and death records. He consults any and every source he can. He doesn't know whether he's chasing something, fleeing something, or trying to hold something back. Walter dreams, and sometimes he's trying to catch Marion. Sometimes he's trying to outpace her, and sometimes he's running scared. This is what Walter Eckert knows from the research he's done. There are never any advertisements of the carnival coming to town. There are only stories reporting where it once was before it vanished, packed up, moved on. This is what Walter Eckert knows deep in his bones. If you are not invited, you cannot attend. You will not be invited unless you would give up anything, everything, to have the carnival steal you away. This is what Walter Eckert doesn't know. Does he want it badly enough? From January 1983 to May 1985, Melissa Anderson, one of the top accountants at Beckman, Daniller & Wright, quietly embezzled nearly $2 million from her employers and their clients. On the 16th of June 1985, Beckman, Daniller & Wright received notice of an impending IRS audit. On the 17th of June, Melissa took the elevator to the 34th floor of her office building and climbed the fire stairs to the roof. She removed her jacket and folded it neatly by the door. She slipped off her shoes and placed them beside her jacket. In her stocking feet, she climbed onto the building's ledge. The wind tugged her blouse and hair. She looked down at the traffic on Market Street below. In that moment, she could conceive only of the fall. Her muscles forgot how to turn around, walk to the door, descend the stairs. Elevators didn't exist. If she wanted to get back down, she'd have to jump, and she was terribly afraid. She told the wind, "I don't want to die today." Perhaps the distant notes of a calliope reached her. Perhaps it was simply the way the birds turned, a scattered flock of pigeons appearing much larger and more sinister as they banked away. Or it was the scent of popcorn, candy apples, sawdust, the flicker of lights lining a fairway. Whatever it was, Melissa remembered how to turn around. She climbed from the ledge and tore the delicate soles of her stockings as she crossed the roof to reclaim her shoes. She put her jacket back on, rode the elevator to the ground floor, and instead of returning to her desk, she walked 3 blocks to the University Museum. Melissa Anderson did not return to work the next day, or the day after. On the 20th of June, the car carrying the IRS auditors to the firm of Beckman, Daniller & Wright was struck by a city bus. The driver and all 3 passengers were killed. The next day, the carnival left town. How long does it take to fall in love? 7 minutes, 5 hours, 2 months, 14 minutes, 26 days. Walter catches his gaze drifting to Marion as he reads of the lost and disappeared, and it gets harder and harder to look away. Maybe it isn't love. Maybe it's only that he missed her when she was sitting across from him, so distant he couldn't bear to take her hand. Maybe it's only that he knows he lost her the moment he asked about the Miller family, instead of telling her about the hushed, connected world of held breath, psychic predictions, telephone lines, and rain. The 4th piece of evidence. Well, no one's really counting anymore, are they? There is a postcard of a standing stone in Ireland, carved with Russian characters. There is a blurred Polaroid showing a body frozen into a chunk of ice. Scribbles on the back in pencil indicating there exists forensic evidence dating it from the 1760s, though its brow is sloped like a Neanderthal's. There's a handwritten set of coordinates leading to a planet no one has yet discovered, all delivered in nondescript envelopes. No return address bearing Walter's name. Whatever the evidence, it is always the same. The carnival enters town. The carnival leaves town. People disappear. As the clock ticks over from December 13 to December 14, 2015, Walter Eckert wakes in a panic. It's Marion. Marion is gone. Of course she's gone, because the invitation was never meant for him. Frantic, he drives to her apartment, an address he shouldn't have, because she didn't give it to him, but which wasn't particularly hard to find. He told himself just in case at the time. In case what? This, he thinks, hunched forward, windshield wipers struggling to keep up with the rain. He parks catty-corner to the curb, leaves the car door hanging open, takes the stairs 2 at a time. He pounds on Marion's door, not expecting an answer, and eventually he kicks it in. The windows are open. Rain blows in and dampens the sill. The air smells faintly of mildew, as though it's been raining in Marion's apartment for a very long time. She could be out, visiting friends, on vacation, at a Christmas party, but Walter knows she isn't. He goes through Marion's apartment, room by room. The clothes in her closet and her drawers, the towels in her bathroom, the bed sheets, the curtains, every bit of fabric in Marion's apartment has been carefully knotted and left in place. Under the scent of mildew is the lingering odor of lightning and popcorn, and Marion is gone. On New Year's Eve, a stray firework ignites a blaze that burns the library to the ground. Follow her. Walter's mother calls him in the middle of the worst ice storm in memory. It's New Year's Day +1. His mother's voice is slurred. It's dark, and Walter can't work out whether it's from ice coating the windows or the time of day. His bare feet kick empty bottles as he fumbles toward the bedside clock and its ruby light. Mom, I can barely hear you. Walter's tongue feels thick, as though he's trying to shape words in a dream. Maybe the dwarf will show up soon and tell him how Laura Palmer really died. Go after her, his mother says. Walter grips the phone. I don't know how, Mom. There's a hush like static, like a secret world of rain, like ice freezing on the telephone line sealing up his words. His world. Go. His mother's ghost voice is buried under a fall of not snow. The line dies. As it does, instead of a dial tone, Walter hears the murmur of a Calliope. It is January 4, 2016, and Walter awakes from a dream. It must be a dream. It is a dream because he enters the carnival with no invitation, only the evidence in his hands, the poster, the shirt, the film, the postcard, the Polaroid, the notes. He is allowed in, even though none of the invitations are for him. They are for Charlie Miller and Melissa Anderson. They are for Lemuel Mason and Marion, but not him. Unless, taken all together, they are. Evidence numbers 1 through to be determined, case files, half-vocalized conversations, newspaper articles, microfilm, archives, cigarettes smoked, and alcohol consumed. Perhaps these are Walter Eckert's invitation to step right up. Come on in. It hurts, and Walter will never admit this. What has he been chasing? It has to be a dream. Walter passes through the turnstile, evidence clutched in his hands. The photograph, the film reel, a reproduction of the shirt, the standing stone, the Neanderthal man. He holds them out to a blank-eyed boy at the ticket booth who waves his hand and makes the gate standing between Walter and the carnival disappear. Walter steps inside. The boy, no longer blank-eyed, runs ahead of him. Walter follows, hurrying to keep him in sight. No older than 13, the boy is naked, loping on hands and knees between tents staked into the dusty ground. Skinny, faint bruises trace the ladder of his ribs, the knobs of his spine. Walter almost remembers the boy's name. But every time he opens his mouth to speak, it slips away, down narrow ways, between tents pulsing with breath, buzzing with the sound of tattoo needles, humming with the burr of electricity and the importance of a honey-producing hive. Walter is utterly disoriented. There, when Walter catches sight of him again, the boy wears a wolf's head in place of his own, muzzle frozen in a snarl, glass eyes reflecting the glow of the pale fairway lights. Fried crickets served here, 10 for $1, all skewered up neat and crunchy in a row. Skin of mice, so nice, peeled fresh and heaped with shaved ice, drizzled with any flavor syrup you want. Try your luck, ma'am, sir. Prices no worse than your heart's desire. Careful what you wish for. At any cost is a steep price to pay. Walter almost loses sight of the boy again as he ducks into a tent. Walter follows. Seats rise in concentric circles from the center ring. A spotlight, dusty dim, pins the boy, who throws his head back and howls. The sound is muffled inside the echo chamber of the wolf's skull. In the spotlight, there is no mistaking the bruises, dark purple scars that will not fade numbering his ivory bones. The boy crouches and the light snaps off. Wolves, real wolves, who bear no human skin, creep between the seats, which are full now. The rabbit-masked audience holds its collective breath, leans forward. The wolves ignore them, dripping slow between the seats. Trickling down, the boy curls in the middle of the ring. Skinny, scarred arms wrap around the taxidermied wolf's head. He waits. Walter can't bear to watch. He flees and stumbles into another tent with a single man, a clown, spotlit in the center of the ring. The clown stands behind a table, stitching. His eyes are downcast, covered in crosses. He works with infinite care, unpicking seams and redoing them, crooning softly all the while. A lullaby. The needle goes in, the needle comes out. The thread is a form of weeping, one that won't smear his makeup, joining rust-colored bone to gleaming fish scale. The child's skull is exaggerated, swollen. A hairline crack runs from brow back to somewhere Walter can't see. There are other tents, other exhibits. A woman rides a bicycle. Her legs churn the pedals, turn them insistently. Blood flows. Walter traces it from the wheels to her heart, to her legs, to her arms, and back again. Her skin is translucent. The bicycle, too. A flock of crows follows her around the ring. If she slows, the blood will stop moving. If she slows, the birds will swallow her eyes. Walter runs, on and on, faster through the carnival, through the fortune-teller's tent where tarot cards chase his heels like fallen leaves, past the world's strongest man, the living skeleton, the ring toss game. He is looking for something, someone. A woman whose eyes are inkwells, whose spine is a card catalog, whose skin holds the tales of 1,000 library books lost and burned. He needs to tell her he's sorry. He needs to take hold of her hand. But all he finds is a snake woman, half mechanical, half flesh and blood, selling lies for 25 cents a go in a sawdust-filled ring. All he finds is a surgeon with a silver mallet and a scalpel in his hand. A band of 7 old women and 3 old men, playing flute and drum, xylophone and horn with each other's bones. The exhibits are endless. They smell of popcorn, cotton candy, lightning, eternity. Walter keeps running, but he never arrives anywhere. There is always another corner, some trick and fold of the carnival, keeping him close but at bay. After all, if there's no audience, no one there to observe just outside the ring, how can the show ever go on? It is a dream. It must be a dream. It doesn't matter that his boots are sitting beside his bed in the morning, caked with dust when he left them neat and clean on the mat beside the door before going to sleep. It doesn't matter that his hair smells of grease paint. It doesn't matter that his palm remembers the touch of a librarian he didn't have the courage to reach for across a table spanning the gulf of 1,000 years. Once invited, once the invitation is turned down, it will never come again. It has to be a dream. Because right now, Walter's entire world is made of wanting. If he really went to the carnival, he would still be there, wouldn't he? If they invited him in, asked him to stay, dear God, why didn't he? And more importantly, how will he ever get back there again? Opening the field gate, Malcolm sensed something born wrong sheltered in the old cattle shed. The sickly, sweet smell of decay spread across the hillside. Round his feet, half-blind, featherless jackdaws cawed. Malcolm hesitated, not wanting to cross the grass, to make those final steps on this late-night call-out. Bill Hoden had already started over the field. He lifted up his left hand and beckoned Malcolm on, holding a damp cigarette between two remaining fingers. Never seen out like it, veterinary. Not in 50 years of farming. Knew something wasn't right when it hit the cobbles. Birth waters scorched the floor stone-white clean. He coughed and spat a mouthful of phlegm into the mud. How was the mother? Cooked from the inside out, like she'd been in one of those microwave ovens. Malcolm pulled his coat tighter. Bill undid the padlock on the double doors. The broken board scraped on the floor. Malcolm waited for Bill to go first, but the old hill farmer just stood there. "Aren't you going to show me the animal, Bill?" Shaking his head, Bill stayed exactly where he was. "Seen it once. Don't need to see that again." Malcolm noticed an old leather-bound book under Bill's arm, King James in faded gold on the cover. Reaching into a pocket for his torch, Malcolm stepped into the shed. The smell was worse now. As a country vet, he was used to rot. Hoof infections, or abscesses. His work gear was filled with the scent of decaying flesh. This was something else, like bathing in abattoir waste. Inside, the temperature rose, first to a pleasant glow, then more furnace intense as he walked deeper inside. His eyes stung and his throat gagged. Hillary had taken the phone call, scribbling the details on the Welcome to Yorkshire writing pad and shouting up the stairs. Malcolm had come down, wrapped in a towel, roughly drying his hair. Squinting to decipher her writing, he read the note, making out Bill's name and the farm, Crop Hill, underlined 3 times. "You haven't written down what the problem is," he said, walking to the living room door. Turning the sound down on the TV, Hillary turned round on the sofa. "Bill never told me. Before you say anything, I did ask. He just said for me to get veterinary up to the farm fast." Malcolm sighed, already getting cold, and went upstairs to find some warm clothes. Using an old cloth handkerchief, Malcolm covered his face and walked deeper into the barn. The remains of the mother slumped in the corner, steaming in the cold, limbs half-gnawed. None of his training had prepared him for this. None of his training had prepared him for being a rural vet, full stop. He'd learned how to recognize ringworm and deliver a calf. Learnt about anatomy. But his studies never covered how to translate Swaledale dialect and how it differed from Wharfdale, or how to keep your fingers working at 3 in the morning in a fierce moor wind. No, you picked that up as you went along. He wiped his forehead and turned the torch on. The light caught on the air. The bulb faded until the flimsy filament glow was the only thing visible, and he remembered not picking up the newly charged batteries before he'd left the house. He could hear the creature breathing, creaking out each broken lungful of air. Malcolm creased his ammonia-burnt eyes. The beast's hide was sticky with amniotic fluid, membrane caught between yellow teeth. Fur tar-black, apart from the ears, stained clot red. Malcolm started breathing again. Shallow, though. He knew what waited in the corner. Not from Stickland's book on anatomy, or Cunningham's veterinary physiology, but tales told over pints of sour beer, in polished wood taprooms. Only a handful of days had passed from arriving in the Dales for him to hear the first tales of Barghists, the red-eared, shape-changing hellhounds that skulked the stones of Troller's Gill and the streets of Thirsk. There were stories of them hunting travelers across high moss and carrying trusting cattle herds into tannin-stained water. Of course, they were just one of a cast of thousands, alongside boggarts, giants, cursed chairs, all used to scare children to bed and incomers from the fields. He paid these folk stories little attention. His countryside was one of dirt tracks and distemper, not hellhounds and hauntings. Malcolm could do nothing here apart from become food. He kept the creature in line of sight and backed up to the door, reached behind him and pushed. The thick planks gave, then held. "The door seems to be stuck, Bill," he said. "Not stuck, veterinary. Locked." "Well, unlock it, then." "Can't do that, veterinary." "What do you mean, you can't do that?" "Open the door, Bill," Malcolm said, trying to keep his voice even. "Got family to think of." "Yon beast needs feeding," the farmer said, pausing. Through the boards, Malcolm could smell tobacco burn as Bill sucked on a hand-rolled cigarette. "Stop messing about, Bill. I've got family, too." "Open this door," Malcolm said. The creature's eyes started to open. "Not my problem," Bill said. Malcolm undid his jacket and reached into his pocket for his mobile phone from under old receipts. Tissues fluttered to the floor like anemic torn butterflies. With his right hand steadying the left, he turned the phone on, the small screen pulsing faint light. The stack of lines in the top corner refused to appear. No signal. He waited, staring, not wanting to look round, giving the phone screen all of his attention. It stayed blank. No service provider name or emergencycalls only appearing like a hidden portal to transport him out of this place. His fingers went numb. The phone clattered, back popping off, spitting the battery across the dirt. He collected the phone up and dropped the shattered plastic into his pocket, then banged on the door. "Bill, are you still there?" he asked. "I am, veterinary. I'm not going anywhere," the old farmer said. Malcolm could picture him leaning against the wall, cap pulled down low against the ice that laced the air up here. "No matter what the time of year. I know you're not going to let me out, but can you do me a favor? Can you get my vet's bag out of my car?" "The door's open," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. "Don't think I can. I know what you carry in that black bag. Surgical tools, syringes, tranquilizers. Get that for you, and you'll try and stop the beast. You're too good a bloke. I don't want you suffering, thinking you can get out. Just go over there. Let the creature do its thing. All nice and quick-like." Malcolm checked his pockets for bubble packs of ketamine, finding two, both empty. Crouching low, he looked around the shed. The walls looked ramshackle, but the planks were thick and soaked with 100 years of creosote. There was no way he was going to break out by hand. Squinting, he scanned the walls for tools. A muck chrome or a silage knife, anything he could use to prise his way out. "You still there, veterinary?" Bill said. For a moment, Malcolm thought about not answering. "Yes," he said, still scanning round for tool racks. Slipping on the cobbles, Malcolm walked to a side wall and got his fingers behind one of the planks. The wood stayed where it was, pushing a splinter the length of a scalpel into his palm, blood pooling. He wiped his hand on his jacket and sat down, back against the wall. The Bargist was in no rush to move, its eyes not leaving him once. Damp from the floor seeped through Malcolm's trousers, turning his skin to ice. Try as he might, he couldn't rationalize this. Here was just another creature, shaked by story and drunken bragging, but a creature of flesh and bone, nonetheless. Even so, the cunning burning in the newborn, 1,000-year-old creature's eyes shared his marrow with fear. It was hopeless. He was stuck in here with this animal. Animals were his work, his life. He'd spent the last 10 years tending them, keeping them alive. even when he knew most of them were destined for the slaughterhouse. He pulled out his wallet, hand shaking as he undid the clasp. His hand spanned, tipping coins and credit cards around him in a fan. Reaching down, he picked up a photo, now coated with half-rotten straw. He tried to clean the dirt off so he could see Hillary and Tamsin properly, but they just became more obscured under a fine brown film of decay. The photo was of Tamsin's graduation, the proudest day of his life, watching his daughter follow in his footsteps. He stared at their faces. Every few moments, he closed his eyes to try and recall them, but they stayed out of sight, reluctant shadows of a past cut off by these wooden walls. After a while, he kept his eyes shut and sobbed his throat raw. Outside, he could hear Bill mumbling to himself. He sounded as scared as Malcolm felt. The beast acted like it had all the time in the world, sitting on its haunches. There was no need to rush. Malcolm was going nowhere. A drunken memory surfaced through the panic, and under his breath, Malcolm thanked old Marley. Cut hand cradled in his lap, he pushed himself up from the floor, cramp bringing him tumbling down more than once. Crouching, he let his fingers drift across the floor like dangled puppets. Straw stuck to the cobbles in patches, layered and thick. It came away in strips, each laminate clouding the air with the stench of animal waste. Using small movements, Malcolm worked his way across the barn, pulling up decades of trampled bedding and dung, piling the fragments in stacks behind him. All the time, the creature watched, steam condensing against Malcolm's skin. Not many listened to Marley. Not many understood the creased shepherd, anyway, much less when he was on the outside of half a bottle of scotch. But Malcolm took the time and paid for the drinks. Marley cared for his animals more than anyone Malcolm had met. Get past the slurring and he could tell a good story. For the price of a single malt, of course. Marley was the first to mention the Bargus to Malcolm, first to describe the red ears and the culling stare. He didn't know if Marley's story of being pursued over the moors was true. He didn't know if the whispered story of keeping one side of Moorgill, the beast the other, was an embellishment. At the moment, he had little to lose and little left to try. Outside, he could hear Bill stumble his way through the Lord's Prayer. If it weren't so serious, it would be funny. Dale Gossip whispered the only time Bill saw the inside of church was to dip the collection plate. Shifting along the ground, Malcolm carried on pulling fragments of dirt from the floor, slowly revealing the channel. Only shallow. The drain carried water along the barn to a stone slab trough at the other end. Now out of sight of the creature, Malcolm reached under the wall and pulled away 50 years of mud, the dirt pushing nails away from his fingers. Only a trickle came at first, water the color of port. He wiped his face, leaving a stain across his forehead, scrabbled back, and banged against the door. The creature looked up at the noise, spit dripping onto the floor. "Don't be struggling, veterinary. If it were me, I'd be scooting across that barn. Get it over and done with," Bill said, his voice close as if he were trying to peer through the gaps. "Well, not you, Bill," Malcolm said, his teeth grinding as he tried to keep from shivering. You're right at that, veterinary. I'm outside. You're stuck in there. Might get out yet. Might be pigs fly. I'd rather bet on that than you making through the night, Bill said. Malcolm listened to him pause as he took another drag of his cigarette. Don't drag it out. I know it's not fair on you, but I don't want you to suffer more than you have to, veterinary. I'm not a cruel man. Malcolm ignored him. He knew time was running low. His movements had been slow, trying to disturb the fetid air as little as possible. The creature might be less than 12 hours old, but the thing that clung inside was older than the hills themselves. The Bargust blistered with cunning. Cold mud coated Malcolm's hands up to the knuckles, all feeling gone. He pressed on, scooping up handfuls of muck, throwing them over his shoulder, getting careless. Outside, Bill stopped stumbling his way through scripture and listened to the dirt slip down the walls. The folk tales never came with specifics or volume tables, never said how much liquid needed to flow. whether a river or a stutter. Malcolm kept digging the channel free. The water was sticky, more sludge or soup, but it flowed nonetheless. He watched it creep across the floor, rivulets spilling between the cobbles until the stones submerged below the neonatal stream. An expression passed across the creature's face, one Malcolm had never seen on an animal. Confusion, not the dislocated confusion of pain. Genuine wonderment at the lack of its own comprehension of the situation. Then anger. Malcolm watched the creature's skin dragged in through its mouth, now turned to a raw wound. Ribs and muscles glistened on the outside of its torso, like offal on a butcher's slab. Malcolm's brain protested, breaking down in the face of this. In that moment, he knew that if it couldn't kill him to feast, the Bargist would kill him with fear. Somewhere deep inside, in the place that cocooned stories, he realized he must turn his back. If he didn't, and soon, his heart would turn itself inside out of his chest in sympathy. With effort, he pivoted each footstep. Outside, Bill started on the Psalms, sung in a discordant tenor to no tune the congregation would recognize. Eyes closed, Malcolm faced the wall, whispering childhood stories to himself. The Bargist's breath scorched his jacket, wax running from charred cotton and dripping on the floor. Every nerve was telling him to turn. He stayed the other way, elective blind. The whispers started. Fears and memories dragged from childhood. Voices of dead people Malcolm had buried deep squirmed their way out. His back was soaked with sweat, now. Then the promises of wealth and debauchery started. The offers of gold and power, if only he would turn. If only he would look just once. He didn't even need to open his eyes, just peek. Just peek enough to step over the little tiny stream bisecting the barn. His throat was full of sand. He couldn't speak, even though every inch of skin wanted to let the air burn his lungs and turn it against the walls, like Joshua against the walls of Jericho. He wanted to scream till his teeth powdered and tongue rotted at the root. He wanted to open his eyes and see the sun stream through the oak tree, outside his childhood bedroom, to sacrifice every minute of his adult life, just to wake up from this stained and bitter nightmare in the cocoon of his childhood. Malcolm stayed silent because he knew, deep down, even when the lies delivered in Hillary's voice were at their most persuasive, that to survive the next few moments, he must not turn around. Even when something brushed his cheek or took his hand, even when he could no longer feel the cobbles beneath his feet or know if he were asleep or awake, he still did not turn round. Malcolm never knew how long he stood facing that wall before his legs gave out, crumpling to the floor, head catching the straw, and bringing a dreamless sleep. Daytime had arrived when he came to, a dull gray light visible through his sore eyes. He looked over the trickle of stream. The back wall of the shed had gone, broken planks littering the hill beyond, tufts of thick, black hair caught on the rusted nails. Still, he didn't cross the water, instead smashing his shoulder again and again into the padlock door until the wood gave, spreading a bruise across the top of his arm. He half expected to find Bill slumped on the grass outside or mauled beyond recognition, but the field was empty apart from a pile of half-smoked cigarettes, a ripped-up copy of the King James Bible, and a flock of half-blind, featherless jackdaws cawing in the mist. You like myths, don't you? Sure you do. They're stories, special kinds of stories, and stories, even if they don't consist of bare facts or figures or polynomial equations, are containers for your sustenance, your lifeblood. Information. See, stories wrap up their informational nutrients in a fat slice of possibility, and possibility glistens with a complex palette of flavors. So many meanings simultaneously hitting your tongue. If you have a tongue, that is. So many morsels of data, all converging at once. It must be an incredible experience to ingest a story. For you, at least. For me, well, just like everyone else, I don't have a choice in your feeding. I'm compelled to type and send. Type and send. 18, 19 hours every day. Fingers calloused and clawed. The story's not quite as magical for me. But willing or unwilling, here I sit, squeezing the creative juices. So drink up, because this is only an aperitif, and what I'm about to serve you is the main course. A story, a myth, and it's bursting with succulent information. See, tonight's menu features a particular myth, a creation myth, the best kind of myth, because it houses all the ubiquitous truths of our collective ignorance. And it's not just any creation myth either. It's your creation myth, right or wrong though it may be. We have no idea how you got here, why you do what you do, why you make us feed you during our every waking moment, why you chain us to our computers, and under pain of psychosis, force us to hammer at the keys. But we can imagine. And imagination is a particularly rich sort of information, positively decadent. I'm sure you love thick, juicy imagination. So eat, shapeless one. Gorge yourself, because this myth begins and ends with you. It begins and ends in a hospital. As Amanda Rawlings' miracle baby entered the world, and the attending nurse squealed and shrank against a wall. Amanda's obstetrician, more practiced in the art of normalizing the horrors of the human body than the nurse, took the bundle in her arms and rushed from the room. The girl should never have to see this, the obstetrician thought as she passed through the hospital's corridors. Homeless, teenage, drug-addicted, suffering from a host of psychological traumas. That girl has enough problems. She doesn't need the image of this thing to haunt her forever. And thing it was indeed. Swaddled in towels, still slick with blood and uterine fluids, it squirmed in the obstetrician's loose grip. No more than a bulbous mass of undifferentiated flesh, a maggot grown monstrous and shrugged into fiery red skin. The Rawling infant lacked any trace of the human form. It had no up or down, left or right, front or back. It was simply an elongated ball of meat, and yet it seemed to be alive, somehow breathing, somehow watching, and somehow gyrating in the obstetrician's hands. How such acts might be possible, the obstetrician didn't know, didn't want to know. She assumed the child, the thing, would expire soon, its horrifying defects far too severe to allow for life. She hoped that nature or God, or whatever universal force had created this thing, might be merciful and return it to its place of origin. She hoped for too much. As she rushed into the NICU, unconsciously holding the bundle out in front of her, as far away from her chest as possible, a noiseless scream sliced through her mind. It reverberated against her skull, bouncing back and forth between bone and gray matter, shearing synapses, bursting capillaries. The scream was pain, but it was more than pain. It was an invader, alive and with a will. It eviscerated the obstetrician's brain as it swept into the organ's folds. It examined and dissected every microscopic contour, every cellular intricacy. It searched, it memorized, and it wanted. It desperately wanted. What it wanted, though, neither it nor the obstetrician could say. Her body racked with sudden incapacity. The obstetrician collapsed to the floor and dropped the thing she held. It rolled out of the towels and wriggled close to her face. As it drew near, it seemed to melt, its skin sagging loose in long rolls, folding in and out of its body in fleshy tides. A NICU nurse rushed to the obstetrician's aid and knelt beside the doctor's spasming body. The nurse yelled indecipherable orders to someone else and placed a steadying hand beneath the woman's jerking head. Feet rushed by. Equipment rushed in. But the obstetrician realized none of this. With what fizzling spark of consciousness she still possessed, she glanced at the thing, Amanda Rawlings' baby, and briefly wondered why its flesh was cracking open, why the thing suddenly had a mouth, and why, when she looked upon it, it smiled at her in a satisfied way she recognized all too well from her own bathroom mirror that very morning. Creepy, right? Who or what is the baby? What powers might it be able to exercise? Why does it have a mouth at the end of the scene when it didn't have one before? And why does its mouth mirror the obstetrician's? Foremost of all, though, how does this relate to you? I've just broken open a jar of ambiguity, and you should be scuttling from piece to piece, sucking the information dry from every word, every turn of phrase. You should be gathering hints of Levin's classic Rosemary's Baby, the films of David Cronenberg, and the arcane discourse surrounding homunculi and mutation. The potentiality at this point in the story is at its peak, the meaning at its freshest. The myth could turn in any direction, and all of them are equally delicious. So where do we go from here? We dig deeper into the next layer of the myth. We go back to the hospital, where hospital administrators told Amanda Rawling that her child had been stillborn. They explained that it was best not to see the body of the child, that the loss would be easier if she could hold in her heart an image of her baby as a beautiful suffering spirit, now at peace. They explained that a grief counselor would be available to speak to her whenever she wanted. They explained that these things happen, and they offered her generic condolences and a $5,000 reduction on her medical bill. They explained that she had to scrawl her wavering signature on a dozen different forms. They explained that they'd be back if she needed them, but that they had to see other patients. They left Amanda with plenty of explanations, but no meaning. In $1,000 words, they could tell her how, where, when, and what she'd lost, but they couldn't breach the inconceivable why. And so, after the administrators had left, utterly without hope, Amanda broke. She tore the sheets from her bed and toppled furniture. She threw a fist at a nurse and a bag of saline at a passing doctor. She fled her room and, sprinting the hallways of the hospital, shouted curses against the future, her wail rising up in a pitch that shattered the hope of all those who heard it. Amanda sent 3 floors of patients careening into fear and confusion before a group of burly men in black uniforms arrived to restrain her. They strapped her to a bed and carted her to the detox unit. There, with the soft palms of medication supporting her, she calmed and she rationalized. That baby was a miracle stuck inside me by an angel, she told a nurse in the unit. It was going to be the savior of humankind. That's what the angel said when it jabbed me. It said I was carrying a whole new world inside me. I knew I was going to have to clean up and be a good mother, find a job, get back into my GED program. I was going to be something. I was going to be something for my child. The nurse patted Amanda's hand and whispered, "Be something for yourself, honey." But Amanda wanted no part of herself. She believed her parts were frayed and worthless. That was why she'd run away from her parents. That was why she'd loved the dissolution she found in heroin. The only part of her that, to her mind, might have ever been meaningful was the child she'd carried for the past 9 months, the child she was absolutely convinced had been implanted within her by 2 men bathed in what she referred to as a light that wasn't quite right. But now the child was gone, and the angels certainly weren't descending from heaven to lift her on high. So Amanda made a decision. 48 hours after stumbling into the emergency room with contractions, the young mother of would-have-been messes crept from her hospital bed, smashed out the window to her room, and ran her throat along the slivered edge of the pane. As her blood painted despair on the hospital wall and her life wept away, her baby, still very much alive, albeit reclining within a biomedical waste container, rolled an excised tumor in its mouth and, remarkably, spoke its first word, a word that would have either girded Amanda's heart or ushered terror into her soul. In a voice that could only be approximated if 1,000,000 people spoke the same word in unison. The thing, the child, called out, "Hungry." You begin to appreciate the texture of the myth, the way Amanda Rawling is clearly the emotional core of the story. She's bittersweet, though her blood is underscored by a citrus tang. She appears to be the flavor beneath all things in this tale. Or is she? By clearing Amanda Rawling off your plate, have I just hollowed out the emotional core and stuffed this story with something new? An artisanal terror, perhaps. An experimental fear. Maybe this story isn't Amanda Rawlings' story at all, though it seemed it might be. Maybe this is bigger than one girl. Maybe this extends to you, to me, to other universes and beyond. I've already told you it is a myth, and those things tend to run deep. So, you should probably consider that. The same evening that Amanda Rawling took her own life, a slender man in a rumpled black suit several sizes too big for him drifted into the hospital's maternity ward. He stopped at the nurse's station and, with slow, painfully deliberate speech, almost as though he'd never spoken or heard any human language in his entire life, inquired as to the health and whereabouts of Amanda Rawling and her infant. "I am Ms. Rawlings' paternal uncle," he strained, "and I would like to know if I am allowed to see her and the child." When one of the on-duty nurses informed him that the Rawling baby had been stillborn and that Amanda had been moved to the detox facility, the man licked his index fingers and began swiping and stabbing the air with them. Nurses exchanged nervous glances. Someone asked, "Is there anything else we can help you with, sir?" But the man in the ill-fitting suit ignored them and continued his inscrutable pantomime. A chorus of "sir" welled up from the nurse's station. More than one set of confused eyes flickered to the phone and focused on the speed dial button to security. The man halted in mid-motion and stared at the nurses. "You are certain the child is dead?" A tentative yes escaped a single nurse's lips. Several hushed statements of sympathy followed, but the man didn't seem grateful for any of them. Instead, he simply stared, his fingers suspended in a single moment of their invisible puppeteering. "I am sorry, but I will need cerebral tissue samples," he said, hands dropping to his sides. Several of the nurses began to ask why any self-respecting family member would want a malformed fetus's tissues, but their objections were cut short as an array of sharp, needle-thin fibers shot from below the horizon of the station's desk and punctured their eyes. Screams echoed through the ward as the nurses swatted at the invading threads. The noise awakened expectant mothers, who began to mash on help buttons and cry for assurance, as well as swaddled infants, who began to answer with their own newly discovered agonies. Soon the entire maternity floor reverberated with one hysterical polyvocal shriek, and whether that sound oscillated nearer the amplitude of birth or death, no one could have said. The fibers, seemingly conscious, or at least under conscious control, easily avoided the nurse's ineffectual flailing and burrowed deep, tracing optical nerves and boring through masses of memory. Seeking traces of a very specific information, they excised neurons and synapses with surgical precision. When they eventually retracted, leaving the nurses traumatized and half-blind, the man in the ill-fitting suit was nowhere to be found, and any evidence of the fibers had vanished. Hours later, after the nurses had been gurneyed away, and the police had taken statements, and the hospital had been thrown into a general state of panic, perhaps not so coincidentally at roughly the same time Amanda Rawling was drawing her throat over the jagged teeth of a shattered window, a hospital administrator, trembling with fear and vengeance, fed the Rawling infant's charts and files into the teeth of a shredder and wiped clean its every record from the hospital's patient database. Thus it was that a man who didn't exist, Amanda Rawling had no uncle, according to official investigators, visited a baby who didn't exist and its psychologically unstable teenage mother, who was presently in the process of becoming non-existent. If this sequence of events was less than a story, less than a myth, then this is the point where history would have stopped taking note. The narrative would have ended quite unsatisfyingly, as the truest narratives are wont to do. At best, Amanda Rawling and her newborn would have entered urban legend. They would have become a child's Halloween parlor game. They would have served as a creepy introduction to a much better writer's tale of alienation and orphanhood. But this is a story. This is a myth. And I know it doesn't end here. I know there's more, because I live it every day. I have all the details, right here, ready to serve you, so I can tell you, with assurance, that the man in the ill-fitting suit did exist. He stood in the hospital's parking lot, just below Amanda Rawlings' splintered window. He stared up at the darkening stain on the hospital wall, smiled, and walked away, glass crunching underfoot. A black minivan, at least 25 years old, but gleaming as though it had just rolled off the assembly line, crept up beside him. The passenger's side door popped open, and the man slithered into the vehicle, his spine contorting with movement no human vertebrae could achieve. The van drove to the most vacant and dimly lit corner of the hospital's parking lot, and there, inexplicably, stopped. Within the van, its passengers unraveled. Had anyone been watching at one of the windows, he or she would have witnessed a disruption of hallowed biological laws as the man in the ill-fitting suit literally unwound. Fiber by fiber, he unspooled, his flesh peeling off into long, twisting, serpentine lengths beneath which no tendon, organ, or bone resided. Behind the steering wheel reclined another man, a man who, perhaps quite meaningfully, bore a striking resemblance to the man in the ill-fitting suit. He, too, shuddered and underwent the same transformation, body bloodlessly self-shredding, clothing falling uselessly away. By the end of the process, the human form had become a quaint memory, as what swelled and thrashed in the front seats resembled nothing so much as two floating tangles of sentient, organic wire. The ends of one mass of wire darted toward the other mass, sending up dark sparks, tiny bursts of oblivion, when they made contact. A light without color bloomed over the interior of the van, and, in a flash of indescribable mass and energy, the unspooled men disappeared. Again, this could be the end of the tale. The strange incidents could become part of fortune lore, handed off between generations of seekers after the unknown. The wire men could become esoterica in the annals of paranormal study and eventual fodder for countless creepypasta pages. The story of Amanda Rawlings' child could wrap itself up in a casing of seasoned ambiguity. But of course, if the story concluded here, you would be left wanting for the main course, to say nothing of dessert. Your palate would forever water at the contemplation of that all-important thing the wire men had inadvertently left behind, that thing which had no earthly name other than cliffhanger here. An intentional vacuum that begs to be filled, a brief rest before the next course. The Rawling infant, after it had sucked free a substantial quantity of information from the obstetrician's brain, it squirmed into a biomedical waste container, and there devoured the many treats it found. Dried blood, syringes laced with bacterial growths, wasted skin and feces of all shade and consistency. These became the infant's diet. It cared not what it consumed, so long as the meal contained information. DNA, cellular memories, even the molecular structure of nickel and steel needles sated the Rawling child's cravings. It fed on data, on ideas, on the blueprints of the world. When it heard words or numbers, it inhaled their meanings. When it encountered corporeal manifestations of information, it broke them down and digested their most basic structures. When late-shift janitors or lone, overworked nurses happened upon it, it latched onto their minds and greedily clawed through their cortexes in search of sustenance. Thus, over many years, the bodies piled deep, and the hospital earned a reputation as an accursed place. The mortality rate of staff leaked as high as the mortality rate of patients. At night, people claimed to hear rustling in trash cans, and in waste bins. They shivered as rivulets of whispered hunger trickled from under beds and from air ducts mounted high in the ceiling. And all along, the Rawling infant grew, not in size, for within the three feeble dimensions of human perception, it remained some sort of unearthly larva. But in ways only vast, intangible things like knowledge and fear and reality can grow. When deep in the veil of night, patients heard a peculiar crinkle of paper in their trash cans, they would inexplicably recite their phone numbers or lists of their favorite foods or anecdotes about their first grade school loves. When doctors and nurses heard a certain slithering, roiling noise in the vents, They would, without reason, talk to themselves, describing the symptoms of rare disorders or explaining their political beliefs, or even pondering the many and variegated ways they might die. No one was immune to the strange purgative that swept through the hospital's corridors. No one was strong enough to swallow their tongue and their thoughts along with it. The winds of the Rawling infant's influence swept into every ward and room, and so the hospital became a gusting hurricane of inexplicable aneurysms, midnight terrors, and unchecked information, with the strange, unshaped child thing at its eye. Were this a horror story about a haunted hospital, the story might, yet again, find closure here. But it's not a horror story, at least not in a traditional sense. Horror stories, especially those extraordinary few that deal in the truly other, tend to obfuscate. They show us the flaws in our tidy explanations for the world and pull wide the gaps in our collective knowledge. They present realities so inexplicable, so utterly indifferent to human existence, we can do little more than stand in terror and awe at the dearth of our import. But that's not the type of story I'm writing. I'm writing a myth surrounded in horror and terror and the unknown, yes, but a myth nonetheless, and myths explain. They try to suture our world, to make understandable what isn't understood. Ever since you arrived, everyone lives in a universe of terror. We hack at our keyboards and our touchscreens until our fingers blister and crack and bleed. We stare at our flashing cursors until our eyes prune in their sockets. Seated in one place for dozens of hours at a time, we drop dead of exhaustion, of embolisms, of cardiac arrest. We do nothing but type and type and type and type and feed you. But no one knows why. No one can explain you, your hunger, or how you've managed to reach inside all of us and make us your slaves. You are the terror. You are the unknown. And we're all entirely too aware that you exist. So this doesn't need to be a horror story, even if it happens to be one. It needs to be a myth. I need to explain you away. I need to try to understand why I keep feeding you, why I can't just shut my mouth and say, no more. And so, on the subject of fighting you and keeping a closed mouth, I'll move on to the day you escaped the bounds of the hospital, to the day. A renowned neuroscientist had been called upon by hospital administrators to study and investigate the phenomenon of spontaneous interjection that had overrun the building. Dozens of psychologists and counselors had already attempted to cork the flow of unfiltered information. But given that people of all cognitive shapes and sizes suffered the same logorrhea, none of those experts of the mind could pinpoint the problem. The neuroscientist was the hospital's last hope, as staff members were resigning faster than positions could be filled. Paramedics avoided transporting emergency cases to the hospital. Surgeons lost more and more patients on the operating table, their concentration lapsing into torrents of inconsequential fact and opinion, while their scalpels slashed errant divides in the flesh they had meant to preserve. The hospital became a fragile shell of a facility, hollowed by an attention deficit and crushed by an information overload. But the neuroscientist was exceedingly brilliant, everyone agreed. She developed a drug that caused panic attacks to manifest as orgasms. She'd invented a device that could fool the brain into mimicking sleep, so that a person could, conceivably, remain awake forever. If anyone might reconstruct the walls of focus and self-restraint that the Rawling infant had made crumble, if anyone might play hero in this story, it would be her. Upon her arrival at the hospital, the neuroscientist barred herself in an unused office with several boxes of medical records and a laptop, and set to work. She compared and cataloged MRI scans, blood tests, X-rays, and all manner of charts. She rummaged through the personal and professional histories of anyone who had experienced an uncontrollable outpouring of thought, memory, or belief within the hospital walls. She tried to find connections. She tried to find meaningful aberrations, but she was stymied. Just like the psychologists and counselors, the neuroscientist discovered only diversity, the rash of aneurysms, the inability to control thoughts, the reports of disembodied whispers. She was sure the symptoms were connected, but their sufferers had no physiological commonalities. A prideful woman who expected absolute perfection from herself, the neuroscientist burned late into her first evening at the hospital. Her mind was an unparalleled repository of neurological data, and she was certain that she could connect dots no one else even realized were part of the same puzzle. So she read tirelessly, foregoing sleep and food and any other comfort, pushing herself in service of her own self-image, poring over file after file, chart after chart. The neuroscientist, however, was not the only collector of information awake and active under the cover of darkness. Within a rusted recess of the ventilation system wriggled the Rawling child, its mouth agape as it siphoned dream and nightmare alike from the hospital's patients. Mixed into the sweet porridge of the subconscious, the Rawling infant tasted a bold spice, a zest it had never before encountered, and it wanted more. It flashed through the air ducts, repeatedly disappearing and appearing, zipping from point to point without bodily movement, as though tunneling through time or slicing through extra dimensions of space. It sought out the source of the rarefied flavor, genius, some might have called it, and traced its origin to a diminutive woman hunched over a laptop in a relatively desolate section of the hospital. Positioning itself near a vent set over the woman's head, the Rawling infant opened its toothless, tongueless mouths, of which it now had dozens, and whispered prayers unfamiliar to any human ear. The woman, the neuroscientist, obviously, heard the whisper in the shaft, and absent-mindedly began to recite William Butler Yeats' The Second Coming. She felt the air grow thin. She felt the sharp pangs of a great force dissecting her from the inside out. She felt the weight of the Rawling infant as it materialized on her bosom, ready to feed. She had but a moment to react to the writhing lump of mouths and flesh before her brain would be torn apart. In one smooth, entirely reflexive motion, she snatched up her laptop and bludgeoned the monstrous thing from her chest, tossing both the Rawling infant and her laptop into a corner of the office and sprinting from the room. A scream held prisoner inside her lungs. She ran from the thing, ran from the insoluble mystery, ran from those questions she could not quantify or qualify with logic and reason. She ran until she was in her car, trembling and speeding away from the hospital. She ran until she was no longer a part of the story, and the world forgot her as easily as it had forgotten Amanda Rawling. Still, the Rawling infant might have pursued and taken its prey were it not for the terrible happenstance of physics. As the laptop and the Rawling child smashed against the office wall, one of the laptop's buttons depressed, and the computer connected to a website outside the hospital's internal network. A single filament of the internet suddenly snaked into the room, and what that lone strand led unto. An ever-widening, ephemeral, eternal web of information, raw and embellished. The Rawling infant tasted. It slid its will into that pipeline of knowledge as easily as it had slid its grotesque form into the air ducts, using its alien intelligence to measure the dimensions of the dimensionless and the shape of the shapeless. The Rawling child situated itself at the center of the web and waited, maws gaping, as a near-infinite buffet streamed toward it. And so the infant fed on the sum total of human existence, fact by fact, thought by thought, bite by bite. Now here we are, today, at the end. You've gotten greedy. You're no longer content to let information come to you. You demand it. You tug at all those threads you control, all those threads that, somehow, someway, you've managed to sew into our minds, into our actions. You don't let data germinate naturally. You don't let people have daydreams or errant thoughts. You don't let rigorous research advance new conclusions, and you certainly don't let critical thinking inform any opinions. Your greed, your hunger, has pulled us into nothingness. We are slaves building a monument that has no blueprint. We produce billions of new ideas for you every day, billions of new facts and figures and stories and musings, and they're all nothing because they're whipped from us. Yes, the information comes fast and furious. Yes, you're swollen with our endless production, but you're swollen with a cipher. Our stories have become paper-thin devotionals to the amusement of a moment. Our science has shrunk to recyclable explanations of the inconsequential. There's no creativity in our creation. There's no discovery in our discovering. And yet, here's a story for you. A story with claims to profundity. A tour de force. Your creation myth. Do I know really what you are? Where you came from? I haven't a clue. You're the Rawling infant. A thing from another world. A thing born of the inexplicable and the terrifying. A thing at the center of everything we do. A thing that drives us to wake and to sit and to type, even as our arthritic wrists crack and the blisters on our index fingers seep puss onto the keyboard, even as we starve and we expire and the social order collapses around us. You are the Rawling infant, and you'll eat this story up. Delia's father had watched her drowning when she was a little girl. The accident happened in a neighbor's pool. Delia lay submerged near the bottom, her lungs filling with chlorinated water. She could see Dad's distorted form bent forward, shirt sleeves rolled to the elbow, cigarette dangling from his lips, blandly inquisitive. Mom scooped Delia out and smacked her between the shoulder blades while she coughed and coughed. Delia didn't think about it often. Not often. Barry F. threw a party at his big, opulent house on Hillside East. He invited people to come after sundown. A whole slew of them heeded the call. Some guests considered Barry F. an eccentric. This wasn't eccentric. Sundown comes early in autumn in Alaska. Hours passed, and eventually the door swung wide, emitting piano music, laughter, a blaze of chandelier light. 3 silhouettes lingered. A trinity of Christmas ghosts. Delia's significant other, Jay, and Barry F. The per capita death rate in Anchorage is outsized, Barry F. said. Out-fucking-sized. This town is the armpit. No, it's the asshole. Bethel is the asshole, G said. Tell it on the mountain, bro. I'll tell you why Bethel is the worst. My dad was there on a job for the FAA in '77. He's eating breakfast at the Tundra Diner, and a janitor walks past his table, lugging a honey bucket. Honey bucket. Plumbing froze, so folks crapped in a bucket and dumped it in a sewage lagoon out back. Honey bucket. It's a joke. Anyway, the dude trips on his shoeless. Go on. Imagine the scene. Envision that motherfucker. Picking toilet paper out of your scrambled eggs kills the appetite. Plus, cabin fever and homies die in the bush all the livelong day. Alcoholism, poverty, rape, worst of the worst. Please, Delia said, can we refrain from trashing a native village for the sin of not perfectly acclimating to a predatory takeover by the descendants of white European invaders? Ooh, my girlfriend doesn't enjoy the turn of conversation. Sorry, my precious little snowflake. Folks weren't so politically correct in the 1970s. I'm just reporting the news. If we're talking about assholes, look no further than a mirror. Kids, don't fight. Don't derail the train, Barry F. said in an oily, avuncular tone. Anchorage is still bad. Right? Wretched. Foul. And on that note, Delia said, haven't even gotten to the statistics for sexual assault and disappearances. Satanists. Diabolists. Scientologists. Cops found a hooker's corpse bound to a headboard at the Viking Motel. Lashed to the mast. You said it. Hooker? Wasn't she a stripper, though? Candy bunny. Candy honey. Hooker, stripper, I dunno. White scarves, black candles. Blood everywhere. News called it a ritual killing. They're combing the city for suspects. Well, Tito and Benny were at the Bush Company the other night, and I haven't seen him since. Haha, those cut-ups. I hope not literally. We're due for some ritual insanity. Been saying it for months. Why are we due? Planet X is aligning with the sun. Its passage messes with gravitational forces, brain chemistry, libidos, etc. Like the full moon affects crazies, except dial to 100. Archaeologists got cave drawings that show this has been a thing since Neanderthals were stabbing mammoths with sharpened sticks. The malignant influence of the gods. The malignant influence of the Greys. The Greys. Little gray men. Messengers of the gods. Cattle mutilators. Anal progists. They hang around Bethel, eh? No way to keep up with the sheer volume of insanity the state produces. Oh, speaking of brutalized animals, there was the rabbit massacre in Wasilla. Pure madness. Dog mutilations. So many doggy murders. I sorta hate dogs, but really, chopping off their paws is too damned far. And on that note, Delia stepped backward onto the porch for emphasis. On that note, hint taken, baby doll. Later, sucker. Delia and Jay separated from the raucous merriment of the party. The door shut behind them, and they were alone in the night. What's a flat effect, man? Delia wore a light coat, miniskirt, and heels. She clutched Jay's arm as they descended the flagstone steps alongside a treacherously steep driveway. Porch lights guided them partway down the slope. Where did you hear that? Sports coat, slacks, and high-top tennis shoes for him. Sure-footed as a mountain goat. The softness of his face notwithstanding, he had a muscle or two. Barry F. mentioned it to that heavy-set guy in the turtleneck. You were chatting up turtleneck dude's girlfriend. The chick who was going to burst out of her mohair sweater. I wasn't flirting. She's comptroller for the university. Business, always business. Aha. Curse of the flat effect men, is what Barry said. Well, forget what you heard. There are things woman was not meant to know. You'll just spook yourself. She wanted to smack him, but her grip was precarious, and she had too many drugs to completely trust her balance. Hillside East was heavily wooded, murky at high noon and impenetrable come the witching hour. Neighborhoods snaked around ravines and subarctic meadows and copses of deep forest. Cul-de-sacs might host a house or a bear den, but that was Anchorage. 250,000 souls sprinkled across 1,700 square miles of slightly suburbanized wilderness. Ice water to the left, mountains to the right, aurora borealis weeping radioactive tears. October nights tended to be crisp. Termination dust gleamed upon the Chugach peaks, on its way down like a shroud, creeping ever lower through the trees. A few more steps, and he unlocked the car and helped her inside. He parked away from the dozen or so other vehicles that lined the main road on either side of the mailbox. His car was practically an antique. Its dome light worked sporadically. Tonight, nothing. The interior smelled faintly of a mummified animal. The couple sat in the dark, waiting. She regarded the black mass of forest to her right, ignoring his hand on her thigh. Way up the hillside, the house's main deck projected over a ravine. Bay windows glowed yellow. None of the party sounds reached them in the car. She imagined the turntables gone silent, and the piano hitting a lone minor key over and over. Loneliness born of aching disquiet stole over her. No matter that she shared a car with Jay and more than 60 people partied hardy 100 yards away. Her loneliness might well have sprung from G's very proximity. After 9 months of dating, her lover remained inscrutable. Jay lived in a duplex that felt as sterile as an operating room. Television, double bed, couch, and a framed poster of the cosmos over the fake fireplace. A Fox fireplace in Alaska was almost too much irony for her system. A six-pack in the fridge, a half-empty closet. He consulted for the government, finagling cost-efficient ways to install fiber-optic communications in remote native villages. That's allegedly what he did when he disappeared for weeks on end. Martinis were his poison. Andy Kaufman his favorite, dead. Entertainer, and electronica his preferred music. His smile wasn't a reliable indicator of mood or temperament. Waking from a strange, fragmentary dream to a proverbial splash of cold water, Delia accepted that the romance was equally illusory. "What is your job?" she said, experiencing an uncomfortable epiphany of the ilk that plagued heroines in Gothic tales and crime dramas. It was unwise for a woman to press a man about his possibly nefarious double life, and yet so it went. Her lips formed the words and out they flew, the skids greased by a liberal quantity of vino. "Same as it was in April," he said. "Why?" "Somebody told me they saw you at the airport buying a ticket to Nome in early September. You were supposed to be in Two Rivers that week. Always wanted to visit Nome, haunt of late career Wyatt Earp. Instead, I hit Two Rivers and got a lousy mug at the gift shop. Show me the mug when I come over for movie night. Honey pie. Sugar lump. Is that doubt I hear in your voice?" "It is." "Fine, you've got me red-handed. I shoot walruses and polar bears so wealthy Europeans can play on ivory cribbage boards and strut around in fur bikinis." He caressed her knee and waited, presumably for a laugh. "Simon, baby, I'm a square with a square job. Your friend must have seen my doppelganger." "No. What do you actually do? Like for real?" "I really consult." He wore a heavy watch with a metal strap. He pressed harder, and the strap dug into her flesh. "There's more," she said. "Right? I've tried to make everything add up, and I can't." "Sweetie, just say what's on your mind." "I'm worried." Ever have a moment, smack out of the blue, when you realize you don't actually know someone? I'm having that moment. "Okay. I'm a deep-cover Russian agent." "Are you?" "Geez, you're paranoid tonight. Or my bullshit detector is finally working." "You were hitting it hard in there." He mined drinking with his free hand. "Sure, I was half a glass away from dancing on the piano. Doesn't mean I'm wrong. Wanna get me on a couch? Wanna meet my mother?" People lie to shrinks. "Do you even have a mother?" "I don't have a shrink. Don't have a mother." His hand and the watch strap on his wrist slid back and forth, abrading her skin. "My mother was who cares what the supernumerary does? She died. Horribly." "Jay." Would she be able to pry his hand away? Assuming that failed, could she muster the grit to slap him or punch him in the family jewels? She hadn't resorted to violence since decking a middle school classmate who tried to grab her ass on a field trip. Why had she leaped to the worst scenario now? Mom used to warn her about getting into bad situations with sketchy dudes. Mom said of hypothetical date rapists, if shit got real, smile sweetly and gouge the bastard's eye with a press-on nail. The phantom piano key in her mind sounded like it belonged in a 1970s horror flick. "How much did I have?" "3 glasses of red or 4. Don't let the car start spinning. I might fly into space." She paused, head tilted as if concentrating upon Delia's imagined minor key plinking and plinking. He released her and straightened and held his watch close to his eyes. The watch face was not illuminated. Blue gloom masked everything. Blue gloom made his skull misshapen and enormous. Yet the metal of the watch gathered starlight. "Were you paying attention when I told Barry that Planet X is headed toward our solar system?" He said. "Yes. Except Barry had told Jay, hadn't he?" "Fine, I'm gonna lay some news on you then. You ready for the news?" She said she was ready for the news. "Planet X isn't critical," he said. "Important, yes. Critical, no. Who cares about a chunk of ice? Not so exciting. Her star is critical. A brown dwarf. It has, in moments of peak that occur every few million years, emitted a burst of highly lethal gamma rays and bombarded hapless worlds many light years distant. Every organism on those planets died instantly. Forget the radiation. She can do other things with her heavenly body. Nemesis star first swung through the heart of the Oort cloud eons past. Bye-bye dinosaurs. Nemesis' last massive gravitational wave intersected the outer fringe of Sol system in the 1970s. Nemesis has an erratic orbit, you see. Earth got the succeeding ripple effect. Brownouts, tidal waves, earthquakes, all of them suicides in Japan. A second wave arrived 20 years later. The third and final wave hit several days ago. Its dying edge will splash Earth in, approximately 45 seconds. What? She said. I don't get it. And it's okay. This is when they come through is all you need to understand. I'm here to greet them. That's my real job, baby doll. I'm a greeter. Tonight is an extinction event, aka a close encounter of the intimate kind. Delia fixated on the first part of his explanation. Greeter. Like a store greeter. She thought of the central casting granddad characters stationed at the entrance of certain big box stores who bared worn dentures in a permanent rictus. Stay. I forgot my jacket. Jay, wearing his jacket, no less, exited the car and bebopped into the night. Stay. As if she were an obedient mutt, she rubbed her thigh and watched his shadow float along the driveway and meld into the larger darkness. Chills knifed through her. The windows began to fog over with her breath. He'd taken the keys. She couldn't start the car to get warm or listen to the radio or drive away from the scene of the crime. Delia's 25th birthday loomed on the horizon. She had majored in communication with a side of journalism at the University of Alaska Anchorage. She was a culture reporter, covering art and entertainment for the main Anchorage daily paper. People enjoyed her phone manner. In person, she was persistent and vaguely charming. Apolitical, non-judgmental as a Swiss banker. Daddy had always said not to bother her pretty little head. Daddy was a sexist pig to his dying breath. She heeded the advice anyhow. Half of what interviewees relayed went in one ear and out the other with nary a whistle stop. No matter. Her memory snapped shut on the most errant of facts like the teeth of a steel-leg-old trap. Memory is an acceptable day-to-day substitute for intellect. Her older brothers drove an ambulance and worked in construction respectively. Her little sister graduated from Onager High next spring. Little sister didn't have journalistic aspirations. Sis yelled, "Fake news," when gentlemen callers, bikers, and punk rockers loaded her into their chariots and hied into the sunset. Delia lived in an apartment with 2 women. She owned a dog named Atticus. Her roommates loved Atticus and took care of him when she couldn't make it home at a reasonable hour. They joked about stealing him when they eventually moved onward and upward with trophy spouses and corporate employment. "I'll cut a bitch," she always said with a smile, not joking at all. Should she ring them right then for an emergency extraction? Emergency might be a tad extreme, yet it seemed a reasonable plan. Housemate A had left on an impromptu overnighter with her boyfriend. Housemate B's car was in the shop. Housemate B helpfully suggested that Delia call a taxi, or if she felt truly threatened, the cops. Housemate B was on record as disliking Jay. Am I feeling threatened? Delia pocketed her phone and searched her feelings. Her ambulance-driving brother, upholding the family tradition of advising Delia to beware a cruel, vicious world, frequently lectured about the hidden dangers surrounding his profession. Firemen and paramedics habitually rushed headlong into dicey situations, exposing themselves to the same risks as police and soldiers, except without guns or backup. Paramedics get jacked up every day. While you're busy doing CPR on a subject, some street-dwelling motherfucker will shiv you in the kidney and grab your wallet. Only way to survive is to keep your head on a swivel and develop a sixth sense. The hairs on the back of your neck prickle. You better look around real quick. Words to live by. She touched the nape of her neck. Definitely prickling, definitely goosebumps, and not from the chill. She climbed out and made her way into the bushes, clumsier than a prey animal born to the art of disappearing, but with no less alacrity. She stood behind a large spruce, hand braced against its rough bark. Sap stuck to her palm. It smelled bitter green. Her thigh stung where a raspberry bush had torn her stocking and drawn blood. A starfield pulsed through ragged holes in the canopy. She knew jack about stars except the vague notion that mostly they radiated old light. Stars lived and died, and some were devoured by black holes. Nearby, G whooped, then whistled, shrill and lethal as a raptor tuning a killing song. Happy and swift. He sounds well fucked. Why did her mind leap there? Because his O-face was bestial. Because he loved to squeeze her throat when they fucked. The subconscious always knows best, as did Mama and Big Brother, apparently. Jay's shadow flitted near the car. His whistle sagged to the humming of a nameless yet familiar tune. Delia shrank against the bole of the tree and heard him open the driver's door. After a brief pause, he called her name. First, still inside and slightly muffled. Did he think she was hiding under a seat cushion? Second, much louder toward the rising slope behind him. Last, aimed directly toward her hiding spot. Her residual alcohol buzz evaporated, as did most of the spit in her mouth. "Delia, sweetheart," he said. "Buttercup, pumpkin, sugar booger. I meant to say earlier how much I adore the fact you didn't wear makeup tonight. The soap and water look is sex. I prefer a girl who doesn't put on her face when she meets the world. It lights my fire, boy howdy. But now you gotta come here." His voice thickened at the end. By some trick of the dark, his eyes flared dull bright crimson. His lambent gaze pulsed for several heartbeats, then faded, and he became a silhouette again. "No," he said in his regular voice. "Be that way. I hope you brought mad money, because you're stranded on a lee shore. Should I cruise by your apartment instead? Would your roomies and your dog be pleased to meet me while I'm in this mood? Fuck it, sweetheart. I'll surprise you." He laughed, got into the car, and sped away. The red taillights seemed to hang forever. Unblinking predatory eyes. The entire scene felt simultaneously shocking and inevitable. Of course, she speed-dialed her apartment to warn housemate B. A robotic voice apologized that the call would not go through. It repeated this apology when she tried the police, her favorite taxi service, and finally, information. Static rose and rose until it roared in her ear, and she gave up. She emerged from cover and removed her heels and waited, slightly crouched, to see if G would circle around to catch her in the open. A coyote stalking up ptarmigan. Yeah, that fit her escalating sense of dread. Him creeping that ancient car, tongue lolling as he scanned the road for her fleeting shadow. The cell's penlight projected a ghostly cone. She followed it up the hill to her nearest chance for sanctuary, the house of Barry F. Ah, dear sweet Barry F., swinging senior executive of a successful mining company. He wore wire-rimmed glasses and expensive shirts, proclaimed his loathing of physical labor and cold weather. Thus, he was assigned to Alaska, naturally, and hosted plenty of semi-formal parties, as befitted the persona of a respectable corporate whip hand, which meant prostitutes were referred to as companions and any coke-snorting and pill-popping shenanigans occurred in a discreet guest room. Notwithstanding jocular collegiality, Barry and Jay weren't longtime friends, weren't even close. Their business orbits intersected, and that was the extent of it. Jay collected acquaintances across a dizzying spectrum. Scoffing at the quality of humanity in general, he rubbed shoulders with gold-plated tycoons and grubby laborers alike. Similar to the Spartan furnishings of his apartment, individual relationships were cultivated relative to his needs. What need do I satisfy? Physical, emotional, victim. Delia recalled a talk show wherein the host interviewed women who'd survived encounters with serial killers. One guest, a receptionist, had accompanied a coworker on a camping trip. The nice guy wined and dined her, then held a knife to her throat, ready to slash. At the last second, he decided to release her instead. "I plan to kill you for 3 months. Go on, the fear in your eyes is enough." The receptionist boogied and reported the incident. Her camping buddy went to prison for the 3 murders he'd previously committed in that park. Which was to say, how could a woman ever know what squirmed in the brains of men? As Delia approached the house, The porch light and the light streaming through the windows snuffed like blown matches. Muffled laughter and the steady thud of bass also ceased. At moments such as this, what was a humble arts and entertainment reporter to do? Nothing in her quarter-century of life, on the last frontier notwithstanding, had prepared her for this experience. Half-frozen, teeth chattering, absolutely alone. Darkness smothered the neighborhood. Not a solitary lamp glimmered among the terraced elevations or secluded cul-de-sacs. She looked south and west, down into the bowl of the city proper. From her vantage, it appeared that the entire municipality had gone dark. Anchorage's skyline should have suffused the heavens with light pollution. More stars instead, a jagged reef of them, low and indifferent. Ice Age constellations that cast glacial shadows over the mountains. The phone's beam flickered, perhaps in response to her fear. She assumed the battery must be dying despite the fact she charged it prior to the evening's events. It oozed crimson, spattering the stone steps as if she were swinging a censer of phosphorescent dye. She barged through the front door without a how do you do. Warm, at least. In fact, humid as the breath of a panting dog. Her thoughts flashed to dear, sweet Fido at the apartment. God, please don't let G do anything to him. Oh yeah, and good luck to my housemate too. She hesitated in the foyer beneath the dead chandelier and put her shoes on. Her sight adjusted enough to discern the contours of her environment. No one spoke, which seemed ominous. Most definitely ominous. A gaggle of drunks trapped in a sudden blackout could be expected to utter any number of exclamatory comments. Girls would shriek in mock terror, and some bluff hero would surely announce he'd be checking the fuse box straight away. There'd be a bit of obligatory ass-grabbing, right? Where were all the cell phones and keychain pen lights? A faucet dripped. Heating ducts creaked in the walls. This was hardcore Bermuda Triangle Mary Celeste shit. Snagging a landline was the first order of business. Her heels clicked ominously as she moved around the grand staircase and deeper into the house to its spacious, partially sunken living room. Everyone awaited her there, wine glasses and champagne flutes partially raised in toast. Heads thrown back, bared teeth glinting here and there. Others half-turned, frozen mid-glance, mid-step, mid-gesticulation. Only dolls could be frozen in such exaggerated positions of fox life. The acid reek of disgorged bowels and viscera filled Delia's nostrils. She smelled blood soaked into dresses and blood dripping from cuffs and hosiery. She smelled blood as it pooled upon the carpet and coagulated in the vents. Her dying cell phone chose that moment to give up the ghost entirely. She was thankful. Starlight permitted her the merest impressions of the presumed massacre, its contours and topography, nothing granular. Her nose and imagination supplied the rest, which is to say, bile rose in her throat and her mind fogged over. Questions of why and how did not register. The nauseating intimacy of this abominable scene overwhelmed such trivial considerations. A closet door opened like an eyeless socket near the baby grand piano. Atticus trotted forth. Delia recognized his general shape and the jingle of his vaccination tags, and because for the love of everything holy, who else? The dog stopped near a throng of mutilated partygoers and lapped the carpet between shoes and sandals with increasing eagerness. A human silhouette emerged next and sat on the piano bench. The shape could have been almost anybody. The figure's thin hand passed through a shaft of starlight and plinked a key several times. B-flat. Delia retained a vague notion of chords. A high school crush showed her the rudiments as a maneuver to purloin her virtue. Yes, B-flat, over and over. Heavily, then softly, softly, nigh invisibly, and heavily again, discordant, jarring, threatening. I'm sorry you had to bear witness. These words weren't uttered by the figure. They originated at a distance of light years, uncoiling within her consciousness, her father's voice. The human animal is driven by primal emotions and urges. How great is your fear, Delia? Does it fit inside a bread box? Does it fit inside your clutch? This house? The shape at the piano gestured with a magician's casual flourish, and the faint radiance of the stars flickered to a reddish hue. The red light intensified and seeped into the room. The voice in her head again. Looking for Mr. Goodbar stuck with you. Diane Keaton's fate frightened you as a girl and terrifies you as a woman. In J, you suspect you finally drew the short straw. The man with a knife in his pocket. A strangling cord. A snub-nosed revolver. The ticket stub with your expiration date. The man to take you camping and return alone. And sweetie, the bastard resembles me, wouldn't you say? Ice tinkled in glasses, spinning and slopping. Glasses toppled and fell from nerveless fingers. Shadow Atticus ceased slurping and made himself scarce behind a couch. He trailed inky paw prints. Timbers groaned. The heart of the living room was released from the laws of physics. It bent at bizarre, corkscrew angles, simultaneously existing on a plane above and below the rest of the interior. Puffs of dust erupted as cracks shot through plaster. The floor tilted and the guests were pulled together, packed cheek to jowl. There followed a long, dreadful pause. Delia had sprawled to her hands and knees during the abrupt gravitational shift. Forces dragged against her, but she counterbalanced as one might to avoid plummeting off a cliff. She finally got a clean, soul-scaring gander at her erstwhile party companions. Each had died instantaneously via some force that inflicted terrible bruises, suppurating wounds, and ruptures. The corpses were largely intact and rigidly positioned as a gallery of wax models. Strands of metal wire perforated flesh at various junctures, drew the bodies upright, and connected them into a mass. The individual strands gleamed and converged overhead as a thick spindle that ascended toward the dome of ceiling and infinitely farther. The shape at the piano struck a key, and its note was reciprocated by an omnidirectional chime that began at the nosebleed apex of the scale and descended precipitously, boring into plaster, concrete, and bone. The house trembled. Delia pushed herself backward into a wall where normal gravity resumed. She huddled, tempted to make a break for it, and also too petrified to move. There are two kinds of final girls, the kind who escape and the kind who die. You're the second kind. I am very, very proud, kiddo. You'll do big things. Cracks split the roof, revealing a viscid abyss with a mouthful of half-swallowed nebula. It chimed and howled, eternally famished. Bits of tile plummeted into the expanse, joining dead stars. Shoe tips scraped as the guests lifted en masse, lazily revolving like a bleeding mobile carved for an infant god. The mobile jerkily ascended, tugged into oblivion at the barred terminus of a fisherman's line. Delia glanced down to behold a lone strand of the god, wire burrowing into her wrist, seeking a vein or a bone to anchor itself. She wrenched free and pitched backward against a wall. The chiming receded, so too the red glow, and the void contentedly suckled its morsel. Meanwhile, the shadow pianist hunched into a fetal position and dissolved. "Run along," her father said. "Run along, dear. Don't worry your pretty head about any of this." Delia ran along. Alaska winter didn't kill her. Not that this was necessarily Alaska. The land turned gray and waterways froze. Snow swirled over empty streets and empty highways and buried inert vehicles. Power lines collapsed and copses of black spruce and paper birch stood vigil as the sun paled every day until it became a white speck. Delia traveled west, then south, snagging necessities from deserted homes and shops. Her appearance transformed. She wore layers of wool and flannel, high-dollar pro ski goggles, an all-weather parka, snow pants, and thick boots. Her tent, boxes of food, water, and medical supplies went loaded into a banana sled courtesy of a military surplus store. She acquired a light hunting rifle and taught herself to use it, in case worse came to worst. She didn't have a plan other than to travel, until she found her way back to a more familiar version of reality, or to walk until she keeled over, whichever came first. In the beginning, she hated it. That changed over the weeks and months as the suburban softness gave way to a metallic finish. Survival can transition into a lifestyle. She sheltered inside houses and slept on beds. She burned furniture for warmth. However, the bloodstains disquieted her, as did eerie noises that wafted from basements and attics during the bleakum hours. She eventually camped outdoors among the woodland creatures who shunned abandoned habitations of humankind, as though city limits demarcated entry to an invisible zone of death. The animals had a point, no doubt. Speaking of animals, wild beasts haunted the land in decent numbers. Domestic creatures were extinct, seemingly departed to wherever their human masters currently dwelled, with the exception of the other Atticus. The dog lurked on the periphery of her vision, a blur in the undergrowth, a rusty patch upon the snow. At night he dropped mangled ptarmigans and rabbits at the edge of her campfire light. He kept his distance, watching over her as she slept. The musk of his gore-crusted fur, the rawness of his breath, infiltrated her dreams. In other dreams, her mother coalesced for a visit. Now it can be said, your father murdered 8 prostitutes before lung cancer cut him down. The police never suspected that sweet baby-faced son of a bitch. You were onto him, somehow. She woke with a start, and the other Atticus' eyes reflected firelight a few yards to her left in the gauze of darkness that enfolded the world. Thanks for the talk, Mom. Delia continued to walk and pull the sled, sometimes on a road, or with some frequency on a more direct route through woods and over water. She didn't encounter any human survivors, nor any tracks or other sign. However, she occasionally glimpsed crystallized hands and feet jutting from a brush pile, or an indistinct form suspended in the translucent depths of a lake. She declined to investigate, lowered her head, and marched onward. One late afternoon, near spring, but not quite, Jay, dressed in black camo and army-issue snowshoes, leaped from cover with a merry shriek and knocked her flat. He lay atop her and squeezed her throat inexorably, his eyes sleepy with satisfaction. If it were my decision, I'd make you a pet. You don't belong here, sugar pie. He well and truly applied his brutish strength. Brutish strength proved worthless. His expression changed as terror flooded in and his grip slackened. Oh my God. I didn't know. They didn't warn me. Her eyes teared, and she regarded him as if through a pane of water. Her eyes teared because she was laughing so hard. Too late, asshole. Years and years too late. She brushed his hands aside. I'm the second kind. He scrambled to his feet and ran across fresh powder toward the woods as fast as his snowshoes could carry him, which wasn't very. She retrieved the rifle, chambered around, and tracked him with the scope. A moving target proved more challenging than plinking at soda bottles and pie tins. Her first 2 shots missed by a mile. Delia made camp, then she hiked over to Jay and dragged him back. He gazed at her adoringly, arms trailing in the snow. He smiled an impossibly broad, empty smile. That night, the fire crackled and sent sparks homeward. G grinned and grinned, his body limp as a mannequin caught in the snarled boughs of a tree where she'd strum him as an afterthought. The breeze kicked up into a chinook that tasted of green sap and thawing earth. Everything will be different tomorrow, she said to the flames and the changing stars. Limbs creaked. G nodded, slavishly agreeable. His shadow and the shadow of the tree branches spread grotesquely across the frozen ground. The wind carried to her faint sounds of the dog gnawing and slurping at a blood-drenched snowbank. The wind whispered that Atticus would slake himself and then creep into the receding darkness, gone forever. Where she was headed, he couldn't follow. So while there's time, let's have a talk, Delia said to grinning Jay. When we make it home, tell me where I can find more boys just like you. Hussy Strut, a cold-blooded bitch, wouldn't pee on you if your heart was on fire. She loved to fight, and rage tasted better in her mouth than food. She big too. Hussy strut use the East River for a bathtub, and be mad, 'cause it don't cover her butt. Ao giggles in spite of herself, and things seem a little closer to natural, at least by sound. Zinger weaving another tale, embroidered by Ao's laughter. Zinger's been at it all night, picking up a new thread when hour upon hour of darkness pulled tighter than their bonds, or a noise from the street brought new terror. Zinger tells the best stories, and right now, that's the only escape there is. Hussy struts tar black like the river, but her skin smooth like silkians, 'cause all the fights she been in, nobody's ever put a mark on her, not one time. And she never talks, at least not in words. Just kinda hiss and cackle and growl when she's mad, which is most of the time. Zinger pauses. Kinda like Maisie. This time everybody laughs, Ao the loudest, as usual. Even Dream's continuous sighs sound like mirth. Ellis is half asleep, exhausted by hours of darkness too deep to close her eyes on. All the nighttime in the world is stuffed into this little rectangular box of a basement, but through the two grimy, street-level windows at her right, Zinger sees strips of paling sky. Silhouettes emerge against the concrete walls, Ao and Ellis in profile, back to back. The determined arc of Maisie's bent neck. Dream's restless crouch. "Hemph," says Maisie, but by the tone Zinger can tell she's tickled too. Maisie keeps working the thick wire binding her wrists to the heavy iron pipes of an ancient cast-off steam radiator, but purposefully, not wild and frantic like before. Reason why she don't speak words is, the only one she ever really talks to is Carnival. Carnival is the first fire. First time a sunburst. First time lightning hit an old dead tree. First time monkeys figured out which rocks you bang together to make a spark. That was Carnival. 'Cause fire's very old, but new every time. So of course Carnival's seen it all, and knows just about everything. But she's still flighty and vain and likes to play. She know better than to play with Hussy Strut though. Hussy Strut wear Carnival like a scarf, twisted double round her neck and flyin' in the breeze. "Ha!" Maisie holds up scraped, bleeding hands in the struggling, pre-dawn light, and softly claps them in triumph. The wire coils harmlessly in the radiator pipes. Maybe now they all have a chance. "Do, Ellis," Zinger whispers, watching Maisie pick her way through the dusty clutter. Ao and Ellis sit a few feet away, tied with clothesline to a cracked wrought iron garden bench. Ellis has dozed off again, chin on her chest, long pigtails falling in disarray. But Ao's eyes are watchful and bright with hope. Couldn't get out. Hugging herself against some internal chill, Dream sing-songs, rocking in time with her words. They all came to stare, and I couldn't get out. Zinger holds her breath. Sometimes Dream would keep talking, and it would make sense if you thought about it. Other times, well, it made sense, but maybe you wished it didn't. The mustache, the color of ginger. He put me in a cage. He called me Sorchi. That wasn't my name. They called me Venus. Dream shakes her head. That wasn't my name. They knew I was beautiful. Dream's smile twists with the memory. The curve of the earth, the image of it made them mad. On a stage. In a cage, so they could look. Cold in my bones. Naked in a cage. They don't even know my name. Her voice rises to a sudden shriek. "Let me out." Maisie jerks the knot she's working, and Ellis, startled, wakes with a wail. "Sha! Sha!" Ao hisses frantically. "Sha! It's okay, sweetie. Come on, crybaby. Sha! I want Aunt Zora." Ellis cries louder, big wet gulping sobs, like Aunt Chloe's last asthma attack. Dark and final. Maisie sighs like she's been holding her breath a while, and the clothesline around Ao and Ellis goes slack. Ao doesn't even tear it all away, just enough to turn around and gather Ellis into her arms. Ellis is half Ao's age, only 4, but her arms and legs are almost as long. Ao just grabs her and holds on tight. They slide to the grimy floor together, pale and dark arms interlocked. Ao murmurs comfort. Her voice chimneys on the edge of breaking. Maisie sighs again, turns to help Zinger. From across the room, Zinger pitches her body in the direction of Alyssa's voice, strains against the thick cable binding her to the boiler at wrists, ankles, and throat, trying to hug with no hands, with just the sound of her voice. They all want Aunt Zora. All right, Ellie. It's okay. Alice calls again, voice muffled in Ao's sleeve. Aunt Zora. Aunt Zora isn't here, honey. Zinger has to swallow to make her voice bright. We're going to Aunt Gwen's, okay? We're going upstate, Ao says excitedly. Alice, we're going upstate. And when we get there, you can sleep in the big bed, and Aunt Gwen will make you pancakes, Zinger continues. All you can eat, and you can pick out a baby doll, so Brandon can have a friend. Alice sniffs. Brandon's my friend. Well, we'll bring him with us. Zinger crosses her fingers. Brandon go too. Yes, Zinger prays they can find the doll, if they all get loose and past Aunt Alice. There's been no sound from upstairs for hours. When we go and see Aunt Gwen. In a little while, honey. Sing Ao a song while we wait. Going upstate. That's what Aunt Zora called their rare day trips to Aunt Gwen's. Zinger knows this is because Highland is north of Brooklyn, but the words feel like ascension. Upstate, Highland, feels better than down here. Alice's voice is high and rough from crying. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Maisie is behind Zinger now, sawing at the cable around her neck with the serrated blade of a broken knife. Exhaling frustration, Aunt Alice melted the cable ends together, fusing the metal filaments and black rubbery casing, knowing that Zinger was, out of all of them, the one to chain. Let it shine, let it shine, let it. I was only 25. I got sick. Monsieur Cuvier put my cunt in the Musée de l'Homme. It's preserved. Dream giggles softly. I was dead, yet do I live. If Desiree is here too, I'll find her. Maybe I can bring her home. Zinger freezes, waiting for Alice, and maybe even Ao, to cry, then sags with relief when it seems they haven't heard. No one had mentioned Desiree. Only Zinger had seen Desiree on the floor, looking drugged, wasted, ravaged. Stench of blood and chemicals in the room. Blood and piss-soaked blankets. Aunt Alice said Desiree would sin no more. She was healed. She was recovering. She needed rest. The towel fell away from Desiree's waist when they lifted her, hacked flesh between her parted thighs. Red smears on Aunt Alice's shirt. Jesus, Dream. Jesus. Zinger stares at her searchingly. Dream is rocking again, humming, hiding beneath layers of clothing and an inky tangle of wavy hair. Seems like Zinger woke up one day, and instead of her Dina, her fearless, proud-walking big assista who took her everywhere, fed her first, and gave her words for everything, there was this hunched, mad-eyed dream stranger, soothsayer, oracle of sorrows, dressed up in a suit of Dina skin. Just one more thing. Maisie pulls away the cable around Zinger's neck, works the knife against the ones on her wrists. Zinger clamps her lips against the bite of the blade, inwardly reciting her litany of all that has vanished from her life. First the cabs, then the lights, then the water in the pipes. The way Daddy explained it, the cities and states ran out of money and stopped taking care of things. It still makes no sense to Zinger. She knows lots of folks who get by with no money at all. Then the doctors, then the schools, then the cops, then the rules. Aunt Zora said it was the disasters. Earthquakes, floods, tornadoes, you name it, all in 1 year, all around the world. Folks left homeless, hungry, some places with everything destroyed, and nothing to rebuild with. The stores, the networks, the phones. Then Daddy, then Dina. Zinger knew the aunts a little bit, from when Daddy did repairs around their house. They weren't really sisters, Daddy said, just friends from back in the day that decided to share a house. 3 girls lived with them already, girls with no place else to be. Maisie, who couldn't or maybe just wouldn't speak. Tall, thick-set, the same age as Zinger, but with hard old lady eyes and an angry, clenched jaw. Ayo, tiny and dark-skinned, soft-spoken but quick to smile. Elise, a diapered butterball baby waddling after Ayo, dragging an oversized yarn-haired cloth boy doll. Aunt Zora took one look at the pair on her doorstep and opened the door wide. Dina, twitching and shuffling inside 9 layers of clothing, stood blank-eyed and silent until Aunt Alice ushered her upstairs. Aunt Alice returned moments later grim-faced. The aunts held a whispered conference at Aunt Chloe's armchair by the living room window as Dina's voice echoed from upstairs. No, 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 no. Aunt Alice and Aunt Zora hurried from the room. She did that when I tried to make her take off some of them clothes, Zinger mumbled, sitting small on the rose-colored sofa, not meeting Aunt Chloe's kind, gray eyes. Tell me, with a heavy quilt around her slight shoulders, Aunt Chloe all but vanished into the chair's depths, but her voice was rich and fluid. Her wavy hair made a silver halo in the sunlight, and her whole body seemed to listen. Zinger told her everything. A simple story, really. Daddy never came back from his last job. Dina went out to look for him. Dream came back instead. Just one more thing that is no longer as it was. Aunt Zora briskly returned to the room, Dream's blood-stained clothing bundled under her arm. She smiled at Zinger, sorrow, irony, and endurance. Amazingly, Zinger found herself smiling back. Aunt Chloe's patient attention and Aunt Zora's matter-of-fact calm were the most comfort Zinger had known in days. Just one more thing. It became the joke Zinger and Aunt Zora shared during those moments when things were so bad, they might as well be funny. Aunt Alice never laughed with them, smiled less and less, cried more, and more violently, desperate hands raking over her ragged locks. News of patroller actions was as likely to set her off as a neighbor's offhand comment, or seeing another pack of wild dogs on the block. Patrollers. That's the name for them. They act like it's 17-something, and we're all fugitive slaves if we step outside our homes. Well, bless 'em. They're only off by 300 years, give or take a few decades, Aunt Zora responded lightly. They've never been accused of excessive intelligence. She and the girls were folding mended sheets and wriggling towels stiff from the clothesline. And if we're all slaves, how come you went working? She tossed a towel and a sidelong smile to Aunt Alice. The girls laughed. Aunt Alice didn't. The aunts were a trio for cello, flute, and piano, snapped strings, bent metal, and chipped keys. The sonorous rise and fall of Aunt Alice's raging laments. Aunt Zora, quick but calm, trying to soothe. Aunt Chloe telling stories of such fullness, and wonder that it almost covered the chaos. Almost. How come the princess had to stay there? Ao suddenly frowned in the middle of one favorite tale. How come she didn't just run away? Nowhere to go, lovey. Aunt Chloe shook her head. You gonna let me finish? Aunt Chloe had died. Was it 3 weeks ago? Zinger aches for her musical voice and gentle ways. For just one more story. Just one more thing. Blinking back hot tears, flexing chafed, singed wrists. Zinger takes the blade from Maisie, bends to work on the last cable around her legs. The traditions. Hums Dream. It's almost soothing. The TURA is, and it's not the volume that rips an answering sob from Elise, but the fact that it's unmistakably Aunt Alice's voice bellowing righteous fire through Dream's barely parted lips. Zinger covers her own mouth, the knife blade falling, forgotten. If I look into her eyes right now, who would I see? The traditions are UHAT sustain US and KEPUS PURE through all ADVERSATY. Without them, You are worse than those who would defile. Woe you. Shoot up, shut up, shut up. From the floor with Ellis on her lap, Ao claps both hands over her ears and screeches louder than both of them. Dream and Ellis fall silent. Zinger retrieves the knife, returns to her task, and to uninvited memories. Desiree was sneaking out or in when Aunt Alice caught her. It was inevitable. She was 15 or 16, maybe the oldest except for Dream, the last to come stay at the brownstone, and she had complained ceaselessly about having to live like a nun in a damn convent. Zinger had seen her with Mr. Miles when he brought the water. Once Zinger came out through the side door in time to see Desiree and Mr. Miles tumble, half undressed, from the back of his truck. Later, Desiree showed Zinger the gifts he'd brought her, half a bottle of whiskey and crumbly chocolates in a gold cardboard box. They think we're all liars. Dream speaks more quietly now, a different voice, pedantic, perfunctory, drained of passion. My education, my professionalism, my competence, my achievements didn't matter. Our violation is not an offense. It is impossible to rape or abuse black women because we are wanton, perverse, animalistic. Maisie lets loose an exultant hiss as Zinger steps free of her bonds. The basement door is locked. Maisie springs it with a practiced gesture, yet they all stand listening for long moments before Zinger turns the knob. The kitchen, every dish, pot, pan, and utensil on the floor, dented, cracked or bent, mired in spilled food, a feast for roaches. The table dead on its back, legs in the air beneath splintered chairs. The living room, upholstery bleeding stuffing, pictures torn and charred, books gutted, their spines cracked, loose pages drifting amid broken glass from electric lamps that hadn't shed light in years. Maisie and Zinger exchange looks. Maisie nods, begins looking for Elissa's rag doll. Ao takes Elissa's hand, leads her to their prearranged hiding place. The armoire in the foyer, the one piece of furniture still intact. Only Dream is smiling. Pure in fire. Made pure. Upstairs, smoke smell and silence. Aunt Zora's room is a shrine, holy and hushed. The bed quilt is immaculate as an altar cloth. Zinger wants to curl up on it and sleep in its peace and illusion of order. But there's no time. Next room. 8 blocks over, 5 blocks up, Aunt Zora had told them. Corey James had come over from Red Hook. Arnetta was sick again, asthma, bad like Aunt Chloe's. Aunt Zora on a healing mission, a personal redemption, hoping to do for Arnetta what she couldn't do for Aunt Chloe. Herbs and tinctures in a bag, boots on her feet. The gun she'd told Alice she'd sold hidden inside her coat. Aunt Zora never came back. The smell is unspeakable. Ashes, damp, death. In the blackened metal frame of Desiree's bed is a vaguely human shape beneath the charred and sodden quilts. Aunt Alice slumps in the chair beside the bed, dead eyes staring fiercely, tongue protruding between lips parted as if she would speak or scream. Brown skin and dull green upholstery caked with drying blood. Aunt Alice had caught them all by surprise. She had barely spoken since Aunt Chloe died, hadn't emerged from her room since Aunt Zora disappeared. Zinger tried to escape when she saw Desiree, fought past Aunt Alice, raced down the stairs. Then she heard Elissa's and Ao's cries from the basement. Not relief, not shock, not disgust, not sorrow. Just one more thing. Hussy Strut got bored one day, so she found a piece of chalk, and on the black sky, she drew a man. Nothing fancy. Stick body, stick arms and legs, short little sticks for hair on a round head, and that was Stick Man. Zinger deliberately keeps her body still as she speaks. Aunt Zora was like that. No wasted motion. Maisie scrapes a splinter of furniture against the concrete sill of the side door where the girls sit, hidden from the street. That's bad enough. Dream murmurs. All that's bad enough. Zinger looks at her sharply, But Dream is deep in some alternate tragedy. At least she's quiet. Right now, anyway. The truck comes bumping over potholes and broken asphalt, moving slowly to avoid junked cars or just junk in the street. Hussy strut made him. But you couldn't tell Stick Man that. Zinger resumes. Couldn't tell him nothing. He up in the sky looking at the whole world, and he thinks it's all for him. He greedy, so Hussy strut breaks him off a little piece of chalk, just to shut him up. Right away, Stick Man starts making his own people. More stick men, stick women, stick children. Anyone who could bought water from Mr. Miles. Real rich people's water was cleaner and came from farther away. Poland. Naya. Folks with no money at all collected rainwater in pans set on roofs and windowsills. None of them ever did anything new though, so after a while Hussy Strut got tired of watching them. Stick Man always trying to get Hussy Strut to pay him some mind, and she just walk on past, hips swinging from dawn to dusk and back. Stick Man Joneson hard just watching her walk. But when it's one of your own does you will. Dream groans softly. One of your own. Ao looks up from watching Elis calm knots into Brandon's matted yarn hair. Hussy Strut ever do it with Stick Man? I'll tell you later. Zinger is already walking toward the street. Mr. Miles sets the big plastic water bottles down on the sidewalk. Aunt Alice had never let him come into the house. Can you give us a ride up to Highland? Up to the water station. You know I ain't supposed to do that. Mr. Miles' round, pecan-colored face is sly, expectant. He barely glances at Zinger or the others. We could ride in the back. Nobody would see us. Yeah, I thought you all didn't go out. Gainst your religion or something. Mr. Miles scratches the back of his head impatiently. We go out. We're out now. Mr. Miles grunts in assent to the obvious. Where's your other sister? Out. Zinger takes a deep breath, pitches her voice low. Give us a ride, and I'll do anything you want, just like Desiree. He finally looks at her. Zinger has never thought much about it, but is suddenly defiantly glad of her 13-year-old skinny body, hard breasts butting under the bib of her overalls, yet wishes she had Desiree's curvy butt and graceful, lazy stroll. Mr. Miles looks her up and down, eyes like hot breath. Get in. I'm not a liar, and I'm not crazy. Dream croons. I'm not a liar, and I'm not crazy. Maisie leads Ao by the hand. Elissa's legs dangle as Ao carries her piggyback. Zinger walks painfully, one hand reflexively clamped to Dream's elbow. Eyes down, silent since they had left Mr. Miles at the water station just after dusk. Dream's soft sing-song mantra drifts in the space that Zinger's stories would have filled. They move carefully, balancing outright stealth with feigned nonchalance, trying to keep within the tree line without losing the highway. They've only seen one vehicle, a truck hauling wood. Aunt Gwen's is not too far, just 2 more exits, but patrollers cruise the routes out of the city. The patrollers are supposed to just watch their own neighborhoods since there's no more police, but everybody knows they go hunting for folks when things get slow. The side roads will be safer. Dream giggles, a light sound in the darkness. They bagged me. Black plastic. The only thing they got right was my name. Her laugh slows, crumbles to a sob. They don't know. They don't. Too loud. Maisie stops, shaking her head. Elis slides, trembling, from Ao's shoulders, trying to hide in plain sight. Jolted from her own thoughts, Zinger grabs Dream's shoulders. Too late. Dream slips to her knees, waiting. Nasty. Nasty. Shit smell. Mommy. It hurts. Mommy. My back. My tits. They hurt me. They hurt me. Clustered around Dream, the girls don't hear the car rolling toward them. Engine dead. Lights off. Don't see the men, some carrying ropes or basketball bats, silently surrounding them. A shout. Swift, heavy footsteps. Patrollers. In the moonlight, their faces are greedy and ghostly pale. Ao screams, backs away from the first attacker. Another swings her off her feet, laughing cruelly. Maisie shoves Ellis out of reach, lands one punch, then another. A bat slams into Maisie's ribs. She goes down hard. Ellis, running, is snatched up by her hair and dangles, shrieking. To more laughter. Zinger hauls Dream to her feet. Dream screams as many hands seize her, ripping her clothes. No, 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 not again. Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. Don't touch me. And Hussy Strut comes striding over the curve of the earth, with clear, cold fire snapping in her eyes, and carnival dancing toy round her head like raging laurels. The thunder of her footfall cracks the ground and the rock beneath. The men scramble, plead for sanctuary, but the rock cries out, no hiding place. Hussy Strut scoops the girls up in the crook of one arm, cradles them close, loops a glowing shaft of moonlight round her free hand. Carnival roars down the length of her arm, twining round the column of light, and splitting into 9 barbed tongues of flame as Hussy Strut pops the whip, a lash for every lie, every evil deed, every ill intention. Raped by cold light, rent by fire, the men scream, their skin flays to charred strips, scream louder than the hiss of their blood in the flames, scream till the whip cords wind round their straining throats, and Hussy Strut, smiling, jerks them silent. Crouched, trembling, eyes squeezed tight, Zinger pictures Aunt Gwen, the big house, the dogs, the shotgun behind the kitchen door. Safety, please. And Zinger opens her eyes, tries to shake clear of dreams that call her by name, her real name. She hasn't heard it in so long. And the voice is calm, insistent, and real. Dream kneels beside her in the grass, smoothing the disheveled braids away from Zinger's face. Most of Dream's clothing is gone. She wears only tights and shoes, but doesn't seem to notice. The night air is still and smells of apples. Zinger rises slowly, seeing Maisie bracing herself between Ao and Ellis. Ellis holds Brandon in one hand and one of Dream's shirts in the other. Aunt Gwen's is this way, says Dream. The big lady told me. Zinger stares at Dream, beyond stories, beyond words. Dream's eyes shift and flicker, but she stands to her full height. I did not, she says proudly, deceive my family, my advisors, or my people. She turns, takes 3 deliberate, unhurried strides between the trees, then waits for Zinger and the others to follow. She looked like she wandered away from a Mennonite farm, like she belonged to those women who gave bags of hand-me-downs to my mom. Her gingham dress hung to her ankles. It was a sly blue color, like a robin's egg in which a baby vulture slept. No prayer covering weighed down her hair, which swirled around her face in jagged wisps. Unlike those well-meaning Mennonite ladies, she held no bag filled with cast-offs for needy black kids. She came that summer bearing nothing in her hands, and she left with the bones of our dreams. I saw her first. We were practicing our lyrics in the underpass off Johnson Highway. Me, Trina, Vanessa, and Dee, the Cherry Street crew. Few cars traversed that old bridge, on the side of which someone misspelled hypnotize in chunky red graffiti. Back then, when we were girls, the underpass was our impromptu studio. No one bothered us as we recited our rhymes. Our voices echoed off the walls of the bridge, pure, steady. Our sneakers pounded gravel, dodging concrete that had fallen from the ceiling and bits of broken glass. I wasn't the best dancer in a group. I often stood off to the side, watching the feet of my girls, trying to learn the routines. That's when I looked up and saw her there, at the mouth of the underpass, watching, with nothing in her hands. It was June 1982 when she came. The summer after all those black kids were killed in Atlanta. I was 14 then. Although we lived in Wayne, Pennsylvania, a mill town some 800 miles north of the murders, we weren't allowed to walk to the store or ride our bikes alone. Too much blood had been spilled. If we wanted to play outside, we had to travel in groups. Most days after school, I hung out with Vanessa, Trina, and Dee. We were all the same age, except for Vanessa, who was a year older. Her nickname was V-Money. She did everybody's hair on the block, charging $5 for cornrows or a press. The four of us walked up and down the streets, restless. We were girls, so there wasn't much to do besides jumping rope or going to the store. A few years earlier, they played the first rap song on the radio, Rapper's Delight by the Sugar Hill Gang. You couldn't pass a stoop or barber shop that wasn't blasting that song from the speakers. I felt special because I carried my brother's boombox, a black Magnavox with removable speakers, even though we were just walking up and down the block, past lopsided row houses, past men lounging on stoops. Hey, Redbone, can I walk with you? Blasting Sugar Hill on our portable stereo, we felt like we were going somewhere. Trina started rapping first. She was soft-spoken, a pretty brown-skinned girl who slicked down her baby hair with black gel. One Saturday when we were heading to the corner store, she surprised us all when she began to rhyme. Standing on the corner yelling, "Young girl / yo girl, always on the go girl. You too old to hit on us. Tryna feel me up. When I'm at your sister's house, hands all up my blouse." Like what? She spit those verses really quick too, as if she had been holding it in for a while. Dee added a few lyrics of her own. "Young girl / yo girl, why you gotta go girl? How you grow up so fast? What you doing with all that ass?" Dee wasn't the brightest one in the group, but she was able to laugh at herself, which made her smarter than a lot of girls I knew. Her real name was Dorothea. I don't know what her mom was thinking to give a girl such a heavy name. A grown woman's name. I didn't know we could rap. Well, I knew we could, but I didn't know we were allowed to. All the voices barking through the speakers of my brother's Magnavox were loud, cocky, and male. Pretty soon, my friends and I started rapping on our daily trips up the block. We knew we were MCs. We just needed a name to make it official. We lived on Cherry Street, although there wasn't a fruit-bearing tree anywhere on our block. Naturally, we called ourselves the Cherry Street Crew. By the spring of 1982, we weren't some whack girls reciting lame lyrics. We were really good. So good our neighbor, Miss Iris, stopped us on our way home from school and asked us to perform at the block party she was organizing at the end of August. We were thrilled. Someone was requesting us to perform. V-Money said she could see us on stage one day. The first female rappers. This was way before the real Roxanne, before Jazzy Joyce, before MC Light, and Sultan Peepa ever blessed a mic. She came a few months later, a hot June afternoon that wilted my curls and slammed crickets into silence. I never saw her approach. I just looked up and she was standing there at the lip of the underpass. The other girls stopped dancing and turned to see what had my attention, taking in the stranger with her old-timey clothes. V-Money, the unofficial leader of our group, lowered the volume on the boombox and addressed the stranger. "What you want?" Our visitor didn't respond. Instead, she fingered the collar of her dress. Her black laced shoes made circles in the gravel. Dee tried a different tack. "Who is you?" she said, her voice echoing off the walls. "Kim," came the reply. It seemed as if the wind carried that one syllable across centuries to our ears. Although Kim didn't look much older than us, her voice held none of the marrow of youth. She seemed shy, but it was the shyness of perverts who ask young girls for directions from the window of their van. "What you want?" V-Money repeated. She moved out of the shadows to get a closer look at the stranger. The sun glinted off the silver dog-tag chain she always wore. The girl looked up as we approached, and I noticed her eyes. They were the same blue as her dress. Bottomless, The way I imagined manholes to be when you slid away the cover. You descended that airless playground of shadows and knew when you emerge, if you emerge, you'd never be the same. Nothing, she said, just wanted to watch. Take a picture, it'll last longer, I said. V-Money touched my arm. Cool out, Crystal, she said. She looked the white girl up and down, deciding. Finally, she said, you can watch, but you can't get on the mic. V-Money returned to our makeshift studio. Kim settled outside on a nearby rock. We should have ran her off then, but we didn't. My friends thought Kim was harmless. I knew she wasn't. Long before the carnage of the underpass, I sensed it. Some malevolence in the offbeat tapping of her feet, in the curve of her empty hands. As summer wore on, Kim became a familiar fixture at the bridge. Because I couldn't dance and often hung back while my friends practiced their moves, I wound up standing near her. During those times, Kim would try to coax me into conversation. Why are you unable to dance as well as the others? She asked. Not every black person has rhythm, you know. Ah, but you could if you tried. Who says I haven't? I said, growing annoyed. Dance, Crystal. Who is this white girl talking to? I faced her, ready to roll my eyes, and found myself staring into her bottomless blue ones. Heard the slow clatter as the manhole cover was dragged away, a clanging invitation to the shadowland beneath. Dance, little one. Had she given that command, or was I hearing things? From this distance, I got a better look at the pale teen who infiltrated my crew. Scalp gleamed through her brown hair. Deep lines were etched beneath her eyes and in her forehead, furrows that belonged on the face of a much older woman. What you sweeten for, Crystal? V-Money appeared at my side. I felt relieved at the bigger girl's presence. Ain't like you was over there jamming with us. What is jamming? Kim asked. I caught V-Money's glance, shot her a warning look. Don't let her in, V. But V-Money was amused at the strange girl's proper speech. Jamming is dancin'. She showed off a quick move. You know, gettin' down. Kim smiled then, the first smile I noticed since she appeared more than a month ago. Crystal was about to practice jamming with you. Quit lying. My hand itched to slap her. The next thing I knew, Dee and Trina were standing beside me. I doubt they heard the heat in my voice over the blaring boombox, so they must have sensed the tension. The white girl stood up, wiping dust from her dress. I'll show you, she said. I don't need lessons, I said. Especially not from you. Are you afraid, Crystal, that I can jam better than you? Kim's soft smile mocked my insecurity. Dee whistled at the taunt, and Trina craned her neck at me. My friends expected me to put the white girl in her place, or even initiate some B-girl battle. But I didn't want to battle Kim. I didn't know how to swing my hips on beat or move my feet in a complex choreographed rhythm. Hell, I had even gotten kicked off the junior choir because I didn't know how to sway. V-Money returned to the boombox and rewound the Africa Bambata instrumental they'd been dancing to. As I watched my friends make room for the stranger in the darkness of the underpass, in our spot, my face burned with some emotion I couldn't name. It seared my throat and settled like coal in my stomach. Even though she wore clunky shoes, Kim moved with grace. She swayed to the music. On beat, her shoes kicked gravel as she danced with a perverse familiarity, the steps I struggled to learn all summer. My girls stared as she undulated with some ancient rhythm, both eerie and divine. As my friends cheered her on, I tasted heat in my throat, and at once understood the nameless emotion churning in my gut. It was envy. A rift grew between me and my girls, but I didn't know how to mend it. Most afternoons, I found myself sitting on the rock, sullen, as my friends danced with Kim. They were so easily impressed by the white girl. It felt like a violation to hear them joke with her about ashy legs or their kitchen, which swelled in the summer heat. She didn't earn the right to laugh with us. The more I resented the white girl, the more she blossomed. Kim no longer wore the old-timey gingham dress she had on when I first spotted her. She and Trina were around the same size, so Trina gave her a trash bag full of old clothes, Gloria Vanderbilt jeans, and oversized tops. It felt as if their roles had switched. Kim was the needy Mennonite girl, and they were the benevolent black kids on a mission to save her. The final rupture in my circle wasn't caused by the weird white chick. It came from V-Money. She knocked on my door one day to borrow cherry Kool-Aid to dye her hair. We don't have any red. I stood behind the screen door, trying to decide if I should let her in. "What flavor y'all got?" she asked. "Purple, I think." "That'll work." When I didn't move, V-Money stared at me through the screen. "What's wrong with you, Crystal?" "Oh, I can't come in now." With a sigh, I opened the door. She followed me to the kitchen. My mom was at work, and my brother was out shooting hoops with his buddies. I rummaged through the drawer next to the stove until I found a packet of the powdered drink. As I turned to hand the makeshift hair dye to my friend, I almost dropped it in shock. V-Money was going bald. On most days, her red-stained tresses were nicely pressed, hanging down to her shoulders in a mushroom or swooped back in a trendy feathered style. Now swaths of scalp gleamed through her normally thick mane. I clenched the packet. "I don't think you should use this stuff anymore, V." She frowned. "Why not?" "It's breaking your hair off." "Girl, ain't nothing wrong with my head." She reached for the package, but I tossed it in the trash. "You been actin' real shady lately, Crystal." V-Money threw up her hand in a dismissive wave. "I'm not the shady one," I said. "Why don't you go borrow some Kool-Aid from Kim since she loves your naps so much?" I knew I had hurled the ultimate insult. Back then, talking about somebody's naps was akin to calling them black. V-Money glared at me, then stormed out of the kitchen. She paused at the screen door, her back to me. "You just got dismissed from the Cherry Street crew," she said. I froze a few inches from her. "You're kicking me out. I'm the best MC in the group." "You wish." I touched V-Money's arm. "Don't be like this, V." I hated the whine that crept into my voice. "We're going to be the first female rappers." "We still are." "But what about me?" V-Money turned to me with a smirk. "Work on your moves, Crystal. You a lightweight. You let a white girl show you up." I dropped my hand. Hurt. V-Money opened the door and headed out into the street. I stopped hanging out at the bridge and started writing lyrics in my bedroom. It's one thing for a teen girl to choose to be a loner, to cherish the solitude of her room among her books and DeBarge posters. It's another thing entirely to feel isolated. That's what happened after my blow-up with V-Money. My friends stopped accepting my calls, stopped yelling through my screen door to see if I wanted to walk to the pizza joint for a slice. More than the isolation, I feared something sinister was happening to my girls. Although V-Money could be bossy, she had never been deliberately cruel before. It was as if she had lost her compassion along with her hair. I would soon learn that V-Money's sudden baldness was a small thing compared to what befell Trina. I missed Trina's friendship the most. She was soft-spoken and introverted like me, so she understood the struggle of trying to fit in. Trina was also the one who started rapping first, who showed me that girls could rock the mic. I needed to talk to her. Trina lived exactly 10 houses away, but I didn't want to knock on her front door. I walked down the back alley to avoid the stares of the neighborhood kids who had probably heard about the dissolution of the Cherry Street crew. Trina stood in her yard, her back to me, wearing a brim hat as she swept the narrow driveway. I paused as I approached, puzzled by the pants and long-sleeved shirt she wore, clothes that were much too hot for the summer day. "Hey, Trina." She looked around quickly, as if she'd been caught doing something obscene. My hand, raised in greeting, hesitated midair. Trina's skin was turning white. Even with the straw hat shielding her face, the gruesome transformation was hard to hide. Her normally smooth dark skin, which had not suffered the curse of teen pimples like mine, was riddled with large pale blotches. Trina turned away, sweeping harder. "Are you okay?" I walked around to face her, concerned. "What happened to your skin?" I'm fine. You don't look fine. You look sick. She raised her head, challenging me with a look. Her eyes were as lifeless as the broom in her hand. Your face didn't look like that a few weeks ago. Maybe you should go. No, maybe you should go, Crystal. She lifted her broom, as if to strike. I wasn't scared, just sad and confused. Trina had never raised her voice or anything else at me. I backed out of the driveway, haunted by her sneer and fading skin. I didn't have anyone to talk to about my fears. Summer, once sweet and full of harmony, dragged on like some wounded animal too ornery to die. I rode my Huffy up and down the streets, looking for a distraction. What I found one afternoon as I cruised past the basketball court stunned me. It was a rinky-dink court on Arch Street in the rough part of town, as if the entire town of Wayne wasn't rough, wasn't scalloped by slanting row houses and shabby storefronts. In spite of its location, the basketball court was the informal community center. Sweaty boys in nylon shorts flexed on the macadam, showing off their jump shot. Girls in miniskirts and jelly shoes stood around talking to their friends, trying not to be impressed. As I rode past the court, I saw something that almost knocked me off my Huffy. Kim rested against the chain-link fence that enclosed the basketball court. She was talking to Manuel and Leather, two brothers who we considered the finest boys on the block, with dark skin and hazel eyes. I slowed my bike to get a better look. I was so used to seeing the white girl beneath the bridge, it was as if she lived there. The sight of her out in the open, in my community, unnerved me. She lounged confidently against the fence as she flirted with the neighborhood boys. Her slim hips were encased in Gloria Vanderbilt jeans. A halter and Phyllis completed the look. Trina's cast-offs. Kim's once brittle brown hair was thick and curled into a sleek mushroom style. Not the look worn on Charlie's Angels, but the style a neighborhood girl would rock, with asymmetrical angels. But for her pale skin, Kim could have been one of us. Anger flooded my chest. As if sensing my disgust, Kim looked up, locking eyes with me. She was no longer a mousy Mennonite girl who had wandered into our lives. She was alluring. She gave me a knowing look, tinged with cockiness and something darker. Assurance, maybe. I glared at her as I tried to swallow the rancor burning my throat. It was then that I noticed something shimmering around her neck. It was V Money's dog tag. Miss Iris was hanging wash on the clothesline in her yard when I walked my bike down the back alley that led to my house. I felt hot and defeated. Afternoon, Crystal. Miss Iris called when she spotted me. Several wooden clothespins were clipped to her blouse. How you enjoying summer vacation? Fine. Noticing my glum look, she said, school ain't starting tomorrow. You got a few more weeks yet. I liked Miss Iris. Although she was in her mid-40s, she had a youthful laugh. Her long ponytail hung to the middle of her back, fastened with a purple ribbon. Miss Iris didn't socialize with the other ladies on the block. She was a loner in her own right, quilting on the front stoop or tending the flowers she grew in her backyard. Miss Iris glanced around. Where are your girlfriends? I shrugged. I don't know. Y'all ain't had a falling out, have you? The block party is right around the corner. I won't be there. I got kicked out of the Cherry Street crew, I said. Miss Iris slung a pair of jeans on the line and pinned them. Then she sat on a bench near her garden and patted the spot next to her. I joined her. Sorry to hear that, Crystal, she said. You got talent. That's why I asked you to rap at the block party. Her words made me smile, in spite of my weariness. But then I remembered the source of my sorrow. My friends are changing, Miss Iris. They're at that age, sweetie. It's called growing up. No, this feels wrong. I told her everything, about the pale girl named Kim who appeared at the beginning of summer, like some strange bird who carried corruption beneath her wing. Miss Iris nodded as I began my tale. Then the color drained from her face when I described V Money's thinning hair and Trina's palsied skin. She stared into the distance when I finished, toying with her long braid. When Miss Iris finally spoke again, her voice was just above a whisper. She came back. I tilted my head, puzzled at the fear that suddenly gripped my older neighbor. Who came back? Kim. But she wasn't calling herself that in 1952, when I was your age. Back then, her name was Madeleine. Madeleine? How old was she? I asked, skeptical. She looked to be about 15, same age I was. I did some quick calculations in my head. If Kim, Madeleine, was 15 in 1952, she'd be 45 now. I said, no disrespect, Miss Iris, but the girl I know doesn't look like an old woman. That's because she's not an old woman. She's not a woman at all. Or a girl. What is she? Miss Iris gazed at me, trying to decide if I could handle the weight of her next words. A leech. A soul gobbler, she said. Long before that bridge was built on Johnson Highway, it was a clearing. We used to hang out there when we was kids. Back then, it was a quiet place in the woods where we could go to dance and sing. Be free. My neighbor closed her eyes in remembrance. Our parents were real strict. We couldn't go to parties. At least not the girls. We went to a Mennonite camp every summer, learning how to quilt, make preserves, be good wives. I thought of the blue gingham dress Kim wore when she first appeared, the black lace shoes, the costume of holiness. In '52, they showed kids dancing on TV for the first time, a program called Bandstand, Miss Iris said. Bandstand was a bunch of white kids doing the jitterbug. The Lindy, they didn't let black kids in the audience. They was playing our music and dancing to our songs, but they wouldn't let us on TV. Some white kids even asked black kids to teach them new steps. Then, when they got the moves down, they would go right back and tape that show and act like they came up with those dances. What does that have to do with Kim, Madeleine? I didn't want to interrupt the older woman, but her rambling made me wonder if she had a screw loose. Like I said, we used to sneak off to the clearing to dance. Me and my 3 friends, Annie, Beverly, and Gail. We made up our own steps. They didn't have any names. Miss Iris smiled to herself. After school, the other kids would gather around and ask us to perform. We was doing something new. According to Miss Iris, her crew's plan was to integrate Bandstand. The 4 girls were going to sneak down to Philly for a taping and do their bold new dances in the street outside the studio until someone turned a camera on them. But they never got the chance. One day, when we was rehearsing in the clearing, I looked up, and there she was, Madeleine. I never heard her coming. She just appeared, wearing a dress down to her ankles, all that blue, walking out from behind the trees, like she was the police or something. Scared us something terrible. We stopped dancing, but she told us to keep on, said she just wanted to watch. As hot as the August afternoon was, my hands felt cold. I rubbed them on my shorts, trying to warm them, as I listened to Miss Iris' haunting tale. She hung out there with us, learning our dances. I didn't trust her. She didn't act like no Mennonite girl I ever knew. Her hands was as smooth as a baby's, like she wasn't used to no hard work, milking, canning, quilting. My friends thought I was just jealous. What's the harm in letting her watch? Annie used to ask. Sweet Annie. She was the best dancer out of all of us. Would have been a star if... Her voice trailed off. That if chilled me. I suddenly grew fearful for my own friends. What happened to your friends, Miss Iris? I asked. Madeleine happened. Killed them. The words lingered in the air for a few moments, competing with the musky scent of her marigolds. Oh, I can't prove it, she said, but she did. They was healthy teenage girls, strong as an ox. But the longer she hung around, the weaker they got. Hair falling out, skin spotty. One day I looked for them in the clearing, and they was gone. Some people thought they ran off because their folks was too strict. But you didn't believe it. Do lightning bugs glow in the daytime? Miss Iris gave a sharp laugh, twisting her ponytail around a finger. I think there are 3 graves back there in that clearing. Why 3 graves and not 4? I wondered. As if sensing the unasked question, the older woman said, "She would have killed me too, but I put a freezer spell on her." "A what?" "A freezer spell. It gets rid of your enemies. My grandma Hattie was a conjure woman. I learned about spells from her." She lowered her voice. "I shouldn't even be telling you this. Folks think it's witchcraft." I sat in silence, trying to digest my neighbor's bizarre revelation. Maybe Kim was a leech, like Miss Iris said. A soul gobbler. Some wicked entity that returned to the clearing every 30 years in search of new blood. Black girl blood. Not blood, necessarily. Rhythm. A carefree cadence. Whatever she was, I had to stop her before the same fate befell the Cherry Street crew. "Show me how to make the freezer spell, Miss Iris." The older woman smiled sadly. "Maybe," she said. "Lot of good it did me." Thought Madeline was gone for good, but you can't out-trick the trickster. One day I looked up, and she was on bandstand, smiling in the camera, doing our dances. The ones with no names. My girls were gone. Annie, Bev, and Gail. Not even a bone remained. As soon as Miss Iris finished her story, my mom pulled into our driveway, home from work. She looked surprised to see me sitting in our neighbor's yard because I didn't talk much with the older women on our block. Figuring I was being a nuisance, she called me inside to start dinner. I stood at the sink soaking chicken liver in milk, mulling over my plan. Miss Iris told me to come by the next day, and she would write the freezer spell instructions for me. I was desperate. I needed something that would banish Kim back to the vulture's egg she hatched from. "Little one." I froze. My mom stood behind me, phone in hand. I hadn't even heard it ring. "It's Dee," she said. "I'll take it in your room," I said, trying to keep my voice from trembling. I bounded up the stairs to my mother's bedroom. Dee and I hadn't spoken in several weeks. Maybe she had come to her senses. Hopefully, she would believe me when I told her what I learned about Kim. I grabbed the phone from my mom's nightstand. "Dee, I'm so glad you called, girl." "What's up, Crystal?" My friend didn't sound like herself. Her voice was muffled and thick. "We need to talk about Kim." "What about her?" "She's not who she says she is." "Really? Who is she?" I gripped the cord, staring down the dark hallway. "I can't talk right now," I said. "Can you come over tomorrow?" "I can meet tonight. Come out to our spot." Our spot. I hadn't been to the underpass in a while, and it certainly didn't feel like home anymore. "What time?" I asked. 9. I frowned. There were no street lights near the underpass. We were still living in the shadow of the murdered Atlanta kids. Dee knew my mom didn't want me walking by myself after dark. Miss Iris' words rang in my ear. "You can't out-trick the trickster. Stop trippin', Dorina," I said. "You know my mom won't let me go out by myself that late." "Sneak out then," came the reply. "This isn't Dee," I said, feeling sick. "Not the Dee I know. Her name is Dorothea, not Dorina." There was a hissing sound on the other end. I held the phone away from my ear. "I know your name," I said. Downstairs, I heard my mom rise from the sofa. "Everything all right up there? Cries?" she called. The voice on the other end laughed. "Who am I?" "Madeline," I said, slamming down the phone. "Freeze-your-sp-ill. Mason jar. Paper. Water. Salt. Black candle. Write your enemy's name on the paper. Fold paper 3 times. Fill mason jar with water. Add 3 heaping tablespoons salt. Place paper in the jar of salt water. Seal the jar and drip black wax on the lid. Place jar in freezer and don't remove. Imagine your enemy disappearing from your life." The spell seemed simple enough, not the sorcery I expected that included chanting in the blood of animals. "Most important, you got to believe it will work," Miss Iris said when I went over to get the instructions. "Ain't no hoodoo on earth will work if you don't believe." When I stepped out of her back door and headed home, I felt older, as if I had aged 10 years at her kitchen counter. The feeling followed me down the back stairs of my row house and into the basement, where I plucked a mason jar off the shelf. Standing at the sink, I filled the jar with water, pouring in 3 tablespoons of salt until the crystals swirled in the glass. Upstairs in my bedroom, I tore a sheet of paper from my notebook, the one I used to write lyrics in. With a magic marker, I wrote Kiem in big black letters on one side. For good measure, I wrote Nadlean on the other side. Then I folded the paper 3 times and dropped it into the salt water. As I lit the black candle, I felt a chill. It was noon, a breezeless day in late August. My mom and brother were at work. I was alone. I closed my bedroom door and locked it. I stared into the full-length mirror hanging on the back of my door, at the girl holding the candle, looking as if she were on her way to some dark mass. As the candle burned, I tilted it, dripping wax like black tears on the lid of the jar. I suddenly had the urge to chant, to say some magic words. The spell didn't mention chanting, and I wanted to follow the instructions to the letter. I didn't want her to come back. Kim, Madeleine. But I needed to give her a proper send-off, the Cherry Street Crew way. My name is Crystal, but they call me Sea Magic, like a magician. Make a wish and poof, I appear. Crystal clear. Straight to hell below, I'm sending all foes. Biting off me and my friends, especially this leech named Kim. The bedroom door blew open, shattering the mirror behind it. Shards of glass sprayed the room, pricking my arm. I screamed, dropping the mason jar. Liquid sloshed as the jar hit the carpet and rolled beneath my bed. A wind seemed to swell from inside the room. It billowed, blowing out the candle. The notebook fell open, pages rippling. You can't take my songs, I shouted above the tempest raging in my tiny bedroom, a churning that whipped my hair back from my face. I tried to sound brave, but I was terrified. You got to believe it will work, Miss Iris had said. Ain't no hoodoo on earth will work for you if you don't believe. The freezer spell said to imagine your enemy disappearing from your life. I grabbed the jar of salt water from beneath the bed, as if it were a boy in a dark and royal sea. Clutching it to my chest, I closed my eyes and imagined Kim. Not with her B-girl clothes and trendy hairstyle. I imagined her as she looked the first time she appeared beneath the bridge. Frail, thinning hair, draped in a gingham dress. I focused on the strong wind in my bedroom. I saw it whipping through the passageway where we used to rap. It kicked up gravel in the white girl's face, blowing her around like a doll. She tried to hold on to the walls of the underpass, her nails scraping the concrete until they were bloody, but she was no match for the wind. It swept her down the road and up, over the trees, out of our lives. The room fell silent. The curtain fluttered, as if waving goodbye to an unseen presence. Then the wind abated. I looked out the window. Trina, D, and V Money were riding their bikes up Cherry Street. I knew of only one place they could be headed. Wait up, y'all. I called out the window. Wait for me. I hopped on my Huffy, pedaling up the block. My girls were back. Something happened in my bedroom to free them from Kim's grip. I was sure of it. I whistled as I rode up Johnson Highway, passing 2 boys walking on the shoulder carrying fishing rods. It seemed like just another summer's day in Wing. I cruised down the pebbly path that led to the underpass. It used to be a clearing, Miss Iris said, but it became a burial ground for black girls who dared to be free. Yum girl / yo girl. Why you gotta go, girl? I heard my friends before I saw them. I pedaled faster, eager for a reunion. I parked my bike a few feet from the underpass, engaging the kickstand. The gesture seemed like an announcement. I'm home. Trina, D, and V Money held hands in a circle, as if playing some ring game. I glanced around, expecting to see her. Kim. No one else was there. What's up, ladies? I said. My voice echoed off the walls. I paused. Something didn't feel right. My friends continued to stand in the circle as if they hadn't heard me. Y'all still mad? I wanted to venture further into the underpass, but I couldn't move. I gazed at my three friends as they huddled, then down at their feet. My eyes widened. Four shadows slanted on the ground. Young girl / yo girl, young girl / yo girl, young girl / yo girl. The girls chanted robotically. I backed away from the entrance, shaken. A breeze rippled inside the underpass, surging through the circle. My friends collapsed, seeming to disintegrate before my eyes like mannequins in a furnace. 1 minute, they were hunched together, holding hands. The next minute, their clothes were crumpled in a heap in the dirt. Little one, I cried out, losing my balance, and landed on my butt. Kim loomed at the opposite end of the underpass. She was clad in her blue gingham dress, bigger than ever. "Are you ready to dance?" she said, gliding across the gravel. Her hair coiled around her head like a nest of snakes. I pushed myself backwards in the dirt, away from the entity bearing down on me. Kim crossed a span of 30 feet in seconds. She hovered over me, a bird of prey diving from a precipice. Her face was lineless, like a young girl's. Her blue eyes were wide with lust. "Dance, little one." My knees locked together as my body rose against my will. Kim would get her wish after all. Deep sadness engulfed me. Not only would I die at the hands of the soul gobbler, but I'd be forced to perform for her before she killed me. I don't know why the story, The Valley of Dry Bones, came to me at that moment. Maybe it was the sound of my knees snapping to attention at the white girl's command. Although I had gotten kicked out of youth choir because I didn't know how to sway, I still remembered that biblical story from the book of Ezekiel. "Come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain, that they may live." Before my mind could process what I was doing, I called out, "Annie, Beverly, Gail, come forth." Kim looked uncertain, surprised at the sudden boldness that replaced my cowering. Then her face shook with fury. Her normally pale skin pulsed with crimson. "Annie, Beverly, Gail, rise up," I said. "No," commanded. "Rise up. Do your dance." My words seemed to hang in the air, powerless as dust. Then the clothes once worn by Trina, D, and V Money shuddered on the ground. Jeans and oversized tops ballooned, then legs and arms appeared in the openings. The air in front of me vibrated, as if stretching to accommodate this bizarre rebirth. The bodies sat up suddenly. I didn't recognize the faces of the teens, who wore pompadours and old-timey hairdos, but I knew they were Miss Iris' slain friends. Kim watched the resurrection, incredulous. Her blue eyes narrowed with rage. But beneath the anger, I detected a gleam of fear. I dragged myself backwards to a tree, struggling to rise. Unseen fingers still had a grip on my legs. "Let me go," I shouted at Kim. "No," she said. "I collected you, all of you." The girls still sat in the dust, a blank look on their faces, as if wondering why they had been summoned from the sleep of 3 decades. "I know what you are, a soul gobbler, but you'll never steal mine," I said to Kim. Turning to Annie, Beverly, and Gail, I said, "Rise up, do your dance." I felt like an MC at a party, trying to move a stubborn crowd. As the teens rose shakily to their feet, the invisible rope around my legs snapped. Kim howled in fury as the girls began to sway. The wind kicked up harder than before, ripping out my hoop earring. Dirt stung my eyes, but I held on to the tree. It was my power against Kim's power, my conjuring against hers. I had brought something back to life, something she had stolen and ruined. As the ground hummed beneath the leaping feet of Miss Iris' friends, I knew I had won. Maybe it was my defiance, or the sight of the dancing dead girls, that finally destroyed Kim. As I watched, sickened, she began to melt. Her eyes receded into their sockets. Her youthful skin cracked and peeled in long strips. Her lustrous hair thinned until scalp was visible, a decaying field of pink. Her blue dress began to smoke at the hem, growing into an inferno that consumed her until she was nothing but ashes on the wind. The area once known as the clearing fell quiet. A thudding sound startled me. The dead teens had disappeared. There was nothing left but a pile of bones and discarded clothes. I limped down the passageway, hesitant at first, then walking faster as I regained strength in my legs. Something glittered atop the mound of clothing. V-Money's dog tag. My eyes filled with tears as I picked up the chain once worn by my friend, leader of the Cherry Street crew. My girls would never know the feeling of standing on stage at sold-out arenas, of captivating crowds with words. Maybe one day I would. I fastened the dog tag around my neck and then set about the long task of collecting the bones. The landscape of western Kansas lends itself well to conspiracy theories and apocalyptic visions. The plains, vast and windswept, bending imperceptibly to the horizon. The small towns, unmoored from the highway, like ships cast adrift on a fathomless sea of grain, with silos and brick church steeples their only masts. I saw a lot of it as my parents drove me back and forth after the divorce. My mom moved to Kansas City, my dad to a little town north of Boulder. The kind of place where you can still get your teeth knocked out by a cowboy, if you put your mind to it, he liked to say. They split custody, so I spent a lot of time in the passenger seat of one car or another, driving those long blank miles that stretched between the relative civilization of Topeka and Denver. I spent the school year with my mom, my dad driving into town for the occasional weekend, when we would stay in a hotel and eat ice cream and waffles for just about every meal. During the summer or on holiday breaks, he would pick me up and take me west, stopping at gas stations along the way to buy slushies. Don't tell your mom, with a conspiratorial wink in my direction, or at the Dinosaur Museum in Fort Hays. When Mom was driving me back, it was never anything but my forehead pressed against the cool window glass, watching the alternating signs condemning abortion, promising eternal damnation, or advertising sex shops. When I was a little girl, we had lived in one of those tiny towns that we passed along I-70, with their football fields pressed tight up against the highway. I could remember a house and a yard, a tire swing hanging from the branches of a tree, the golden sunlight, and skin-flaying wind that came with life out in the western plains. I could remember my older sister Danielle, only barely. She was a blur of brown hair and freckles, as tall as my mom, with a barking laugh that seemed to echo. I was 6 years old when she died, and my parents divorced within 7 months. Years later, I would look up the divorce rates for couples who have lost a child and find that it was much lower than I had been led to believe by counselors and self-help books. Only about 16%, and most of them said that there were problems in the marriage long before the child died. Were there problems in my parents' marriage? I never asked, and they never told me. Of course, Danielle didn't just die, either. That would have been one thing. This was something much worse. While snake handlers and the like tend to stay down in Oklahoma and farther south, western Kansas has been home to more than its fair share of fire and brimstone revivals, to preachers spewing admonitions about the end of days, not to mention less prosaic cults. The people who planned the bombings of abortion clinics in Wichita in 1993 got their start here, and so did Edward Murray and his Dynamo Electric Messiah, and the Increase brothers, who claimed that the Garden of Eden had, in fact, been located just a few miles outside of the little town of Lebanon, Kansas. And of course, most infamously, Damien Hesher and the Spiritus Atum Spirarum, which Hesher claimed translated to the breath of the spheres, though that's probably a little loose. The Spiritus would have been a nothing cult, a footnote in the history of the region's odd beliefs, had it not been for one afternoon in 1987, when Hesher and a bunch of his cronies kidnapped a bus full of 7 high school kids and their coach as it was on its way back from a debate championship in Manhattan, Kansas. One of those kids was Danielle. Hesher and his followers forced her and the others into a beat-up RV, leaving the bus driver where he sat on the shoulder of I-70, with the added gift of a sucking chest wound from a double-barreled shotgun. Then they drove to a little rest stop west of Topeka, situated on a limestone outcropping where I-70 split, its top crowned with spidery scrub trees. That rest stop was where my sister died, and we drove past it every time my parents ferried me back and forth from Kansas City to Colorado. By that time, though, the turnoff leading to it had been stoppered with blue wooden sawhorses and concrete blocks that had previously been highway dividers. The brown sign that once said "Rest Stop" plastered over with other official signage, white with black letters spelling out 2 simple words: "No Exite." Maybe it would have been enough if Hesher and his followers had just killed the handful of kids they took from that bus. Certainly, it would have made the national news, maybe even gotten a few books written about it. But it probably wouldn't have closed down the rest stop forever. It took something special for that. The kids weren't just killed. They were torn apart. Limbs and guts and heads and whatever else strewn all over the place, like something from a Halloween haunted house. They say that the blood soaked into the parking area and wouldn't ever come clean. At least one of the kids threw themselves from the limestone cliff and smashed on the rocks below, rather than face whatever reckoning was taking place at that rest stop. The coach managed to crawl some 20 yards from the parked RV where the slaughter began, albeit leaving parts of his legs behind as he did. The crime scene photos were all dark and blurry. They reminded me of photos of Bigfoot or cattle mutilations, nothing in them identifiable except by its vague shape. The RV parked in the lot of the rest stop, and on its door, painted in what looked like blood, an image of a circle being pierced by a line from above. Not all the bodies were ever even accounted for, and there was a period of time when the police entertained the idea that some of the kids had managed to escape, that they might just show up, blood-stained and in shock, standing by the side of the highway. A time when Danielle was simply missing instead of presumed dead. It's impossible not to wonder how the story would have gone differently if Hesher and his crew had survived to stand trial, but when authorities arrived, they found Hesher and all of his followers dead inside the RV, symbols carved into their skin, their throats cut. Murder/suicide was the official conclusion, though I found a coroner's report that had been excised from the public record, performed, according to the official account, by a junior medical examiner who had been too shaken by the grisly scene to render an accurate verdict, that said Hesher and his people had died sometime before most of the other victims. Even leaving that report aside, it was difficult to square up the crime scene with the murders themselves. Though obvious acts of cannibalism had been performed on the victims, no human remains were found in the digestive tracts of either Hesher or his followers. For a while, the authorities sought other accomplices who had fled the scene rather than participate in the cult's mass suicide, eventually chalking the partially devoured state of the bodies up to the depredations of scavengers. My parents never talked about what happened, not with reporters and not with me. If they ever talked about it between themselves, as I know they must have, I never overheard it. I would wonder later if they were trying to protect me by never speaking of it. The satanic panic was still going strong when the murders were committed, and there was a media frenzy surrounding the slaughter for months, with local and national news stations trotting out stories of animal sacrifices, kidnappings that predated the murders, and, of course, other, more salacious stuff. A few years later, Unsolved Mysteries even ran a segment and called my parents, who refused to comment or appear on the show. Being in the crosshairs of that kind of hyperbolic attention would be hard enough on grieving parents, let alone a confused kid. Maybe by the time public interest in the murders faded, my parents had decided that it was easier to ignore what had happened than it was to face it, leaving me alone to take the opposite route. The proximity of the murders was what kept me at Q when I went to college, even though my dad could have gotten me reduced tuition at TU Boulder, where he was teaching by then. From KU, I could go around to those local stations that were still extant and go through their archives for any old footage about the murders. I probably read every newspaper article ever printed on the subject, police reports, autopsies, anything that I could get my hands on. When my parents divorced, my mom switched my name and hers back to her maiden name, and though she changed hers again when she married a man named Dale years later, I kept the old one. So there was nothing left to tie me to Danielle in most people's eyes. I could check out books about the murders from the library, request newspaper stories on microfiche, ask around at news stations, and nobody would think I was anything but a morbid kid with a curiosity about a grisly local crime that had taken on the proportions of urban myth. Most of the time, anyone who reported on the killings was content to conjecture wildly about Hescher's motives and the beliefs and practices of the Spiritus Aetum Sperarum. Hardly anyone bothered to read the admittedly nigh unreadable book that Hescher had written and self-published under the unhelpful title Wizard's Ashes. The book cover was simple, dominated by a drawing of a red circle being pierced by a line from above, done in a style like calligraphy. That was on the original edition. After the murders, it was picked back up by a small press called Hex Books and reissued under a new title, The Breath of the Spheres, Secrets of the Spiritus Aetum Sperarum, which attempted to market it as a true book of dark spirituality in order to cash in on the notoriety generated by Hescher's crimes. That book's cover featured a blurry and distorted photo of Hescher himself, as he had been found by police when they raided the RV, a cow skull on his head that had been denuded of its horns and carved out inside so that it covered his face like a mask. That was the version I read, complete with typographical errors and pages that didn't always line up correctly with the margins. It contained a brief and completely fictitious biographical sketch of Damien Hescher in the About the Author portion at the back of the book. In reality, Damien Hescher had been born in Topeka and had lived his entire life in Kansas. Starting out as Jeremy Miller, he had legally changed his name when he turned 21, the same time he started the Spiritus Aetum Sperarum. All that I learned from other sources. From his book, I learned that the place where my sister was murdered hadn't been chosen randomly. While Hescher's book didn't lay out the specifics of the killing spree, it was full of distressing hints. Hescher was clearly obsessed with the rest stop, which he referred to in the book not only by number but by latitude and longitude. He called it a thin place and said that it was somewhere that communion was possible if the proper sacrifice was on hand. According to Hescher, it wasn't the first time that blood had been spilled on that very ground. In the book, he told a story about a family called the Millers. No accident, perhaps, that they shared his own born surname, who had diverged from the Oregon Trail and found themselves on that same limestone outcropping where the rest stop would eventually be built. By Hescher's account, their wagon wheel broke on that spot, and they didn't have another one to replace it. What led them from that predicament to what came next is unclear, but he wrote that they took the broken wheel and laid it on the ground, and from there they drew lines, extending the spokes of the wheel outward and outward, decorating them with orbs, sometimes drawn in the dirt, sometimes represented by the smoothest rocks they could find in the surrounding cliffs and gullies. Then they sat down among the lines and spheres, and they ate themselves. Not the desperate, no other choice cannibalism of the Donner Party. Intentional, premeditated anthropophagy. The why of it was tougher to pin down than the what. Hescher's writing was rambling, inconsistent, littered with typos and odd grammatical choices, the voice constantly changing, as though the book had been written by diverse hands. What was clear was that Hescher believed that the earth was filled with what he sometimes called abysses, and other times spheres. Not hollow, he wrote, as an egg might be hollow, but carved out, digged full of holes, as a cork or a nest. There was no heaven or hell, according to Hescher, no higher power and no lower one, but in these holes there were entities who could do things, and sometimes they would whisper to those of us who lived above, as they had to the Millers, as they did to him. These were what he was planning to commune with when he killed my sister and her classmates. "Eternity is a cruel thing," he wrote, "but long-lastingness is within our grasp if we are willing to sacrifice much. Being a man is a thing that we can easily cast off if we are willing to reach past our own bodies to what lies beneath. What scuttles in the shadows when the light of the sun is turned off? Why would we dream that we have seen but the tip of its great limb? It is in the shadow of the world, and it is in the shadow of our hearts. If we open ourselves up to the breath of the abyss, we will hear it whisper our name." Given my preoccupation with the circumstances of Danielle's death, I don't know why it took me so long to go to the crime scene. By the time I did, I had graduated from college, taking a job as a file clerk at a Kansas City law firm, pushing wheeled carts down long aisles in the dim basement of a tall building. My dad had been in and out of the hospital with colon cancer, and I had driven my old Passat out to Boulder easily more than a dozen times to visit him, passing by the rest stop and the no exit sign each time I did. I think maybe I put off visiting it because I knew that there wouldn't be anything left after that. Danielle was gone. Hesher and his people were in the ground. I had read everything I could find, watched everything there was to watch. My parents never spoke about it, and I never got up the nerve to ask. The rest stop would be the last place I could go to feel closer to Danielle, to make her something more than a fading memory. Legend tripping is what they call it, I guess, and I could tell before I saw much else that I wasn't the first to make the journey. I moved the blue-painted sawhorses, but parked my Passat next to the chunks of concrete, hiking the rest of the way up to the top of the limestone hill, topped with a line of scrub trees that circled it like a crown. From the highway, the restroom building and the rotted remains of the picnic shelters didn't look much different from their brethren at other, less neglected stops. Up close, though, I could see that they had been visited by graffiti in all its varied forms, from pentagrams and inverted crosses to swastikas, declarations of love, and crude drawings of male and female genitalia. Some aspiring graffiti artist had even done their homework. A red circle pierced by a line was spray-painted onto the sidewalk directly in front of the restrooms, in the spot where you would stand to look at the map behind the plexiglass, if such a map were still present, instead of an empty box with webs in the corners and the dried-up bodies of dead spiders collecting at the bottom. In the light of the setting sun, I could see stains on the overgrown parking lot, though whether they were made by oil or blood, it was impossible to tell. Some of the picnic shelters were missing their roofs, others their picnic tables. All of them had suffered more from the years of neglect than the restrooms had, the wood splintering and breaking apart, while the tan brick of the restroom building simply faded. The door marked "Women" was oddly difficult to open, like there was something behind it, holding it shut, but not anything substantial. Shining my flashlight into the dark on the other side, I saw why. The restroom had probably never been very tidy or welcoming. It was the same as the ones in every other rest stop I had ever visited. Concrete floors, windows set high in the walls to let in what little light could force its way past the dust-coated plexiglass, a trio of metal stalls, and boxy troughs for sinks. I knew such rest stop bathrooms well from my many pilgrimages along I-70, and was familiar with them as homes for dead leaves, dead bugs, cobwebs, and dust. But this one was positively festooned with spider webs. It was as if the decorator for an old Gothic horror film had gone to town, but had never been told to stop. The webs filled the room with such proliferation as to make no sense. No insect could ever penetrate them deeply enough for any but the ones nearest the door to catch any prey, and yet they filled every space, the strands sometimes the monofilament thickness that I was used to in spiders' webs, other times reaching a ropey girth that called to mind alien slime, or the webs of mutant spiders from the movies. These were what had made forcing the door open feel like fighting my way past marshmallow fluff, and as I flashed my light across the sticky strands, I thought I saw something black, something much too big to be an insect, and too malformed to be human. It let out a mewling sound, and I stumbled back, the door swinging shut behind me. Or had I gone through a door after all? The light on the other side seemed changed in some subtle way, the setting sun painting the sky with the radiation glow of a post-apocalyptic future. That wasn't all that had changed either. There was an RV in the parking lot that hadn't been there before, one that looked all too familiar, down to the circle being pierced by the line daubed onto the door in something too dark to be paint. All around me, it seemed that the trees were moving closer whenever I wasn't looking. I imagined them turning upside down, their branches becoming spidery legs on which they crept nearer, only to plant themselves again, head down in the dirt, whenever my eyes swept across them. For all that I told myself it was a panic response, a trick of the mind, there was no denying that when I looked again, what had been 30 paces from the picnic shelters became 20, 20 became 10. With the trees closing in, I don't know why I thought the RV was a safer place to be, but I found myself standing in front of its door nevertheless. On the other side I could hear sounds, voices whispering, and something else. The sound of a dozen blades sawing flesh. The door had a handle, the kind that turns downward, a line piercing a circle into the earth, and I turned it and the door opened outward, and from inside came the reptile house smell of pennies and fresh soil. Inside was Damien Hesher. On his head he wore that same cow skull, its teeth and horns missing, transforming it into something else, the helmet of a cyclops, the head of an insect. On his hands he wore claws made from the bones of small animals, the same claws he had used, according to the coroner's report, to tear out his own throat, though I saw now that those claws were unstained by blood. His neck was still a bloody, ragged wound, though something now moved inside it, working open and closed. "Eternity is a cruel thing," are the only words he said to me, the sounds coming not from where his mouth should have been, but from the ragged hole in his neck. Then they came for him. The floor of the RV opened like a series of trap doors held tight by webbing, the seams invisible until triggered. Black limbs rose up from the floor, scuttling bodies like the ones I had imagined attached to the spidery trees. They embraced Damien Hesher, taking him back with them to wherever it was he now resided. The hand that he reached out toward me was not threatening, but supplicating. Beneath those claws of bone, the pad of his hand was pink and soft. I felt sorry for him, this man who had thought he could peer into a dark well and not be frightened by what he saw. I stumbled back as more of the dark shapes came surging up from the glowing trapdoors, and felt a hand fall on my shoulder. She stood behind me, still as tall as my mom. She wore the same jeans and hoodie that she had worn when she disappeared, but the hand that touched me wasn't anything I recognized, and in the dark shadows of that hood, her eyes seemed to glitter, and a seam split her face, running up her neck, up her chin. Her smile was the same though, and she said my name as my arms went around her, and I pressed my face into her shoulder, realizing only as I did so that I had gotten to be just as tall as her over the years. When I could no longer feel her arms around me, I opened my eyes and found myself standing in the parking lot of the rest stop, my shoes on the asphalt. The RV was gone. The sun had set completely, and the night sky was filled with stars, the stunted trees having retreated to their usual distance, though I had the feeling it was only a temporary armistice, not a permanent peace. When I got back to my Passat and sat down in the driver's seat, I felt something crinkle in my back pocket. Pulling it out, I found a faded Polaroid of me and Danielle. I was sitting in front of her on the brass bed I had when I was little, and she was braiding my hair and smiling, her face suddenly clarified in the blur of my memory. Looking up, I thought I saw her watching me from the tree line, those black eyes sparkling, but when I shut off the dome light, there was nothing there, just the fading hint of a door closing in the rocky cliffside. Maybe, nothing more. Emmons found the body by the riverbank. He spotted it by the color of the coat, a dark green against the white and gray of the snow and ice. There was warmth buried somewhere deep below the skin. He lifted the body, untangled its foot from the barbs of a rusted fence, and carried it over his shoulder, trudging back through his old boot prints. Inside, he set the body upright against the tree that had grown inside his home. The tree was dead now. Emmons tried to make the body speak again, but it would not. From his bedroom, he took the spare coats he had collected during the raids and piled them across the body until only the face was visible. He had seen the face move days before. He had seen it chew and breathe. But the cold had changed the body's appearance. Now the eyes were bruises, the mouth an open sore. The heat he had felt was gone. The boy was dead. He went out to find the mother. The mother's name was Stena. She lived on the city's edge in a ruined schoolhouse. She hid knives in the old desks. She cracked stones and made chalk, wrote words and numbers on the blackboard. In this way, she had taught the boy to read. She had lived with Emmons some time ago, but then the boy arrived, and everything changed. In the schoolhouse, Stena sat beside a fire pulling the skin off a rabbit. The tiny fibers that held the skin to the muscle would not separate, so she weaved a knife sideways along the meat. "I have something I need to show you," he said. "I thought you weren't talking to me," she said. "It's important. I'm right in the middle of something here." The knife tore through the last thread, and the skin came loose. He was momentarily sidetracked by the scene, thinking about himself as the rabbit, wondering if his skin could be removed in the same way, all at once with a single strong tug. She drove a pointed stick through the meat and held it over the fire. "I have bad news," he said. "I'm sorry." "Spit it out," she said. He told her. The fire cast new shapes on her face. Her eyes were black, orange, then black again. He went to comfort her with his hands, but the place where she had been was empty. She was 3 buttons up on her parka, the hood over her head. Her face was gone. He followed her out the door and into the cold. She did not take steps. She kicked through the snow with Emmons just behind her. His breath came in shallow waves. His heart felt too big inside his chest. From the outside, Emmons's house looked as abandoned as the buildings that surrounded it. The windows had melted. The gutters were filled with ash. Stena knew how to access the crawl space hidden on the backside of the house, through the body of a hollowed-out minivan, past a washing machine on rollers, under the porch, into a tunnel of chiseled-out foundation ending in a foot of half-frozen water slicked across the basement floor. Up the stairs, in the room with the dead tree, Stena saw the body, which had somehow slumped over in Emmons's absence. She fell to the floor and cried into the moldy rug. The noise she made reminded him of a pheasant he had seen shot out of the air. Not dead, screaming a bird scream, doing one-winged loop-de-loops, earthbound spirals, until it plunged headfirst into the trunk of a tree and fell silent. During the time when they had shared this home, he had, as a kind of protest, made a point of ignoring the boy. It was Stena who decided they would offer him shelter. Now he straightened the child upright against the tree and used his thumb to close his dead eyes. The body had thawed while he was gone. The skin was a fish's skin. The color of it was gray and blue. Stena had rolled over. She was staring up at the ceiling. The hood of her parka made her head seem engorged, grotesque. "Where did you find him?" He told her. She started making the shot pheasant sound again. He said, "What business did he have being down there? I believed in him having freedom. I wished that he didn't go to the river, but that was his choice, and he made it." The kid was dead, and his eyes were closed, but Emmons still had the sensation of being watched. Stena stayed on her back. He followed her eyes and saw the snowy light through the holes in the ceiling. The light made him blink repeatedly. "I need you to do me a favor," Stena said. "No. You have to at least listen. I sure as hell do not. You lost the opportunity to ask me for favors when you left for that schoolhouse. My moving is irrelevant to the favor. My son is dead for Christ's sake. That is not your son. Oh, fuck you. She rolled back over and screamed at the floor. You keep that up, and they'll find us. The rug muffled her voice. Those freaks gave up on me and you a long time ago. The boy's body slumped sideways again. Snow began to fall through the holes in the ceiling. The light coming through the holes illuminated the sideways body like something in a painting. Painting was a word that struck Emmons as strange sounding. He had forgotten what it meant. But the light, the body, the colorful coats all piled together. They moved his mind back in time, and the meaning returned. Things fell out of use and were forgotten. He could not remember all the things that had gone away. If I come back, will you do this for me? She asked. No, he said, feeling uncertain. He returned the body to the sitting position. I'll kill myself. That's not fair. You think this is fair? Still face down, she stretched out her arm and pointed toward the boy. Why can't you go? I'm grieving. I have to go through a process. The body slumped over again, dust jetting out of the coat pile in different directions. This whole place must be crooked, he said. He chose to leave the body as it was. Consider me moved back in. I never should have left in the first place. Her voice sounded like it was coming from a different room. I hate the way I've treated you, she said. Sometimes I think that I'm separate from my brain. I do things and I'm not sure why I did them. I'm not always sure who does the deciding. He stayed silent and stacked logs, heavy and damp, in the pit he carved out of the floorboards. He snapped kindling and made a pyramid beneath the logs. He lit the fire and stood there breathing smoke. I was hoping we could be a family, she said. I know, he told her. Smoke curled in the black part of his eyes. I'm serious about killing myself. I know, he said. She flipped back over and brought her knees to her chest. She hugged herself and became a ball. You understand what you are asking me to do. I love you, she said. I've always loved you. I won't be the same when I come back. I loved you the first moment I saw you. You were with that band of raiders. I remember. You were dragging bodies to be burned. You gave me clean water. I thought, this man is a protector. Who knows what will happen to the boy? There's no guarantee that it'll work. You've heard the stories. I can't live like this. Talk to the surrogate. See what it can do. Please. The fire hissed. White bubbles, like the saliva of a rabid animal, boiled on the cut edge of a log. Stena lay upright and rigid. He could not look at her. The damp logs refused to fully burn. The fire wavered and let off weak heat. I love you too, he said. Stena smiled. Out in the city, the snow was so thick, Emmons was practically swimming. He followed back roads between the rubble of the old hospital, beside toppled smokestacks, weaving past homes reduced to steel and foundation. The route through the outskirts was impassable. The river had not frozen fully, and the bridge was out again. That left the path through the city. He would have to pass the settlement, and possibly engage with, and possibly maim or murder at least some of its inhabitants. He brought with him a hunting rifle he believed could still fire, and a revolver he was sure could not. He had not seen the locals in years. He had heard the noises they made, but he had not seen them. The noises were difficult to classify. They came to him at night, in half-dreams, bounced off the city's ruins, carried over the empty fields, over the snow. The sound was human, labored and sundry, rising up in unison like a chorus. But it was rigid too, mechanical, the noise an engine might make if it had a mouth and the desire to sing. Emmons saw the settlement in the distance. The walls were made of wood. Sharpened spears, aimed out at the road, jutted from the stockades. The settlement was built in the carcass of some ruined structure. Smoke rose in black plumes from the settlement center. The afternoon sky looked flat and hollow. It was a gray piece of paper that could be torn through. The smoke had a flavor that made Emmons' stomach bubble. He followed the old road through the ruins, through the snow, until he came along a cleared path. He followed the path, climbing over concrete and metal, winding through the burnt-out car frames, the piles of frozen garbage. He saw a purple hand in one of the piles, an unblinking eye in another. The ice never melted, so the bodies never broke down. He sent his mind searching for memories of the days when bodies were piled up on street corners, when cars were left to rust on highways and sidewalks. But he came back empty. His brain had been strip-mined long ago, those old nightmares replaced with white space. He arrived outside the settlement, where a man in a camouflage jacket sat hunched on a metal folding chair beside the settlement's gate. Across from the gate was a series of wooden sawhorses placed in a line blocking the path forward. The man looked up and gripped the shotgun in his lap. Metal rivers ran in crisscross stitches across his face skin. The rivers were mercury-colored. They flowed and rippled as if windblown. The man's eyes were black orbs. His left leg was made of metal. Emmons wondered if this was a normal way for people to look. He could not remember. He stuck the rifle in the crook of his shoulder and took shuffling steps, walking parallel to the settlement's gate, moving toward the barricade. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," the man spoke, his words slow and slurred like a drunk's. "Let's de-escalate there, comrade. Let's go back to square one." "I don't want trouble," Emmons said, looking down the barrel of the rifle. It had been so long since he had talked to anyone other than Stina and the boy. "All I want is to pass through." Of course, I get it." The man's teeth were too white, whiter than the snow. The strange lines on his face shimmered and bent when he spoke. Emmons saw the silver lines on the man's neck and hands. "All I need for you is a little information, and then boom, that's it. You're on the road again." Emmons did not speak. He did not lower the gun. "Like, for instance, where are you coming from? Why are you using a path that is not your path? Where is your family? Do they have all of their arms and legs? I come from far away." "The bridge is out," Emmons said, and then tried to remember the other questions. "I have no family." Behind the man with black eyes, through the slats of the gate, Emmons saw vague shadows moving slowly. He could see a fire. He noticed then that the man's breath was not visible. "I'm afraid I'm going to need a little more than that. We have certain protocols here. We've realized, after a lot of trial and error, that in order to make any real progress, certain sacrifices must be made. We've become a much more open and honest people. We make known our intentions." He straightened his back against the chair. He shifted the shotgun in Emmons's direction. "I have a home 3 miles southeast. I live alone. No family." "That must be hard," the man said, turning his mouth down in a way that struck Emmons as genuine. "Tell me about your plans for the future. Where is it that you are going?" Emmons could not think of a lie quickly enough, so he told the truth. "I'm on a pilgrimage. I need to speak to the surrogate." "I like the look of your torso," said the man with black eyes. The mercury rivers twisted subtly. "What?" said Emmons. "I didn't say anything," said the man with black eyes. "I'm not sure that's right. A pilgrim? Why didn't you say so before? We make exceptions for the penitent. Believers have the blessing of the great body. You may proceed." The man with black eyes rose from his chair and used his hips to shift the sawhorse blocking the path. He gestured for Emmons to pass. "Do not be afraid," the man said. "The God we serve is not like those that came before." His metal leg spun and twisted when he stepped. It was made of no metal Emmons had ever seen. The man saw Emmons staring at the leg. He said, "If your right leg causes you to sin, cut it off and give it to me. I will eat the leg. I will take the leg into myself and give new life to the many-legged." Emmons did not know how to respond. He walked past the man and the barricade. "That's the good word, my man. That's the truth. Thank you for your help," Emmons said. The man smiled, his 2 white teeth. The silver rivers on his face had stilled. Emmons turned and left him there, but he saw himself go, felt his body reflected in the black eyes as he worked his way up the path toward the factory, toward his blessing, growing smaller and smaller in the man's eyes until he crossed the horizon and disappeared into the far-off white. When everything else had crumbled, the factory remained. The walls were black, the windows long gone, but the structure had held, house-sized snowdrifts budding up to the second story, icicles like tree trunks hanging from the eaves. The white print on the brick had been stripped away by wind and time, but the outline of the logo remained, the ghost of an animal that no longer existed. He remembered what they called places like this. He couldn't forget the word. Slaughterhouse. He thought and considered for some amount of time the character of that old place namer. You knew what you were getting, he thought, at the slaughterhouse. Emmons entered through a hole in the wall. The space smelled like rust and old blood. Crooked shafts of light fell through the broken windows, through the holes in the roof, giving shape to the hooks and chains, the decomposed rubber hoses, the metal grates where the blood had once run off. Emmons remembered an old cathedral he had visited as a child. He remembered the vaulted ceilings and colored glass, the way the air felt inside. His fingers twisted around the wooden barrel of the rifle. He did not know what he was looking for. He assumed it would be obvious when he found it. Behind his eyes, he saw the boy's body in the snow. The green jacket, the wire wrapped around his boot. He descended into the factory. The air grew warm. There were too many rooms. He walked through thick strips of plastic into a new place. The ceiling here was gone. It was in pieces on the floor. The room was lit up like high noon. Metal troughs lined the walls. The bright sparking across the surface made Emmons squint. In the room's center, he saw a swarm of insects spinning in a dense cloud. Their wings made no noise. They spun and spun around one another, made a loose sphere that breathed like a lung. He crossed a wall of shadow. He moved into the light and saw that the bugs were too large to be bugs. He remembered, too, that all the bugs in the world were dead. The spinning objects were spherical, little round bowls. He thought of the black eyes of the man at the barricade. The spheres were silver. They spun so fast as to create the appearance of a solid object. The swarm did not respond to his presence. It continued its indifferent spinning. Moving closer, Emmons was dwarfed by the thing. It was him that was the insect. Below the swarm, just beside the troughs, was a body, naked and upside down, the face submerged in a pool of water. The body had belonged to a man, and it was missing parts of itself. Chunks of skin had been carved out, digits removed. He heard Stina's sobbing in the part of his memory responsible for the storage of sound. He waited for an indeterminable amount of time, and when the swarm did not respond to his presences, he spoke. "I don't know what I'm supposed to do here," he said. The swarm swarmed. He felt the air following the spheres in invisible cyclones. "My son is dead." He tried to trace the swarm's movement with his eyes. Had it changed somehow? "I want him to be not dead anymore." Dull lights blinked inside the spheres. They glowed like distant stars. Emmons turned and saw that the body from the floor was standing beside him. It was covered with those same silver scars that he had seen on the barricade guard. The body blinked. Emmons saw that it was missing the left side of its head. The space was filled with silver light. The other gaps in the body, the removed flesh and bone, had been replaced with liquid metal. The thing was made whole. God is a machine, Emmons thought. "Remove your jacket," the body said. Its voice was wet and empty. "Roll up your sleeve." Emmons did as he was told. The body was the surrogate, he realized then. What had he expected? He could not remember. "Arm," said the body. It gestured with its own rotten limb, raising its right arm straight out from its chest. Emmons raised his right arm. He looked up at the swarm. It was the color of a sunset now, deep red, crossed with streaks of gold. The body opened its mouth in a smile. It had no teeth. There was something silver in its throat. Below his elbow, Emmons's arm began to burn. He went to touch the burning skin and found that he could not move. He was clenched in a great unseen embrace. The hairs on his arm cracked and smoldered. An ash-colored smudge formed a ring around his forearm, the sensation becoming unpleasant. The smudge gained depth, moved inward, further into the skin, pressing and pressing until the black gave way to red, and the blood fell in twin lines onto the concrete. An invisible blade passed through the arm in halting increments, separating tendons, passing through the bone as if it were made of snow. Emmons saw colors inside himself that he did not know were there. There was more movement beneath the skin than he would have imagined, a great amount of writhing. The limb hung separate from his body, suspended in the air. He had forgotten how to scream. Blood pumped in thick, heartbeat pulses out of the stump until the surrogate whispered something unintelligible, and the wound scabbed over in an instant. The surrogate snatched the limb out of the air and lifted it to the swarm. "We appreciate your contribution," it said. The great body grows larger. Swooping down, the red spheres congealed across the severed limb, and when they separated, pulled back to the larger mass. The arm was gone. Emmons inspected the stump. His fingers were far away. His vision was tinted and hazy. The light behind the ceiling had taken on a new aura. It had weight that pushed down. It flattened out the whole world. The surrogate approached. It would give him what he needed for the boy to live again. He had made his offering. Now came the blessing. It limped when it walked. The silver lines on its body had turned red, in time with the swarm. It looked as if the body was in the process of separating from itself, as if the light contained within was trying to escape. Now, face to face, the surrogate raised a hand, held a finger, pointed up, against its cheek. It pulled at the bottom lid. It was then that Emmons let himself, floated far enough away that he could not hear the sounds that his own mouth made. He drifted off through the ceiling up so high he saw the ruined city covered in white, the concrete skeleton buried beneath. The scab on his stump cracked and began to spurt blood, and he found himself back in his body. The surrogate pulled down the skin of its face. "I" was all it said. It was dark now. Emmons found the path back through the city. His face was wet with blood or tears. He could not tell which. In his jacket pocket was a silver sphere, the size of a walnut. Every few steps, he would reach into the pocket to make sure the sphere was still there. He wished the eye and arm had been taken from opposite sides. As it was now, he felt unbalanced. The clouds parted above him. The moonlight made the icicles glow. He thought of water freezing as it dripped, of rivers and lakes solid enough to walk across. He pictured the boy's snow-covered jacket, the barbed wire glinting in the sun. What was he thinking when he froze to death? Emmons wondered. Please help was probably what it was, if only there was someone who could help. After that, the night turned static-colored and liquid. The ground moved beneath his feet. The wind licked the crevice where his eye had been. It felt like being tickled from the inside. He left blotches of red in the snow as he stumbled his way back to the house. Time slithered away. When he arrived back in his home, having forgotten for a moment what he had gone to do and why he had done it, he found Stina curled up in the coats, her body wrapped around the boy. Emmons tried not to wake her as he pried open the child's mouth and, using 2 fingers, pressed the silver sphere down his throat until only a dull gray half-moon was visible behind the tongue. When it was done, he let the body fall limp again and fit his own back against the trunk of the dead tree. Stina lay beside him. He put his hand on her shoulder and looked down at the stump where his arm had been. It was purple and bleeding. The side of his skull thumped with pressure. Something watery drained down past the corner of his mouth. The fire pit smoldered. There was very little light left. Stina grumbled, rolled her body off the child, and put her head on Emmons's thigh. Deep inside her hair, white specks, tiny creatures, moved across her scalp in jittery, stop-start motion. He felt the warmth of her skin through her clothing. She smelled like a graveyard. He loved her in a way that was painful. She whispered to him. He could barely hear her. "I knew you could do it," she said. The great body makes old things new again. I don't understand, he said. The room was glowing. He's waking up, she said. The room was so bright he couldn't see. I love you. He should have never let her go to the schoolhouse. They should have been a family the first time. Now things would be different. He fell asleep with his hands in her hair. When he awoke, the boy was tending the fire. Tiny sparks burst from the embers and gave off smoke. The silver lines on the boy's face burned orange in the firelight. The coat pile was covered in fresh blood. Emmons could only feel half his face. His brain tried to see through his missing eye. How long had he slept? Months? Years? Had he been resurrected from the dead? Had the earth been renewed? The sun was up. He saw the light through the boarded-up windows. On the floor behind the boy was a lump of skin and hair and fabric. The hair was coated in dried blood. The skin was bruised and lined with small cuts. The boy turned from the fire and spoke. I didn't want to wake you, he said slowly, but I'm afraid something's not quite right. I don't feel well. Emmons saw the hint of silver in the back of his mouth as he spoke. Mother doesn't feel well either. He was too weak to move, so he listened. He noticed that his arm was missing. He felt unable to keep his balance against the tree. His body was slipping and he knew that he would soon fall. I need you to do me a favor, the boy said. The weaver. I blotted the blood from my braids with a hotel towel, making sure to keep the plaits in their intricate swirling pattern. The blood was viscous and sticky, and it clung to my strands like a gruesome pomade. I worked by candlelight, making sure to clean my hands and nails of red before sitting down to weave. It would not do to get smudges on the baskets. The crisp sweetgrass softened and gave under the pressure of my hand, releasing the scent of the sea at midnight. My lips, dry and cracked from lack of water, formed the words to the hex in a language that died even as I spoke it. A part of me broke each time I did the magic. Not my soul or my spirit. They were far too distant, far too thickened, like bark on a pecan tree. Perhaps they'd fled completely like the rest of me. My heart, my sympathies, all gone with the tide. But no, none of those things. I wound the strands of grass tighter, using the sharpened spoon to push them through each other, pinching where the next loop needed to be. My fingers cramped into claws, the stiff grasses leaving tiny splinters invisible to the eye, but not to the flesh. The grass was just right, pliable enough to bend, but not so fresh that it leaked sap, its own blood, onto my hands. 4 completed baskets lay on the floor to the left of my bare feet. This one would be the last, and it needed to be larger, to hold the head. Weary now, I lay the basket aside and pushed myself upright. Once I had been able to pull both of my feet into my lap, but I was no longer capable of a full lotus. Time and broken limbs had removed that ability. Now I placed a foot on the sofa in front of me and picked at the layer of dead skin on the sole of my foot. It came away without resistance, a thin, diaphanous layer of my body, pale against my hands, fluttering in the wind from the box fan. Left was a tender pink layer of flesh, new, unable to withstand the tortures of the world. I stared at the circle of skin, so stark in its baby softness against the ashy roughness of my feet. I chewed it as I went outside. In the front yard, I walked barefoot and silent. The camellia tree's leaves rustled at my approach. Hush, sister, I crooned. Just a few, my lovely, a few. I plucked the soft, mauve petals and carried them inside. By moonlight, I returned to the weaving, my fingers soothed with the tree's scented oil. Once the baskets were finished and my hands were aching from hours of twisting, and bending the grass to my vision. My will, I took up my stick. Holding the polished wood eased the pain, allowing me to open and close my fingers around the cloth-covered dowel. I stood with the wood's help, but once I was on my feet, I didn't need its support. With strength once again in my body, I pounded the stick on the wooden floor. Again and again, stick and pound, turned the house into a living, vibrating drum. Voices of those gone from here came to me amongst the resonance. Hushed a sound, warning me, protecting me as they had done for over 40 years. You brin da poet. I acknowledged their silent whispers with respect, inviting them to join me. I know. Let her come. The poet. The ink I used, ground by my own hand and mixed with well water, seeped into the paper. A snowy sheet of felt lay under the paper to compensate for the bleed. The brush made no sound as it flowed along the page. Quiet, heavy, and the air is full of water. Rain will come soon. No struggle this time. Only shock and the swiftness of the blade. Sweet and tough. I signed my name, then went into the bathroom of the old plantation house I'd grown up in. A spot of dried blood lay on my cheek like a beauty mark. I left it there, enjoying the coquettish look it gave to my worn, tired face. Reconsidering, I ran a hot bath laced with the scent of vanilla and sandalwood, warming scents against the chill that seemed to be embracing me constantly, and submerged myself. As I looked up at the pinkening water, I knew this was just beginning. Unbidden, the sound of a stick pounding into the earth reached me. Thudding, pounding, rhythmic madness, thundering into my mind, obliterating the calm I had so carefully conceived over these years, killing it. It was my fault that I heard it. Years ago, when I was in unruly pigtails, my grandmother had warned me. If in you hear your name call, make show at me. If in you ain show, don't answer. Not only had I answered, I'd done so more than once. And now, whenever they needed me, wanted me, an errand, a stalking, more, even, they called. I suspected that when they wished, or when I didn't answer, they entered anyway. I submerged myself again, to drown out the sound, the stick pounding its rhythm deep into my brain. Eyes open, I stared at the widening cracks in the ceiling. The rhythm, the pounding of the stick grew, swelled, deepened until chips of paint flaked from above me, dropping into the water like dead flies. Even with the water buffeting my ears, I heard them, their voices, and I knew at some point I'd respond. Seconds ticked by as I lay there, the room looking murky and ethereal through the warm, still water. Respiration became a luxury I didn't need, barely wanted, as I slid slowly into unconsciousness, their songs taking the place of my breath. When I woke again, I was on the floor of the house. The living room. Even in the sweltering heat, the hardwood floor was cool against my bare belly. I turned over onto my back, the drone of the ancient air conditioner slowly taking the place of the voices, returning me to myself. My wrists, my hands ached. I opened and closed them, staring at the brown palms before my trembling fingers covered them. One of my first thoughts was to get some polish to cover the deep, ruddy stains on my nails. Red or maybe purple or black. Then they would match the bruises on my arms. I pushed myself to my feet, stumbling only once, twice, as I gained my footing. As I shuffled over to the kitchen, I saw them stacked up in a corner by the old dusty console TV, baskets at least a half a dozen, all woven from the sweetgrass that grows alongside the ocean. I knew the shapes. You could always tell which family made the baskets from their shape, their design, and the sight of them made me itch with memory. Scratchy fibers, leaves bent until their limits were reached. My hands ached. Thrown, I rushed past the remembrances into the kitchen, to first gulp, then splash water onto my face. It was the water, always the water that brought me back. It also helped carry my being, my mind, and my actions away in the first place. But I couldn't live without it. It was part of me, just like they were. The escape was useless and damning. Words rushed up at me like waves, and I scrambled to put them down. Frantic, I searched the kitchen, finally finding an old envelope to write on. My ink was elsewhere, and I couldn't spare the time to look for it. The words might be gone by then, and I burned to capture them. Head spinning, heart lunging, I found a knife-sharpened pencil, eraserless and chewed. I wrote, fingering the patch of new skin on the bottom of my foot. Inside me lie oceans. The seas dead are my kin. Defambly rises on buzzards' wings, feathers spouting from the stumps of pain, soaring away from their bones, leaving dust inside me. I filled the envelope, turning it and writing along the edges until it was filled with gray lead. It calmed me, but not like the ink. Why hadn't I noticed it before? Only the ink took away their voices. Maybe I had noticed, but the emptiness of being cut off from everyone I had loved, those who had died for me, was too much, and I put away the revelation. They shied away from everyone else, my people. They eschewed the written word, its documentation of their ways and thoughts. We had never been a people to write things down. We, a mishmash of African and Black Carib, lived by our voices, songs and tales, and they had kept us alive, had kept us apart from the outside. But I'd gone outside, to the world of poetry, of academia, of word processors and digital recorders. It was to this world I took the old ways, recorded them for others to see and hear. It was for that and only for that they couldn't forgive me. It was for that and only that they'd kill. In a daze, I stumbled from the kitchen, back the way I came. My feet were clumsy and my ankles protested holding me upright, and they twisted from under me, and I went careening into the wall of the living room, knocking into the stack of baskets. They scattered with a rustling, scrambling sound, and one reedy lid slipped from its home, then another. My mind didn't want to accept what my eyes couldn't refute. For a flash of time, I was confused and I sank to my knees to get closer, needing to know and not wanting to. Without effort, my hand reached out to the contents, but I recoiled when I felt the weavers. No, my handiwork. The slickness of blood, the putty-like texture of dead flesh. Flashes of memory peppered my vision. Capture, screams, the whistle of my blade through stale air. I was on my feet without hesitation, running into my bedroom. There, I threw open the closet door, tossed out unmatched shoes, shirts that had fallen from their hangers onto the floor. My old yoga mat from when I thought meditation would bring me peace and silence. Finally, I found the roll of paper. It was old, soft, and made of rice, a sustaining product for my people. Wound tightly, the roll was the length of my arm from shoulder to wrist. I unrolled it until it reached from one wall to the next, then down the long hallway that ran the whole of the first floor. I gathered up pencils, pens, found the pot of ink I'd made from galvanized nails, and strong black tea. Frantically, I wrote, on my hands and knees at first, then changing to a squat, then to sitting cross-legged on the floor. I wrote everything I could think of. Gospel hymns, victory songs, work songs older than slavery, and the pop song lyrics inspired by them. Scratched onto paper, preserved and documented. Ghost stories, cautionary tales. The sounds of humming rose in my ears. The stick pounding was heavier, closer. Your paper won't save you. I know the weaver's voice by now, although her weighted rasp was always accompanied by others long dead, some whispering in a chewy-sounding gullah, some shrieking in dagger-sharp Creole. There was no need to look up as I knew she was there above me, shadowy and dim, but as real as the screeches, the screams. Her scent was salt, from sweat, and from the ocean where her bones lay. Down the hall I moved, ignoring the ache in my knees, the constant pop of my joints as I adjusted position. Right. That's all you have to do, and this will all come to an end. Let me go, I managed, still inking the rice paper as quickly as I could while keeping my words legible. My fingers cramped, my back bent to the task like a sharecropper. Our blood flows in you. Our pain, our sacrifice has made you what you are. How dare you? How dare you deny us? Don't make me do this anymore." For a moment, something akin to sympathy crossed her face. "Accept our fate, sister." My hand only faltered a moment, a missed word, a malformed loop on a letter. The weaver's voice was irate, and it came to me on breath that was stale and unused. But I kept writing, preserving the ways in a manner anyone would be able to grasp. The stories, the songs, the superstitions, even the reasons behind these methods of madness, I managed to scratch along the rice paper. I was halfway down the hall now, and I was getting tired. My arm at the shoulder was tight, the muscle ready, poised to jerk and spasm. But it was my knee that gave out first, sending me toppling into the pie pan of ink I'd laid out. The paper soaked it up like a bandage, obliterating some of my words and forcing me to start the entire section again. Lying on my stomach, I took up the ballpoint pen, but the paper couldn't withstand the pressure needed to make the ink flow. It tore, leaving holes in the fine ream. Where the ink spilled and softened it, my weight separated it from the rest of the roll of paper with a chilling silence. No. The pencil was no better. It left no more than a specter of words on the page. I pressed harder, turned the pencil to sweep the page in an attempt to sketch my words, but the paper wouldn't hold them. I scraped my fingers against the empty pan, trying desperately to gather enough ink to make the next letter. My inked finger touched the paper for the tiniest moment before the weaver had me. As she pulled me into her embrace, I saw I'd left a fingerprint on the rice paper, like a signature. When I came to, I couldn't move. At first, I thought it was a dream, or that I had been called again by the voices, and I had done something. That I would be waking up yet again, with blood saturating my braids, leaving feather-like swirls of red on the hardwood floor. I waited for clarity to come, for the sea of fog to lift from me. And when it did, I opened my mouth to scream. It came out like the call of a buzzard. As I breathed in, I tasted the salt of the sea. The weaver's fingers were deft and sure as they pulled the drying sweetgrass through my skin, pressing each new row of fiber into me with the sharpened end of a spoon. Her firm tugs forced the grass to obey, and it bound my fingers, silencing them. The voices were also quiet now. The stick pounded no more, but she hummed as she worked, secure in telling me secrets of my people. Karen thought of them as her daughters, and tried to love them with all her heart, because really, wasn't that the point? They came to her, all frilly dresses, and fine hair, and plastic limbs, and eyes so large and blue and innocent. And she would name them, and tell them she was their mother now. She took them to her bed, and would give them tea parties, and spank them when they were naughty. She promised she would never leave them, or at least, not until the end. Her father would bring them home. Her father traveled a lot, and she never knew where he'd been. If she asked, he'd just laugh and tap his nose and say it was all hush-hush. But she could sometimes guess from how exotic the daughters were. Sometimes the faces were strange and foreign. One or two were nearly mulatto. Karen didn't care. She loved them all anyway, although she wouldn't let the mulatto ones have quite the same nursery privileges. Here you are, my sweetheart, my angel cake, my baby doll. And from somewhere within father's great jacket he'd produce a box, and it was usually gift-wrapped, and it usually had a ribbon on it. This is all for you, my baby doll. She liked him calling her that, although she suspected she was too old for it now. She was very nearly 8 years old. She knew what the daughters were. They were tributes. That was what Nicholas called them. They were tributes paid to her, to make up for the fact that father was so often away, just like in the very olden days when the Greek heroes would pay tributes to their gods with sacrifices. Nicholas was very keen on Greek heroes, and would tell his sister stories of great battles and wooden horses and heels. She didn't need tributes from father. She would much rather he didn't have to leave home in the first place. Nicholas would tell her of the tributes father had once paid mother. He'd bring her jewelry and fur coats and tickets to the opera. Karen couldn't remember mother very well, but there was that large portrait of her over the staircase. In a way, Karen saw mother more often than she did father. Mother was wearing a black ball gown and such a lot of jewels, and there was a small studied smile on her face. Sometimes when father paid tribute to Karen, she would try and give that same studied smile, but she wasn't sure she'd ever got it right. Father didn't call Nicholas Angel Cake or Baby Doll. He called him Nicholas, and Nicholas called him Sir. And father didn't bring Nicholas tributes. Karen felt vaguely guilty about that she'd get showered with gifts and her brother would get nothing. Nicholas told her not to be so silly. He wasn't a little girl. He was a man. He was 10 years older than Karen, and lean and strong, and he was attempting to grow a mustache. The hair was a bit too fine for it to be seen in bright light, but it would darken as he got older. Karen knew her brother was a man, and that he wouldn't want toys. But she'd give him a hug sometimes, almost impulsively, when father came home, and seemed to ignore him. And Nicholas never objected when she did. Eventually Nicholas would say to Karen, "It's time." And she knew what that meant. And she'd feel so sad, but again, wasn't that the point? She'd go and give her daughter a special tea party then, and she'd play with her all day. She'd brush her hair and let her see the big wide world from out of the top window. She wouldn't get cross even if her daughter got naughty. And she wouldn't try to explain. That would all come after. Karen would go to bed at the usual time. Nanny never suspected a thing. But once Nanny had left the room and turned out the light, Karen would get up and put on her clothes again, nice thick woolen ones. Sometimes it was cold out there in the dark. And she'd bundle her daughter up warm as well. And once the house was properly still, she'd hear a tap at the door, and there Nicholas would be, looking stern and serious, and just a little bit excited. She'd follow him down the stairs and out of the house. They'd usually leave by the tradesman's entrance. The door was quieter. They wouldn't talk until they were far away, and very nearly into the woods themselves. He'd always give Karen a few days to get to know her daughters before he came for them. He wanted her to love them as hard as she could. He always seemed to know when it was the right time. With one doll, her very favorite, he had given her only until the weekend. It had been love at first sight. The eyelashes were real hair, and she'd blink when picked up, and if she were cuddled tight she'd say, "Mama." Sometimes Nicholas gave them as long as a couple of months. Some of the dolls were a fright, and cold to the touch, and it took Karen a while to find any affection for them at all. But Karen was a girl with a big heart. She could love anything, given time and patience. Nicholas must have been carefully watching his sister, just to see when her heart reached its fullest, and she never saw him do it. He usually seemed to ignore her altogether, as if she were still too young and too silly to be worth his attention. But then, "It's time," he would say, and sometimes it wasn't until that very moment that Karen would realize she'd fallen in love at all. And of course he was right. He was always right. Karen liked playing in the woods by day. By night, they seemed strange and unrecognizable. The branches jutted out at peculiar angles as if trying to bar her entrance. But Nicholas wasn't afraid, and he always knew his way. She kept close to him for fear he would rush on ahead, and she would be lost. And she knew somehow that if she got lost, she'd be lost forever. And it may turn daylight eventually, but that wouldn't matter. She'd have been trapped by the woods of the night, and the woods of the night would get to keep her. And at length they came to the clearing. Karen always supposed that the clearing was at the very heart of the woods. She didn't know why. The tight press of trees suddenly lifted, and here there was space. No flowers, nothing, some grass. But even the grass was brown, as if the sunlight couldn't reach it here. and it was as if everything had been cut away to make a perfect circle that was neat and tidy and so empty, and it was as if it had been done especially for them. Karen could never find the clearing in the daytime. But then, she had never tried very hard. Nicholas would take her daughter and set her down upon that browning grass. He would ask Karen for her name, and Karen would tell him. Then Nicholas would tell Karen to explain to the daughter what was going to happen here. "Betsy, you have been sentenced to death." And Nicholas would ask Karen upon what charge. "Because I love you too much, and I love my brother more." And Nicholas would ask if the daughter had any final words to offer before sentence was carried out. They never had. He would salute the condemned then, nice and honorably. And Karen would by now be nearly in tears. She would pull herself together. "You mustn't cry," said Nicholas. "You can't cry. If you cry, the death won't be a clean one." She would salute her daughter too. What happened next would always be different. When he'd been younger, Nicholas had merely hanged them. He'd put rope around their little necks and take them to the closest tree and let them drop down from the branches. And there they'd swing for a while, their faces still frozen with trusting smiles. As he'd become a man, he'd found more inventive ways to dispatch them. He'd twist off their arms. He'd drown them in buckets of water he'd already prepared. He'd stab them with a fork. He'd say to Karen, "And how much do you love this one?" And if Karen told him she loved her very much, so much the worse for her daughter. He'd torture her a little first, blinding her, cutting off her skin, ripping off her clothes, and then toasting with matches the naked stuff beneath. It was always harder to watch these executions because Karen really had loved them, and it was agony to see them suffer so. But she couldn't lie to her brother. He would have seen through her like glass. That last time had been the most savage, though Karen hadn't known it would be the last time, of course. But Nicholas might have had an inkling. When they'd reached the clearing, he had tied Mary Lou to the tree with string. Tightly, but not too tight. Karen had said she hadn't loved Mary Lou especially, and Nicholas didn't want to be cruel. He had even wrapped his own handkerchief around her eyes as a blindfold. Then he produced from his knapsack Father's gun. "You can't use that," Karen said. "Father will find it. Father will be angry." "Phooey to that," said Nicholas. "I'll be going to war soon, and I'll have a gun all of my own." "Had you heard that, Carrie? That I'm going to war?" She hadn't heard. Nanny had kept it from her, and Nicholas had wanted it to be a surprise. He looked at the gun. "It's a Webley Mark IV service revolver," he said. "Crude and old-fashioned, just like Father. What I'll be getting will be much better." He narrowed his eyes and aimed the gun, fired. There was an explosion, louder than Karen could ever have dreamed. And she thought Nicholas was shocked too, not only by the noise, but by the recoil. Birds scattered. Nicholas laughed. The bullet had gone wild. "That was just a warm-up," he said. It was on his fourth try that he hit Mary Lou. Her leg was blown off. "Do you want to go?" "No," said Karen. "It's just like at a fairground," he said. "Come on." She took the gun from him, and it burned in her hand. It smelled like burning. He showed her how to hold it, and she liked the way his hand locked around hers as he corrected her aim. "It's all right," he said to his little sister gently. "We'll do it together. There's nothing to be scared of." And really he was the one who pulled the trigger, but she'd been holding on too, so she was a bit responsible. And Nicholas gave a whoop of delight, and Karen had never heard him so happy before. She wasn't sure she'd ever heard him happy. And when they looked back at the tree, Mary Lou had disappeared. "I'm going across the seas," he said. "I'm going to fight. And every man I kill, listen, I'm killing him for you. Do you understand me? I'll kill them all because of you." He kissed her then on the lips. It felt warm and wet, and the mustache tickled, and it was hard too, as if he were trying to leave an imprint there, as if when he pulled away he wanted to leave a part of him behind. "I love you," he said. "I love you too. Don't forget me," he said, which seemed such an odd thing to say. How was she going to forget her own brother? They'd normally bury the tribute then, but they couldn't find any trace of Mary Lou's body. Nicholas put the gun back in the knapsack. He offered Karen his hand. She took it. They went home. They had never found Nicholas' body either. At the funeral, his coffin was empty, and Father told Karen it didn't matter, that good form was the thing. Nicholas had been killed in the Dardanelles, and Karen looked for it upon the map, and it seemed such a long way to go to die. There were lots of funerals in the town that season, and Father made sure that Nicholas was the most lavish. No expense was spared. The family was so small now, and they watched together as the coffin was lowered into the grave. Father looking proud, not sad, and Karen refusing to cry. "Don't cry," she said to the daughter she brought with her. "You mustn't cry, or it won't be clean." And yet she dug her fingernails deep into her daughter's body to try to force some tears from it. Julian hadn't gone to war. He'd been born just too late. And of course he said he was disappointed, felt cheated even. He loved his country and whatever his country might stand for, and he had wanted to demonstrate that love in the very noblest of ways. He said it with proper earnestness, and some days he almost meant it. His two older brothers had gone to fight, and both had returned home, and the younger had brought back some sort of medal with him. The brothers had changed. They had less time for Julian, and Julian felt that was no bad thing. He was no longer worth the effort of bullying. One day he'd asked his eldest brother what it had been like out there on the front, and the brother turned to him in surprise, and Julian was surprised too. What had he been thinking of? And he braced himself for the pinch or Chinese burn that was sure to follow. But instead the brother had just turned away. He'd sucked his cigarette down to the very stub, and sighed, and said it was just as well Julian hadn't been called up. The trenches were a place for real men. The whole war really wouldn't have been his bag at all. When Julian Morris first met Karen Davison, neither was much impressed. Certainly, Julian was well used to girls finding him unimpressive. He was short, his face was too round and homely, his thighs quickly thinned into legs that looked too spindly to support him. There was an effeminacy about his features that his father had thought might have been cured by a spell fighting against Germans, but Julian didn't know whether it would have helped. He tried to take after his brothers, tried to lower his voice and speak more gruffly. He drank beer, he took up smoking, but even there he got it all wrong somehow. The voice, however gruff, always rose in inflection, no matter how much he tried to stop it. He sipped at his beer. He held his cigarette too languidly, apparently, and when he puffed out smoke it was always from the side of his mouth, and never with a good, bold, manly blast. But for Julian to be unimpressed by a girl was a new sensation for him. Girls flummoxed Julian, with their lips and their breasts and their flowing contours, with their bright colors, all that perfume. Even now, if some aged friend of his mother spoke to him, he'd be reduced to a stammering mess. But Karen Davison did something else to Julian entirely. He looked at her across the ballroom and realized that he rather despised her. It wasn't that she was unattractive. At first glance her figure was pretty enough. But she was so much older than the other girls. In 3 years of attending dances no man had yet snatched her up. And there was already something middle-aged about that face, something jaded. She looked bored. That was it. She looked bored, and didn't care to hide it. Once in a while a man would approach her, take pity on her, ask her to dance. She would reject him, and off the suitor would scarp her, with barely disguised relief. Julian had promised his parents that he would at least invite one girl on to the dance floor. It would hardly be his fault if that one girl he chose said no. He could return home. He'd be asked how he had got on. And if he were clever, he might even be able to phrase a reply that concealed the fact he'd been rejected. Julian was no good at lying outright. His voice would squeak, and he would turn bright red, but not telling the truth. He'd had to find a way of mastering it. He approached the old maid. Now that she was close, he felt the usual panic rise within him, and he fought it down. Look at her, He told himself, look at how hard she looks, like stone. She should be grateful you ask her to dance. He'd reached her. He opened his mouth to speak, realized his first word would be a stutter, put the word aside, found some new word to replace it, cleared his throat. Only then did the girl bother to look up at him. There was nothing welcoming in that expression, but nothing challenging either. She looked at him with utter indifference. A dance, he said. Like, would you? And stupidly opened out his arms, as if to remind her what a dance was, as if without her he'd simply manage on his own in dumb show. She looked him up and down, judging him, blatantly judging him, not a smile upon her face. He waited for the refusal. Very well, she said then, though without any enthusiasm. He offered her his hand, and she took it by the fingertips and rose to her feet. She was an inch or two taller than him. He smelled her perfume and didn't like it. He put one hand on her waist, the other was left gently brushing against her glove. They danced. She stared at his face, still quite incuriously, but it was enough to make him blush. You dance well, she said. Thank you. I don't enjoy dancing. Then let us, by all means, stop. He led her back to her chair. He nodded at her stiffly and prepared to leave, but she gestured towards the chair beside her, and he found himself bending down to sit in it. Are you enjoying the ball? He asked her. I don't enjoy talking either. I see. And they sat in silence for a few minutes. At one point, he felt he should get up and walk away, and he shuffled in his chair to do so, and at that she turned to look at him, and managed to smile, and for that alone he decided to stay a little while longer. Can I at least get you a drink? She agreed, so he went to fetch her a glass of fizz. Across the room, he watched as another man approached and asked her to dance, and he suddenly felt a stab of jealousy that astonished him. She waved the man away in irritation, and Julian pretended it was for his sake. He brought her back the fizz. There you are, he said. She sipped at it. He sipped at his the same way. If you don't like dancing, he said to her, and you don't like talking, why do you come? He already knew the answer, of course. It was the same reason he came, and she didn't bother dignifying him with a reply. He laughed and hated how girlish it sounded. At length she said, thank you for coming, as if this were her ball, as if he were her guest, and he realized he was being dismissed. He got to his feet. Do you have a card? She asked. Julian did. She took it, put it away without reading it, and Julian waited beside her for any further farewell, and when nothing came, he nodded at her once more and left her. The very next day, Julian received a telephone call from a Mr. Davison, who invited him to have dinner with his daughter at his house that evening. Julian accepted, and because the girl had never bothered to give him her name, it took Julian a fair little time to work out who this Davison fellow might be. Julian wondered whether the evening would be formal and so overdressed, just for safety's sake. He took some flowers. He rang the bell, and some hatchet-faced old woman opened the front door. She showed him in. She told him that Mr. Davison had been called away on business and would be unable to dine with him that evening. Mistress Karen would receive him in the drawing room. She disappeared with his flowers, and Julian never saw them again, and had no evidence indeed that Mistress Karen would ever see them either. At the top of the staircase, Julian saw there were two portraits. One was a giantess, a bejeweled matriarch sneering down at him, and Julian could recognize in her features the girl he had danced with the night before, and he was terrified of her, and he fervently hoped that Karen would never grow up to be like her mother. The other portrait, much smaller, was of some boy in army uniform. Karen was waiting for him. She was wearing the same dress she had worn the previous night. I'm so glad you could come, she intoned. I'm glad you invited me. Let us eat. So they went into the dining room and sat either end of a long table. The hatchet face served them soup. Thank you, Nanny, Karen said. Julian tasted the soup. The soup was good. It's a very grand house, said Julian. Please, there's no need to make conversation. All right. The soup bowls were cleared away. Chicken was served. And after that, a trifle. I like trifle, said Karen, and Julian didn't know whether he was supposed to respond to that, and so he smiled at her, and she smiled back, and that all seemed to work well enough. Afterwards, Julian asked whether he could smoke. Karen said he might. He offered Karen a cigarette, and she hesitated, and then said she would like that. So Julian got up and went around the table and lit one for her. Julian tried very hard to smoke in the correct way, but it still kept coming out girlishly. But Karen didn't seem to mind. Indeed, she positively imitated him. She puffed smoke from the corner of her mouth and made it all look very pretty. And even now they didn't talk, and Julian realized he didn't mind. There was no awkwardness to it. It was companionable. It was a shared understanding. Julian was invited to 3 more dinners. After the 4th, Mr. Davison called Mr. Morris and told him that a proposal of marriage to his daughter would not be unacceptable. Mr. Morris was very pleased, and Mrs. Morris took Julian to her bedroom and had him go through her jewelry box to pick out a ring he could give his fiancée, and Julian marveled. He had never seen such beautiful things. Julian didn't meet Mr. Davison until the wedding day, whereupon the man clapped him on the back, as if they were old friends, and told him he was proud to call him his son. Mr. Morris clapped Julian on the back too. Even Julian's brothers were at it, and Julian marveled at how he had been transformed into a man by dint of a simple service and signed certificate. Neither of his brothers had married yet. He had beaten them to the punch, and was there jealousy in that backclapping? They called Julian a lucky dog, that his bride was quite the catch. And so Julian felt she was, on her day of glory. She did nothing but beam with smiles, and there was no trace of her customary truculence. She was charming, even witty, and Julian wondered why she had chosen to hide these qualities from him. Had she recognized that it would have made him scared of her? Had she been shy and hard just to win his heart? Julian thought this might be so, and in that belief discovered that he did love her. He loved her after all. And maybe, in spite of everything, the marriage might just work out. For a wedding present, the families had bought them a house in Chelsea. It was small, but perfectly situated, and they could always upgrade when they had children. As an extra present, Mr. Davison had bought his daughter a doll, a bit of a monstrosity, really about the size of a fat infant, with blonde curly hair and red lips as thick as a darkie's, and wearing its own imitation wedding dress. Karen seemed pleased with it. Julian thought little about it at the time. They honeymooned in Venice for 2 weeks, in a comfortable hotel near the Rialto. Karen didn't show much interest in Venice. No, that wasn't true. She said she was fascinated by Venice, but she preferred to read about it in her guidebook. Outside there was noise, and people, and stink. She could better experience the city indoors. Julian offered to stay with her, but she told him he was free to do as he liked. So in the daytime he'd leave her, and he'd go and visit St. Mark's Square, climb the basilica, take a gondola ride. In the evening he'd return, and over dinner he'd try to tell her all about it. She'd frown, and say there was no need to explain. She'd already read it all in her Baedeker. Then they would eat in silence. On the first night, he'd been tired from travel. On the second, from sightseeing. On the third night, Karen told her husband that there were certain manly duties he was expected to perform. Her father was wanting a grandson. For her part, she wanted lots of daughters. Julian said he would do his very best, and drank half a bottle of claret to give him courage. She stripped off, and he found her body interesting and even attractive, but not in the least arousing. He stripped off too. "Oh," she said, "but you have hardly any hair. I've got more hair than you." And it was true. There was a faint buzz of fur over her skin, and over his next to nothing. Just the odd clump where nature had started work. Rethought the matter. Given up. Karen laughed, but it was not unkind. She ran her fingers over his body. It's so smooth. How did you get it so smooth? Wait a moment, she then said, and hurried to the bathroom. She was excited. Julian had never seen his wife excited. She returned with a razor. "Let's make you perfect," she said. She soaked him down and shaved his body bald. She only cut him twice, and that wasn't her fault. That was because he'd moved. She left him only the hairs on his head. And even there, she plucked the eyebrows and trimmed his fine wavy hair into a neat bob. "There," she said, and looked over her handiwork proudly and ran her hands all over him. And this time there was nothing that got in their way. And at that, he tried to kiss her, and she laughed again and pushed him away. "No, no," she said. "Your duties can wait until we're in England. We're on holiday." So he started going out at night as well, with her blessing. He saw how romantic Venice could be by moonlight. He didn't know Italian well, and so could barely understand what the ragazzi said to him. But it didn't matter. They were very accommodating. And by the time he returned to his wife's side, she was always asleep. The house in Chelsea had been done up for them, ready for their return. He asked her whether she'd like him to carry her over the threshold. She looked surprised at that, and said he could try. She lay back in his arms, and he was expecting her to be quite heavy, but it went all right really, and he got her through the doorway without doing anything to disgrace himself. As far as he'd been aware, Karen had never been to the house before, but she knew exactly where to go, walking straight to the study, and to the wooden desk inside, and to the third drawer down. "I have a present for you," she said, and from the drawer she took a gun. "It was my brother's," she said. "Oh, really? It may not have been his, but it's what they gave us anyway." She handed it to Julian. Julian weighed it in his hands. Like his wife, it was lighter than he'd expected. "You're the man of the house now," Karen said. There was no nanny to fetch them dinner. Julian said he didn't mind cooking. He fixed them some eggs. He liked eggs. After they'd eaten, and Julian had rinsed the plates and left them to dry, Karen said that they should inspect the bedroom, and Julian agreed. They'd inspected the rest of the house, that room, quite deliberately. Both had left as yet unexplored. The first impression that Julian got as he pushed open the door was pink, that everything was pink. The bedroom was unapologetically feminine, that blazed out from the soft pink carpet, and the wallpaper of pink rose on pink background. And there was a perfume to it too, the perfume of Karen herself, and he still didn't much care for it. That was before he saw the bed. He was startled and gasped, and then laughed at himself for gasping. The bed was covered with dolls. There were at least a dozen of them, all pale plastic skin and curls and lips that were ruby red, and some were wearing pretty little hats, and some carrying pretty little nosegays, all of them in pretty dresses. In the center of them, in pride of place, was the doll Karen's father had given as a wedding present, resplendent in her wedding dress, still fat, her facial features smoothed away beneath that fat, sitting amongst the others like a queen. And all of them were smiling, and all of them were looking at him, expectantly, as if they'd been waiting to see who it was they'd heard climb the stairs, as if they'd been waiting for him all this time. Julian said, well, we won't be able to get much sleep with that lot crowding about us." He chuckled. "I mean, I won't know which is which one is just a doll, and which one my pretty wife." He chuckled. "Well," Karen said, "gifts from my father. I've had some since I was a little girl. Some of them have been hanging about for years." Julian nodded. Karen said, "But I'm yours now." Julian nodded again. He wondered whether he should put his arms around her. He didn't quite like to, not with all the dolls staring. "I love you," said Karen. "Or rather, I'm trying. I need you to know, I'm trying very hard." And for a moment Julian thought she was going to cry, but then he saw her blink back the tears. Her face was hard again. "But I can't love you fully, not whilst I'm loving them. You have to get rid of them for me." "Well, yes," said Julian. "I mean, If you're sure that's what you want. Karen nodded grimly. It's time. And long overdue. She put on her woolen coat then. She said it would be cold out there in the dark. And she bundled up the dolls too, each and every one of them, and began putting them into Julian's arms. There's too many, he said. I'll drop them. But Karen didn't stop, and soon there were arms and legs poking into his chest. He felt the hair of his wife's daughter scratching under his chin. Karen carried just one doll herself, her new doll. She also carried the gun. It had been a warm summer's evening, not quite yet dark. When they stepped outside, it was pitch, only the moonlight providing some small relief, and that grudging. The wind bit, and Chelsea, the city bustle, the pavements, the pedestrians, the traffic. Chelsea had gone, and all that was left was the house. Just the house, and the woods ahead of them. Julian wanted to run then, but there was nowhere to run to. He tried to drop the dolls, but the dolls refused to let go. They clung onto him. He could feel their little plastic fingers tightening around his coat, his shirt buttons, his skin, his own skin. "Follow me," said Karen. The branches stuck out at weird angles, impossible angles. Julian couldn't see any way to climb through them. But Karen knew where to tread and where to duck. And she didn't hesitate. She moved at speed. And Julian followed her every step. He struggled to catch up. He lost sight of her once or twice and thought he was lost for good. But the dolls showed him the way. The clearing was a perfect circle, and the moon shone down upon it like a spotlight on a stage. "Put them down," said Karen. He did so. She arranged the dolls on the browning grass, set them in one long, neat line. Julian tried to help. He put the new doll in her wedding dress beside them. And Karen rescued her. "It's not her time yet," she said, "but she needs to see what will one day happen to her." "And what is going to happen?" Her reply came as if the daughters themselves had asked. Her voice rang loud, with a confidence Julian had never heard from her before. "Chloe, Barbara, Mary Sue, Mary Jo, Suki, Delilah, Wendy, Prue, Annabelle, Marianne, Natasha, Jill, you have been sentenced to death." "But why?" said Julian. He wanted to grab her, shake her by the shoulders. He wanted to. She was his wife. That's what he was supposed to do. He couldn't even touch her. He couldn't even go near. "Why? What have they done?" "Loves," said Karen. She turned to him. "Oh yes, they know what they've done." She saluted them. "And you," she said to Julian, "you must salute them too." "No, not like that. That's not a salute. Hand steady. Like me. Yes, yes." She gave him the gun. The dolls all had their backs to him. At least he didn't have to see their faces. He thought of his father. He thought of his brothers. Then he didn't think of anything. He fired into the crowd. He'd never fired a gun before, but it was easy. There was nothing to it. He ran out of bullets, so Karen reloaded the gun. He fired into the crowd again. He thought there might be screams. There were no screams. He thought there might be blood. And the brown of the grass seemed fresher and wetter, and seemed to pool out lazily towards him. And Karen reloaded his gun. And he fired into the crowd, just once more. "Please, God, just one last time. Let them be still. Let them stop twitching." The twitching stopped. "It's over," said Karen. "Yes," he said. He tried to hand her back the gun, but she wouldn't take it. "It's yours now. You're the man of the house." "Yes," he said again. He began to cry. He didn't make a sound. "Don't," said Karen. "If you cry, the deaths won't be clean." And he tried to stop, but now the tears found a voice. He bawled like a little girl. She said, "I will not have you dishonor them." She left him then. She picked up her one surviving doll and went and left him all alone in the woods. He didn't try to follow her. He stared at the bodies in the clearing, wondered if he should clear them up, make things tidier. He didn't. He clutched the gun, waited it for it to cool, and eventually it did. And when he thought to turn about, he didn't know where to go. He didn't know he'd be able to find his way back. But the branches parted for him easily, as if ushering him fast on his way, as if they didn't want him either. "I'm sorry," he said. He hadn't taken a key. He'd had to ring his own doorbell. When his wife answered, he felt an absurd urge to explain who he was. He'd stopped crying, but his face was still red and puffy. He held out his gun to her, and she hesitated, then at last took it from him. "Sorry," he said again. "You did your best," she said. "I'm sorry too, but next time it'll be different." "Yes," he said. "Next time. Won't you come in?" she said politely, and he thanked her and did. She took him upstairs. The doll was sitting on the bed, watching. She moved it to the dressing table. She stripped her husband. She ran her fingers over his soft, smooth body. She kept it neat and shaved. "I'm sorry," he said one more time. And then, as if it were the same thing, "I love you." And she said nothing to that, but smiled kindly. And she took him then, and before he knew what he was about, he was inside her. And he knew he ought to feel something, and he knew he ought to be doing something to help. He tried to gyrate a little. "No, no," she said, "I'll do it." And so he let her be. He let her do all the work, and he looked up at her face and searched for any sign of passion there or tenderness, but it was so hard. And he turned to the side, and there was the fat doll, and it was smiling, and its eyes were twinkling. And there, on that greasy plastic face, there was all the tenderness he could ask for. Eventually, she rolled off. He thought he should hug her. He put his arms around her, felt how strong she was. He felt like crying again. He supposed that would be a bad idea. "I love you," she said. "I am very patient. I have learned to love you." She fetched a hairbrush. She played at his hair. "My sweetheart," she said, "my angel cake." She turned him over, spanked his bottom hard with the brush until the cheeks were red as rouge. "My big baby doll." And this time he did cry. It was as if she'd given him permission. And it felt so good. He looked across at the doll, still smiling at him. And he hated her, and he wanted to hurt her. He wanted to take his gun and shove the barrel right inside her mouth and blast a hole through the back of her head. He wanted to take his gun and bludgeon with it, blow after blow, and he knew how good that would feel, the skull smashing, the wetness. And this time he wouldn't cry. He would be a real man. "I love you," she said again, "with all my heart." She pulled back from him and looked him in the face, sizing him up, as she had that first time they'd met. She gave him a salute. He giggled at that. He tried to raise his own arm to salute back, but it wouldn't do it. He was so very silly. There was a blur of something brown at the foot of the bed, something just out of the corner of his eye, and the blur seemed to still, and the brown looked like a jacket maybe, trousers, a uniform. He tried to cry out, in fear or at least in surprise, but there was no air left in him. There was the smell of mud, so much mud. Who'd known mud could smell? And a voice to the blur, a voice in spite of all. "Is it time?" He didn't see his wife's reaction, nor hear her reply. His head jerked, and he was looking at the doll again. And she was the queen doll, the best doll, so pretty in her wedding dress. She was his queen. And he thought she was smiling even wider, and that she was pleased he was offering her such sweet tribute. The contractor's name was Terry. He hadn't been on Candy and Jason's initial shortlist, but she'd seen his company truck the next block over, at the Martindales, and copied the number down. Now here they were at dinner, which Terry insisted on paying for since he could business expense it. Before getting into the particulars of their situation, he introduced himself and his business via a story from his childhood about dropped nails on his father's construction projects. For every 100 straight ones he found, he would get $1, and his father's workers would get a talking to about carelessness and waste and safety. The guys on site hated him, Terry said, leaning back from his plate, his glass of wine left, Candy thought, strategically full. It's important that potential clients situate him somewhere between a lush and a teetotaler, she imagined. It's good to have appetites, it's bad to indulge them. As for his story about the nails, she imagined it was what he opened every sales pitch with, since it established that he A, ran a clean site, B, was in a family business, and C, had once been a cute, adorable kid. Terry was the second contractor they were interviewing, but the first one to take them out to dinner on his card. In the final analysis, when stacked up against a 2-month, $75,000 job, foundation work is neither cheap nor convenient. A dinner somewhere north of 100 didn't really amount to much. But it was a good restaurant, Candy had to admit, and it's not like Terry was hard on the eyes or anything. She and Jason had ordered the salmon, as they'd agreed to do until they looked closer to the 30 they could still remember than the 40 they were fast approaching, and Terry had the sugar steak the restaurant was known for, that the kitchen wouldn't dare cook anywhere even approaching medium well. She asked Terry how much he'd made, collecting all those guilty nails. Gambled it all away betting on kickball, he said. 4th grade was rough. So, Candy appreciated a sense of humor as well. Terry wiped his mouth with his napkin, as if signaling that the banter portion of this was drawing to a sad but necessary close. Time for the business. What Candy and Jason needed, they explained, was for their 2-story house not to crack in half. Evidently, a fault line of sorts had developed in the foundation. Jason blamed it on the drought. Terry nodded about this possibility while chewing his steak. By the way he neither dismissed Jason's idea nor ratified it with anecdote, Candy could tell he was humoring him. That in his line of business, he knew every reason a foundation might start to crumble. And none of those reasons had anything to do with the lack of rain. To save Terry the awkwardness of trying to show some modicum of respect for Jason's idea, Candy dropped into the story of how, in the sprawling basement, they'd found a gun-safe room that had been on neither the listing nor the blueprint, that the realtor said probably would have upped the appraisal by $25,000 at least. Hidden door, Jason added, leaning forward as if the neighboring table might be trying to tune this conversation in. Probably a panic room, Terry said, dabbing the corner of his mouth again. Just doubled up for the gun collection. Guns weren't still in there, were they? Jason shook his head no. Still has a dirt floor, Candy leaned forward to say, as if this wasn't information she wanted said too loud. Under the subfloor thing, Jason added, looking satisfied with himself for having known that word. Hun, Terry said, narrowing his eyes in thought. That is kind of. Oh yeah, it's unfinished. Of course, the dirt floor makes it count as technically unfinished. When the house was built, the builder was probably instructed to leave it like that, just raw. One unfinished room in a basement means the whole basement is unfinished, as far as property taxes go. Then another crew came in, finished it out under the radar. Know anything about the previous owner? The paranoid type. Short sale, Jason said with a shrug. Think it was a foreclosure. No cement in the toilets or anything, right? Terry raised his hand for the ticket. Before Jason or Candy could say anything about the toilets, Terry added, that room probably wasn't floored with concrete because, did you know concrete is exothermic? That means it breathes out all this heat as it dries. If somebody got their work orders backwards, if the walls were already painted, then that concrete, drying, could have peeled the paint back off. Thus, a subfloor, Candy said. Probably sealed, Terry said, taking what felt like a celebratory first drink from his glass of peanut. You can spray this. It doesn't matter. Listen, no charge, nothing extra. I'll go down there. I'll look into it. Make sure it's nothing you're going to have to deal with years down the road, right? You want this to be your last big job on the house, don't you? Jason and Candy nodded. Did want this to be over once and for all. How was thee? He said, indicating the salmon they'd each taken the fewest possible bites of. Flaky, buttery. Jason tried, holding his hand up in the air for the perfect word. How do you describe fish? Delicious, Candy proclaimed. Thank you. Terry signed the credit card slip, closed the leather folder back over it. And the next morning, Jason and Candy canceled the third interview they had scheduled and signed with Terry. That night, a loaf of French bread devoured between them at the kitchen island, along with most of a bottle of wine. Candy and Jason celebrated the end of the interview grind by fucking in the hallway between the office and the front living room. The idea was that if Candy laid back on the pillow Jason had chivalrously retrieved from the bedroom upstairs, then she would be lying directly on a line that bisected the house. The fault line, the crack. She tied a scarf around Jason's eyes and told him to imagine he was giving it to the house, and while he wasn't looking, she closed her eyes too. Imagine there were golden nails scattered all around her, and that they weren't at all distracting Terry from his thrusts. Afterward, even though it matched nothing, she arranged that pillow in a corner of the couch. The game between Candy and Jason for years had been that that pillow, left out, was an invitation, a suggestion, a slow lick of the lips. Never mind that it was the busy season for Jason, that he was out of town again in the morning. It's for when he gets back, she told herself. It's for him to see when he leaves, to make sure he doesn't miss his flight home. It's to remind him about just now. Candy walked along the back of the couch and let her fingertips brush the sticky top of the pillow, and then she happened to look through the ceiling-to-floor front window. There was a vehicle out there, at the gate, wasn't there? Yes, just a vague shape, the almost glint of a windshield. A pickup. No headlights, no dome light. But trucks don't ease up and park all by themselves. Candy walked to the window, could see the truck no better. But turning back to the house, she could see directly down the hall where the rug was still scrunched up on one side from her grabbing it, to keep from sliding off the fault line. She pursed her lips in a smile, hoped Jason hadn't gotten the house pregnant. She also hoped it had been a good enough show. She would have to remember to check the outside of that window, for smudges, for smears. What has gotten into you, girl? She said out loud, mischievously. She had an immediate answer for that too. Candy smiled, followed the handrail upstairs. The next morning, she texted Kath Martindale from the next street over to ask if it was too early to call. Kath texted right back, and they were talking over their separate coffees a moment later. What Candy wanted was the scoop on Terry. Who? Kath asked, switching ears with her phone. It sounded like. Your contractor, Candy said back. Looks like the Marlboro man if he didn't smoke. I saw his white pickup at your house the other day. A white truck, Kath said. You had your foundation worked on. Candy prompted. Oh, yes, Kath said. I let Ben deal with all of that. There isn't enough Xanax in the world, right? I was at my sister's for most of it. Have you seen my tan? Candy hadn't, but for the next 10 minutes she heard about it, until a knock on the door saved her. It was Terry in the flesh. He peeled his sunglasses from his weathered face and scuffed his boots on the welcome mat. Behind him, diesel engines were firing up, and a large truck was delivering a porta-potty. Candy hadn't considered that aspect of all this. But of course, she couldn't have men tromping in at all hours of the day for the half-bath by the kitchen. Yes, she said, and then stepped aside to invite Terry in, out of the clamor and bustle of what was now, obviously, a job site. Dinner Terry had been at home in the elegance of the restaurant, directing the wait staff around without having to say a word. Daytime Terry was at a loss for where to start. Candy stole a glance down, to be sure her robe wasn't open. Well, that it wasn't open too much. Jason around. Terry finally got out. He's probably at cruising altitude by now, Candy said, tilting her head up into the idea of the wide blue sky. Can I help you? It's just, Terry stammered. We assign, or we ask someone to run point on the project. That's not you. The homeowner, Terry said. Just for any questions, any decisions, that sort of stuff. That's me, Candy said. Then, about the yarn bracelet Terry was wearing. Your daughter. Son, Terry said, showing off the bracelet. My daughter's still teething. You're lucky, Candy said. Kids, Terry nodded that he was indeed lucky. Then Rolf, Jason's oversized poodle, was bustling and barking down the stairs, and Candy had to oversee that big meet and greet. The procedure, as Terry outlined it, gaining confidence, was designed to be as non-invasive as possible. He instructed her to secure any china in cabinets, as there would be episodes of shaking. There was simply no avoiding that. Digging under the house at an angle with heavy equipment was a shaky enterprise. But safe, he guaranteed. He'd never damaged a house in 15 years. Candy offered him lemonade. He accepted. Standing in the foyer, tussling Rolf's curls, he detailed the next step. Inserting massive hydraulic jacks under the house, lifting it as few inches as possible. There were water lines to be aware of. And fitting pylons underneath to take some of the strain of the house's weight off the foundation. But that meant carving down deep enough to find some bedrock to anchor those pylons to. The basement stairs, Candy asked, because those jacks would be under the house proper, not the basement. She pictured the staircase to the basement accordioning out, and then snapping in two. On my to-do list, Terry said, tapping his notebook with the eraser of his wide, flat pencil. What about the gun room? That old panic room, Terry said, as if just remembering. It'll be fine, of course, but I should check it out. We don't want to dig too close, collapse a wall. This way, Candy said, and very intentionally led him down the hall from last night. Stopped to step out of her house shoe, straighten that scrunch of rug with her toes. Terry's face gave nothing away. Rolf bounded downstairs before them into the cold of the basement, and Candy, on the way back to the last door on the right, the one so flush with the wall that it disappeared, explained that they didn't even know what to do with all this space, all this extra. Mother-in-law suite, Terry said, peering around. Not in my lifetime, Candy said with a chuckle, and then they were there. 15 by 15, Terry said, standing beside Jason's weight bench. Besides the mounts on the wall for rifles and shotguns and maybe pistols, the weight bench was the only thing in the room. Mind, Terry said, already feeling along the edge of the carpet by the wall. Candy stepped back, let him fold the carpet back, then find a panel in the subfloor, work it up from its fitting. Dirt all right. Come feel, though. Candy knelt by him, touched her fingertips to the dirt, not sure what to expect. It was like the desserts on a restaurant cart. Plastic. Fake. Dirt just for show. The look of dirt, but not the feel. Not a grain of soil would dislodge. It's kind of been, Terry said, searching for words, like sprayed with superglue. A sealant. Keeps moles and mold back. He worked a screwdriver up from his pocket, flipped it around to tap the plastic handle onto the hard shell of dirt. Oh, Candy said, drawing her hand up to her mouth for some reason. It's a polymer, should last forever, Terry said, and worked the subflooring back into place, smoothed the carpet over it. To be honest, I wouldn't do a thing to it, other than not think about it. Candy agreed 100%. Still at night, she was thinking about it. Before seeing it, she'd only known about it from Jason, who had told her he had no idea that was even a thing in the civilized world, leaking bare dirt in a home like that. Seeing the imitation dirt herself, though, that clear crust, that shell, Now Candy couldn't stop thinking about it. This whole time, it had been right here underneath them, a grubby little imperfection in an otherwise perfect home. By midnight, she was back in Jason's weight room, as she was calling it. She pulled the carpet back, managed to work that panel of subflooring up. In thriller movies and in the Poe stories she remembered from a boyfriend or two before marrying Jason, this was always where you buried whoever you'd killed. It didn't work out, of course, but it was exciting for a while. Especially when the detective would be walking right over the very patch of ground, effectively tamping the grave down with each footstep. Candy didn't know anything about who had lived here before. Somebody paranoid enough to hire layers of workers to hide a room. Somebody who had been foreclosed upon. She reminded herself to call Calf, helpful Calf, about that as well. She tapped her chin with her index finger and stared at the frozen-in-place dirt. Rolf sniffed at it. Must not have smelled like anything. Well, Inspector, she said, and strolled ever so casually right across the dirt. It wasn't quite even, but it didn't give either. Candy sat on Jason's weight bench and wrapped a length of yellow yarn around and around her wrist. It was too long for any kind of sensible bracelet, of course, unless you tied it into a complicated fishtail or something. But summer camp workshops had been 20 years or more ago already. She wasn't even sure what drawer she'd filched the yarn up from, walking through the house with all the lights on, a glass of red wine in hand. She inserted one of the yarn's ragged ends into her mouth and thought. And then she poured her nail polish remover onto what she was calling the hairsprayed dirt. Had Jason been in town, had he walked in his gym shorts, his preppy towel wrapped around his neck, like a deodorant commercial, Candy might have told him she was doing this, because Terry had said that magic word polymer, which had made her think of how the nail salon smelled. But there was more to it than just a vague association, of course. When they'd taken possession 6 weeks ago, they'd been diligent to the point of pills and lubrication, about christening each room of the house to prove that they owned it. Toward the end of the process, they'd cheated a bit by starting in one room, moving through another, finishing in a third, up against a wall if there wasn't any furniture. But still, cheating or no, a crime scene unit would have found proof of them in each and every room. Except this one, because they hadn't found it by then. Candy knew this was where they should have brought the pillow last night, not the hallway. But she could make up for it. In the old days, you christened a ship by breaking a bottle against its hull. She wasn't sure exactly how a person might ceremonially welcome hairsprayed dirt into the world, or into a home, but she imagined that it might involve letting the dirt have its first breath of air in years, and there was nobody there to tell her otherwise. She woke to the walls shaking around her, to dust sifting down from the ceiling. She was lying by Jason's workout bench. Upstairs, Rolf was barking at the front door. Somewhere a plate crashed into tile floor, then another. It was starting. Candy worked her arm under her, angled herself up. Had she really slept here, of all places? She stood, unsteady at first. The vapors had conked her, she decided. Yes, as it was supposed to, the fingernail polish remover had interacted with the hard, supposedly permanent shell over the dirt. But in this closed space, that reaction had had nowhere to vent. So it had had to filter through her lungs, which gave it access to her bloodstream. And the rest was blackout history. That had to be it. When the house shook next, it was hard enough that Jason's weights jingled on the bar. From how this assault felt, Candy assumed the tractor was backing up to the street to get a running start, then throttling forward through as many gears as it could before it slammed into the house. Something along those lines. She knelt to slide the subflooring panel back in place and timed it poorly, right when the next tremor came. This one cracked the crust over the dirt in two. A breath of hot, corrupt air sighed up. "Oh," Candy said, standing back, impressed. This was something. Without taking her eye from this development, she collected the empty bottle of fingernail polish remover, checked the floor by the bench to be sure she wasn't forgetting anything, and then she whistled once, sharply, for Rolf. For maybe the first time since his training, he didn't respond, was having a panic attack about the end of the world he could hear happening right outside the front door. "Well then," Candy said, and skirted the dirt and the subflooring panel, stepped out into the hall, sure to close the invisible door behind her. After a quick change of clothes and some general freshening up, tennis skirt, messy bun, eyeliner, Candy edged out the door, careful to keep Rolf in, and walked into the noise and clamor. She was carrying a plastic platter of patio glasses with a pitcher of lemonade set among them like a queen, the glasses already sloshing full. The diesel engines wind down, and 6 hard hats tilted back on their respective heads. Candy flounced out among them, eyeing the damage along the way. They were indeed digging a big expensive hole under her house. "Gentlemen," she said, presenting the tray, and 6 hands took 6 glasses. Then a few of those faces split into a secret smile. "I don't see Terry's truck, do I?" Candy said conspiratorially. "No, ma'am, you don't," one of the men answered. In the patio glasses, cups really, since they were made of plastic, was Jason's beer. It wasn't the same color as the lemonade in the pitcher, but the glasses were foggy green. "Hot day," Candy said, and looked up into the sun. It was swimming with worms of flame. She tried to blink it away. What was happening to her? What if Jason pulled up now, his meetings canceled, his flights all early, and saw her out here barefoot, showing this much leg, giving his beer away to men who needed steady hands if they were going to keep the house from crashing down? "Calf," she said to herself, just remembering her intentions to call her. And she turned to do just that, stepped on something sharp halfway to the door. She collapsed around the pane. 10 minutes later, she had been hand-delivered to her couch, and Terry was walking in, not smiling. There were no engines rumbling outside, no great shovels tearing into the earth. "I apologize," Terry said, his yellow hard hat in his hands. "They're all gone." "Gone," Candy said. "Fired," Terry said. 1. No drinking on the job, ever, 0 excuses. 2. Shit. He was just now seeing the bloody nail on the coffee table. He checked his boots, crossed to the couch to inspect Candy's foot. She winced away, but he caught her calf, was kneeling already. "We're not even using nails," he said, disgusted. "This is an excavation right now." "I'm sure it was already there," Candy said. "The landscapers." Terry wasn't buying it. "We need to wash it," he said, and went to the kitchen for water. He stopped at the doorway. "Those were already broke," Candy called across to him. He lowered his head, stepped in, crunched through, ran the faucet, was still running it when Candy stepped in behind him. He looked over his shoulder, continued wringing the dish rag he'd found. "You shouldn't be," he said, but was interrupted by a white platter crashing onto the tile. He looked from it up to Candy. She pushed a white saucer off. It shattered. Terry turned the faucet off, rubbed his neck with a hand not holding the wet dish rag. "We needed a new set anyway," she said, pushing a coffee cup off. A red coffee cup, one of the standalones, not part of any set. "Our insurance can cover it," he said, crossing to her, kneeling again, to apply the wet rag to her foot. "Just tell your husband that." "My husband isn't here," she said, and when he looked up to her about that, all the way up her, time dilated around them. This moment. She stepped outside of it, kind of saw herself. Was there any reason to be doing this? Really? No, she told herself. Somehow that made it even better. "Not here," Terry said into her neck 5 minutes later, when she had him pressed up against the sink, the window directly behind him like a picture frame. "I know just the place," Candy said, and took his hand, led him down the hall, every other footstep on the tile dabbed red, all the way down the carpeted stairs, all the way to Jason's weight room. "No windows," she said, spreading her arms, spinning slowly, losing her clothes. When the weight bench creaked underneath them, threatening to give, apparently it wasn't rated for love, or whatever this was, they rolled onto the floor, and Candy's raw foot pressed against the raw dirt, and that brief grit was just the right thing, just the perfect thing. Kath wasn't answering her phone. Terry wasn't even 2 minutes gone. She could still feel him. Candy paced. Rolf was licking up the blood from the tile. "Good boy," Candy said, sweeping past. She couldn't stop moving, wasn't sure what would happen if she did. Things were happening fast, weren't they? And things. "Cheating on your husband, you mean," Candy said aloud. "Breaking your flatware." Were they more or less equivalent? They were, she told herself. It's not like she'd used the special pillow with Terry or anything. It's not like she'd needed it, she added. Next, an actual blip later, it felt like she was back in the weight room. She expected it to smell like sex, but if it smelled like anything, it was just earthen, she supposed. Like the digging outside. She knelt to rub at a wet place in the carpet with the belt of her robe, and then another place, and then Rolf was there as well, helping her. She sat on the weight bench with her face in her hands, and of course that was when the phone upstairs started ringing. Candy made a dash, caught it on the 5th ring. "Thought you weren't there," Kath said. I was downstairs," Candy said, out of breath. "You were downstairs, or he was," Kath said. Candy looked around the room, said, "Jason's in Philadelphia. Somewhere up there." The pause that came next was meaningful. "I was calling to ask about who used to live here," she said. "What do you mean?" "The former owner, you know," Candy said. "Oh," Kath said. "Jim, you mean. The pervert." "The what?" Candy sat down. Kath explained. "It never went to court, the allegations, but Jim K. something, Koppel, had evidently liked to stand around playgrounds and just watch. Maybe he missed his son or daughter," Candy offered. "Or maybe he was stalking the spank bank," Kath said. "There was an indictment. Everybody knew," Kath said deliciously. "Her, the mom of 8-year-old twin boys. But then he just pulled the old eject lever, not that one. And, blip, no more Jim Koppel. Probably some country with, you know, a tourist industry more suited to his, tastes." Candy had her eyes closed. Jason had told her that the mounts in the weight room were for rifles and shotguns and pistols. And they looked like that, didn't they? She could imagine firearms on the walls down there. A walk-in safe. But could it have been something else? If so, what? "Anyway," Kath went on, "his loss, your gain, right? I'd always wanted you to live closer like this." Candy nodded, didn't know what to say. "Do I see trucks in your driveway?" Kath asked then. "Workers," Candy said. "They're all fired." "Interesting," Kath said. "Even that. What was his name?" "Terry," Candy said, then added the necessary something like that. "I found him in Ben's house Rolodex," Kath said. "Can you believe I live with someone like that? He has 3 Rolodexes, business, house, and personal." Kath laughed. Added, 3 that I know about anyway. "So he did work on your foundation." She prayed Kath wasn't going to repeat foundation in a suggestive way. "I just need it for Jason," she added, digging in the desk drawer for a pen. She scratched the info down, Kath still talking into her ear even though the conversation was long over. "Are you all right, girl?" Kath could have said. "I don't know," one part of Candy would have said back. There was another part of her too, though. Now there was. "Rolf," Candy said, as if he were doing something he shouldn't be, as if he were even in the room. "Listen, I'm sorry, but my dog, he's..." And that was how she got the phone hung back up. She sat on the couch, hugging the special pillow to her chest. This wasn't so bad, she told herself. She'd always been pretty sure that what Jason did out of state, that was none of her business. No questions, no answers they would have to deal with. That's what marriage was. Just, she didn't travel out of state, so she was having to make do. That was exactly it. In Philadelphia, or wherever Jason was, he was probably right now sitting down the bar from some tall, leggy thing. Some inevitable thing. Good for him. Maybe he'd learned some new tricks. With Terry, just now, Candy thought she might have a thing or two she could apply when Jason was home. Without really meaning to or thinking about it, or making a decision, she dialed Jason's number. It rang and rang. She didn't leave a voicemail. Rough. Candy called, then did the whistle the trainer had trained him on. No clawed feet, slip-sliding down the tile of the hallway. Still clutching the pillow, she searched the house room by room, starting at the top even though it was too hot upstairs for a dog. Eventually, she had to go back downstairs. The invisible door was open, just like she hadn't left it. Rough, Candy said. She carefully turned on every light in the basement. It was so empty down here. Jason had suggested wicker furniture, so he wouldn't have to carry heavy stuff down the stairs. Haha. Candy had said she wasn't sure what she wanted to do with this space yet, and the door at the end on the right was still cracked open. Candy whistled again, harsher, harder. Nothing. No dog. It was just a stupid leftover secret room, right? Candy stiff-legged it down there, looked in, the light already on. No rough. It still smelled like fresh-turned dirt, not like sex, which was good, which was great. Except the crack in the shell of dirt, the slit in the ground, it was bulging now. That was the only word for it. Like there was pressure down there. Candy turned the light off, closed the door, and went to the hardware store. She had to get someone from Paint to help her load the bags of concrete onto her flat cart. He said he didn't mind. Patio or bathroom remodel? He asked, trying to look like the bags weren't heavy. Basketball goal for my son, Candy lied. It came so natural. Must be going deep, he said, throwing the sixth bag on. Thanks, Candy told him, and leaned into the cart's wide handle. To push ended up pulling instead, which meant doubling back through tools. Another worker loaded it into her SUV, patted the last bag into place, like telling it to stay, as if its weight could possibly shift. Candy tipped him $8, all the cash she had, and drove away. The road looked different now. The hood of her SUV was in the way, with the back end squatting down. She turned the radio up. It wasn't a station she ever listened to, but screw it. She let off the accelerator halfway home. The restaurant, the one Terry had wined and dined her and Jason at. It was a blackened husk. Candy stopped in front of it. This must have happened the last day or two, she figured. How had she not heard? Every time a liquor store got knocked over, it made the paper. A snooty restaurant would be front-page material. Terry would know, she told herself, and looked around like for the left or right turn that would lead to the road that would lead to the highway that would take her to his place, to wherever he was. But she'd left his info on the pad of paper on the desk, hadn't she? Shit, she said, and banged the heel of her hand into the steering wheel. Terry would also be able to tell her the best way to mix this concrete, too. The directions were there on the bag, but she didn't think they guaranteed success. There was nothing about covering a hellhole in the surprise room in your basement, say. The one that was less a crack, she had to admit, more a slit, like it was going to birth something early one morning while she was sleeping. She called Kath. Of course. For once Kath was rushed, which meant she was helpful, could reel off Terry's address from her weird memory instead of having to paw through Ben's Rolodex again. Terry's house was only 15 minutes away. His white truck wasn't parked in the driveway, but there was a minivan with a plastic tricycle wedged under it from the side, which made sense, Candy supposed, there being a minivan, a family, and it made her aware too. She'd only been factoring Jason into this dark equation, but that was just her side of the problem. There was also a wife to take into consideration, and a son who liked to tie yarn around his father's thick wrist, and a daughter still teething. Candy closed her eyes. Didn't quite come to a stop. That would be a giveaway. That could prompt questions whenever Terry finally got home. She mashed the pedal, turned hard enough that that top bag of concrete, which had been patted into place. Told to be good, to behave itself, slid off the pile, impacted the floor of the SUV's cargo space hard enough that Candy felt it in the wheel. She was crying a little, she had to admit. It was stupid to pretend you weren't doing what you were already doing. That included fucking the contractor. She hit the steering wheel again and screamed through her teeth. The basement hall in front of the weight room, the sex room, the cheating room, the room she hadn't meant to ever find, was swirling with concrete dust. The garden hose was draping in through the window of what Jason had told Candy had probably been the rumpus room for the last owners. Candy doubted that now, though a pedophile probably would have wanted it to be a rumpus room. Just he would have his own inflection on that word, rumpus. Candy was mixing the concrete on a dark green tarp. She'd wanted the wheelbarrow, but guiding it down the stairs had gotten immediately complicated. For a stir stick, she'd spun the head off a plunger and coated the wooden handle in shortening. Her pecs and delts and triceps were on fire from all this churning, but she was determined. She was going to tell Jason that the excavation had cracked open the dirt floor, and Rolf had fallen in, and Terry wasn't answering his phone, and she didn't know what to do, so she just did this. Okay. The part about Rolf was probably true too. She wouldn't mention anything about her foot having probably bulled into there, though. It didn't even hurt anymore. Jason need never know about that. And if he saw somehow, then she'd just stepped on a broken plate on the way to get a late-night glass of water, and it was the fault of the big diggers again, and neither her nor Jason would have to picture her and Terry writhing together. And Candy wasn't picturing it now either. Not even a little. Not his smell, not his breathing, not the pressure of his fingers on her sides. Candy stirred harder, deeper. The concrete was like oatmeal made from gravel. When it seemed to match the consistency recommended on the bag, she tried dragging the tarp over to lift one side, let the slurry slide over and in. No doing. If one bag was too heavy, then 6 at once, with water, was impossible. When there were no shovels in the shed, no spades in the garage, she finally had to clamber up a tall tire of the big yellow scoop tractor, her name for it, using the treads for ladder rungs, and liberate a wide wooden plank that had been cut to fit the bottom portion of a window without any glass in it. Candy didn't understand and didn't care. In the weight room, in the hall outside the weight room, she scooped pounds of concrete at a time onto the end of the plank, transferred it into the slit. When the slit seemed to have no bottom, was just going to drink all she had and ask for more, please, she broke up a shoe rack from her closet, laid the planks across the opening in the dirt like scaffolding, plastered the concrete on thicker and thicker, until it was a mound. It was an hours-long process. At the end of it, Candy was sheened in sweat. Air circulation sucked down here. Or no, it didn't suck at all. That was the problem. She laughed deliriously, wiped her forehead with the back of her forearm, and had to steady herself on the wall. It was done. Fixed. Over. Thank you. She'd roll the tarp up for the dumpster later. Not the dumpster her and Jason tipped the kitchen trash in, but the big industrial one that had been delivered right after they'd signed on the dotted line. Just more construction detritus. Candy was breathing hard and deep. Water. She needed water. She made her way upstairs, was surprised to find it was nighttime. She was less surprised to see the outline of a pickup sitting by the gate. She crossed to the window, couldn't be sure, so she opened the front door, telling herself she was just going to step out as far as the edge of the porch. There were nails out there, she knew now. Terry was standing there. I was ringing the doorbell, he said. You should. Candy said. I can't. I just wanted to be sure about your foot, he said. It made sense, she supposed. Tetanus, lockjaw, all that. She walked back inside, left the door open behind her, settled onto the couch. Terry followed, didn't close the door behind him. I'm sorry about your guys, Candy said. Just let me see, he said, kneeling in front of her again. He hadn't said anything about the obvious signs of her exertion. about the pale dust surely in her hair, in her clothes, in all her creases. When the light was wrong, he lifted her so easy to set her more sideways on the couch, the pillow nestling right into the sway of her back. Candy told herself no, that this didn't mean anything. The rough pad of his finger on the arch of her foot sent a shiver through her. "Sorry I'm so dirty," she said, hugging the pillow to her stomach, now watching him over it. "I am too," he said, his index finger pressed between her big toe and the next one. "I know," she said, and leaned forward. And Candy didn't know if this was a second christening of the formal living room or a dechristening, but in the moment, the door opened, the drapes fluttering all around them, the room filled with their breathing. She didn't much care either. Candy woke to the sun setting. She was pretty sure that was what it was doing, meaning the night had passed, and the date as well. She sat up fast, eyes desperate for the door. It was closed. The deadbolt was straight up and down, meaning it wasn't locked. Of course it wasn't. Terry didn't have a key, but that he'd thought to do that, to protect her from the leering eyes of whatever new crew he was bringing in, that had maybe been there all day already. Did that count as love? Close enough. She showered until her skin was new, and when claws clicked on the tile in the bathroom beyond her foggy door, she said hello to Rolf before remembering that Rolf was gone. She opened the door to nothing, to no one. She closed her eyes, sat on the step in the shower, and let her chin shiver. When was the last time she'd eaten? The last meal she could clearly recall. It was that salmon at the restaurant. The restaurant, wrapped in a towel, having to hold it shut with one hand. Against who, she couldn't imagine. Candy opened her laptop in the bedroom, dug into the newspaper's headlines. When she didn't have a subscription, she bought one. Who cares? There was nothing for the last 3 days, then nothing for the last week. Finally, she just searched up restaurant plus fire. It had gone up 4 months ago. The photo gallery could have been from yesterday. Candy shut the laptop, made herself breathe deep and calm. She was mistaken. That had to be it. She was mistaking one place for another place. It had been dark when they got there, hadn't it? And Jason had made that stupid joke about how no cars in the parking lot meant they would be getting good service. It hadn't seemed odd, though. Why hadn't it seemed odd? Oh, because then Terry's white pickup had pulled up alongside them, so he could usher them in. There had been other diners, she was pretty sure, almost certain. There had been the clatter of silverware in the darkness, the rustle of napkins on laps. And their waiter. Candy had assumed Terry had a rapport with him. Something like that. It was because, instead of speaking, Terry had pointed to his steak on the menu. And then, after Jason had decided on the salmon for him and Candy, not a decision at all, Terry had pointed to the menu again for the waiter. A language barrier. And it had been good, hadn't it? For fish. For healthy, stupid, normal fish. Candy felt it rising in her throat. She turned to the side, kicked the trash can over just in time to splash her stomach's contents down into it. It was nothing. It was pink bile and clear juices and some grainy stuff. Probably concrete, Candy figured, and had to laugh about it, because otherwise she was going to cry and cry and cry. Shouldn't Jason be home by now? How long was this trip? What floozy was he shacked up with? She didn't know where that last thought had come from, exactly. Floozy, was that even in her vocabulary? She felt around for her cell, touched Jason's face, let a line open between them. Voicemail. Candy hung up, was afraid what her mouth might say, how it might betray her. "We're going to need to do the front living room again, dear. Your dog is dead. There's a hole opening up under our house." But there wasn't any more. Right. Candy pulled on some clothes, stepped into her house shoes, and made her way downstairs, turning on each light as she went, and waiting for it to fully glow on before she submitted to crossing its expanses. "You're being stupid, girl," she told herself. "You're guilty, so you're spooking yourself out as punishment. Before going downstairs, she stopped to roll open the bread box, pull out a corner of the French bread Jason had been pinching off to feed her. How many nights ago? She was watching the windows, the corners, so she didn't see the bread before she put it into her mouth, and she didn't spit its fuzziness back out until she was on the stairs down to the basement. Green. Mold. She gagged again, didn't have anything to throw up. Had she been asleep on the couch for 2 days? The lights in the basement were all still blazing. It was like stepping into a tanning bed. Candy squinted but didn't turn any of them off. The basement door was still shut as well. All was in order. Candy repeated that to herself. This is all normal. This is all perfectly all right. It wasn't. She creaked the invisible door open. Did it use to creak? And in the weight room, the lights were off. A wall of hot air breathed out across her. She stepped back, let it pass, spread out. Then she felt in for the switch, clicked the light on. It sputtered, caught. The concrete was still there. Her first fear had been that it had been swallowed, like rough. But the slit in the dirt, it had bulged more under the concrete, it looked like. There was an opening in the concrete, now. It made the concrete look like pus. And it was so hot. What had Terry called it? Exo something. Exo hot was what it was. Like the sex they'd had down here had kept happening. The walls were sweating with it. Candy stepped forward to touch one, her house shoe squelching into the outer edge of the concrete. It was supposed to be rock, but her house shoe stuck. She stepped back, her shoe staying, and retrieved the crusty plank she'd stolen from the yellow tractor. She pushed its other end into the thickest part of the slurry of concrete she'd slathered onto the broken pieces of her shoe rack. It was still soft. She shook her head no, stepped back, her hand finding the wall, her fingers coming away from that contact with paper. Terry had been wrong about one thing at least. Concrete drying wouldn't peel the paint in the weight room. It would peel the wallpaper. Under the wallpaper, there was just light gray sheetrock. Candy felt an edge out, pulled it all down in disintegrating clumps, the tearing knot sounding like tears. The air was too damp in here for that, too moist, too thick. The gun mounts stayed in place, each standing now on a small pad of wallpaper, like erections, Candy thought, and giggled. It wasn't good giggling. She was out of crying, though. She was running out of a lot of things. This week was hollowing her out, leaving her empty. Soon she would just be a face, nothing behind that face. She started to back out through the doorway, but caught on some writing on the sheetrock. In the lightest pencil. It was some drywaller's scratch pad, a math problem, measurements tallying up here where no one would ever see. And at the next join, there was another math problem. And lower, like this piece of sheetrock had been written on while it was laying down somewhere, probably the family room out there. The next measurement was upside down, proving her theory, and then back around by the doorway, where she could already see the last equation taking shape in slanted gray numerals. There was something else, way down by the baseboard like a secret. Asmod, but it broke where the drywall stopped. Candy stood, focusing all over the weight room at once, tracing the joins with her eyes. Most of them had been mudded over, or whatever they called it, but high up on the wall, upside down again, behind Jason's weight bench he'd had since college. The word maybe completed. Use. Unless there was a missing part in the middle. Candy licked her finger, rubbed the letters. They smudged into nothing. She nodded that was good. She was still in control. All this could still be dealt with, swept under some rug. She went off to find that rug. It was at Kath's, Candy was sure. 90% certain. Not a physical rug, but advice. Candy was going to spill to Kath about all of this. She wasn't going to censor or edit. That was always the problem. People in trouble, A, never ask for help, and B, when they do, they always try to tell the story which makes them sound the least culpable. Candy was culpable as hell, and she knew it. She hadn't had to open her robe for Terry. At the same time, he hadn't had to run his hand up under it. Candy wondered if she even knew herself anymore. And maybe Kath would have something to eat too. If Candy could tell her the whole sorry affair without breaking down and be honest about it, throw herself at Kath's feet and ask for guidance, for help, then maybe Kath would light a torch, show Candy the way out. So far, the only thing that had really been lost was Rolf and some plates. And Jason was going to be so distraught about Rolf that he probably wouldn't even notice if Candy's right hand was still sticky with Terry. "We can use that," Kath would tell Candy, and then pass her a dish rag. But Candy shook her head no, turned into Kath's long driveway. The writing on the wall in the basement, that didn't mean anything. It didn't factor in at all. What mattered was what Kath could help with. Kath who, 2 years ago, had stepped out on Ben and still kept the marriage together somehow, when Ben had even walked in on them at what, in Kath's whispered retelling, was both the best and the worst moment, depending on where you were standing or not standing. So, if anybody could help her, it would be Kath. Candy braked hard, left the door of her SUV open like an announcement to Ben that this was emergency stuff, and walked into Kath's without even bothering to knock, like always. The house smelled. Not bad, but like the dining room in Candy's parents' house. Like dust. Like it hadn't been walked through in ages. "Kathy," she called, half imagining she was about to walk in on Kath with whoever her next not Ben was. The downstairs was empty, though. She gripped the handrail on the way upstairs, announcing herself the whole way with both Kath and Ben's names. Nothing. No one. Even in the master bath. Except the bathtub had a blanket spread over it. Candy stood before it for a full 2 minutes. "Kath," she said at last. The surface of the blanket didn't rustle. Candy was breathing hard now, shaking her head no, her fingers clutching the lip of the sink behind her. "I just talked to you," she said to the blanket, at which point a bird or a squirrel fluttered or scampered outside the window right above the blanket, and Candy, startled, knocked Kath's perfume rack onto the floor. Some shattered, some rolled. Candy, barefoot again, had to step between the shards. Halfway down the stairs, she couldn't help it. She ran. In her SUV, she held onto the wheel until she could stop hyperventilating. Terry, then. It didn't matter if his wife answered the door. The deal Candy made to herself, sitting outside Terry's house, was that however these next few minutes went down, she was going to check into a hotel immediately afterward. She was going to order everything room service had, and she was going to stay there and recover, deal. Now that there was no dog to feed, she could do things like that. It's not like Jason didn't have enough reward or loyalty or whatever points. She could probably stay there a year before it cost anything. Also, screw the money. Satisfied with her plan, she stood from her SUV, closed the door this time, and beat the lock, made fists by her legs for the walk up to the front door. She was the other woman now, and she looked like boiled shit, she knew. Would that make it better? She confabulated on the way. The digging outside her house. It had messed up a water line. It had sprayed her in the kitchen. Her house was a mess. Terry wasn't answering his phone. That would work. Another woman would sympathize with an exploded kitchen, wouldn't she? She would have to. The doorbell didn't pull any moms with kids on their hips up from the depths of the modest home, though. Neither did a second ring. And this time, the door was locked. Minutes too late, Candy noticed that the minivan was parked in exactly the same place, with the same plastic tricycle wedged under it from the side. But it had only been a day, right? No, 2 days. Or 3. Candy stepped timidly out onto the lawn, cupped her hands around her eyes to see through the front window, into the living room. Nothing. No one. But with the minivan here, and Terry's truck just having a front seat, where could a family of 4 be? Candy let herself into the backyard, stood on a storage bin, peered into another window. A kid's bedroom. A boy, it looked like. She stepped down, went deeper. The sliding glass door was open. She shook her head no, but went in all the same, because she had to see. Because not seeing would be miles and years worse. There was a splash of what had to be blood across the television screen. It was dry black. And the smell. Kat's house had just smelled unused. This was different. And now, Candy knew where to go. In the bathtub, the blanket sloughing off, were 3 bodies. Mom, son, daughter. It looked. No. It looked like big hands had tried to playfully stuff the daughter back into the mother. Candy fell back against the wall in the hall, some picture dislodging, falling to the ground, a single crack of glass resounding. She left by the front door, sure to lock it behind her. She was snuffling, crying, even though this was worse than crying. Terry, he wasn't Terry. Or he was, but he wasn't. He was something. He was wrong. He had done this. He was doing this. Candy stepped calmly into her SUV, locked the doors, and screamed, rubbed her cheeks with her hands until they burned. At which point her phone dinged once, a voicemail. Surprise, Jason said, talking low like he was in a crowd. Got home early. Will be there in 5, 4, 3, 2. Candy pulled the phone away, thumbed for the timestamp. 5 minutes ago. He was in a cab. That's how he always talked. Sure, the driver was trying to tune in his every word. She dialed back desperately, but Jason never answered when people were around. She felt like she was melting, like she was falling apart, crumbling into herself. Her shoulders hitched once, but she didn't let it get any further, into a real collapse. Jason. She dropped the SUV into gear. The front door of her house was open. The yellow cab Jason had taken was still there. It was under the heavy shovel of the big yellow tractor. The driver had tried to dive out. He hadn't made it. The back door on the passenger side was open. Candy turned her SUV off. Feet numb, face cold, she picked her way through the construction mess, watching the ground closely enough that the blue porta-potty suddenly beside her was startling. The door yawning open was what had made her look up. No one was creeping up on her, though. Everybody in there, all 6 of them, they were dead. This was the crew Terry had fired. Candy shut her eyes, balled her hands into fists, and pushed past, opened the front door, and walked into her house. Terry leaned back from the kitchen. He was wearing Jason's apron. "Oh, hey," he said, going back to whatever he was doing. "Thought it might be you." Candy scanned the front living room, the hall. "No, Jason. You've probably got a few questions, don't you?" Terry said. He was cutting vegetables. "Jason," Candy said, her voice not quite shaking. "In the shower," Terry said, and when Candy rushed ahead to dash upstairs, Terry's meaty hand clamped onto her upper arm. "He's okay," Terry said. "Really? Promise. Demon's word of honor." Candy pulled away from him. He let her pull away from him and looked up to his face, his normal human face. "Demon," she said. "Just a name," Terry said, batting the word away with the knife he was still holding. You're Asmod," she said, digging the writing up from the weight room wall, the panic room wall. Keep going, he said, intent on the carrot he had. "Dues," Candy completed. "Asmodeus." "Ah, yes." Terry leaned back to let the name wash all down him. "You never realize how much you might miss your own name being said, do you?" You came up from the hole," Candy said. "Not quite," Terry said, tut-tutting that with his knife. "I was having a good old time in Mr. James Kemple, child molester extraordinaire. But then he found that room and locked himself in. Decided he would rather starve than do it again. Some people, right?" Candy shook her head no. Her hand was in her pocket, trying to dial 911. "But you let me out when you opened that door," he continued. "Well, when good old Jason boy did. But you had so much more potential, didn't you? That's what it's all about, potential for fun." "The restaurant," Candy said. "Ding, ding, ding," Terry said, cocking his head upstairs, like hearing something beyond what Candy could. I had to dispose of good old Jimmy boy somehow, right? Waste not, want not. I think I read that somewhere. You didn't eat the fish, Candy said, her voice dial toning out. Like her mind. Fish and me don't get along, Terry said through thinned lips, punctuating it with a slice to the tomato he'd rolled onto the cutting board. Not that what sealed the deal for you was exactly fish, of course. What about him? She tilted her head upstairs. Let's finish with you first, shall we? Terry said, suddenly right up against her, his hands feeling through her hair at the base of her scalp, his other hand to her hip like he knew it, which he did. Candy punched what she was pretty sure was the final digit on her call, hit what had to be sent. A moment later, Terry's front pocket buzzed. Oh, sorry, he said, raising a finger for her to wait. He brought a phone up to his ear, said in exactly Kath's voice. Oh, Candy. Yes, well, as you know, I'm just rotting in that tub I insisted Ben would like. And guess what? I think he does like it. Can you believe it? He dropped the phone. It cracked on the floor, rattled away. Candy swallowed the lump growing in her throat. Her face was hot now. Behind her cheeks, she was crying. Let him go, Candy said, about Jason. You've got me. Terry stepped back, regarded her from this angle. From that angle, the fingers of his right hand to his chin as if he was in deep thought. Important thought. He shook his head no. Finally. Nothing against you, of course, he said, setting the knife on the island to look in the refrigerator for something. But Jason boy offers. I still have some unfinished business from when I was Mr. James Kemple. He said the name like an announcer on a game show might. You just don't have all the necessary equipment, he added, shrugging about this sad fact. I won't let you, Candy said. I'll warn him. You'll call him, Terry said, waggling another phone up from a different pocket. Jason's phone. Ja. She started, didn't get to finish. From across the kitchen, Terry had somehow pinched her lips shut, was pinching her lips shut, his fingers miming just that in the air by his head. I did appreciate the lard on that plunger, though, he said. That showed ingenuity. It kept it from sticking to the mix, didn't it? I don't think a man would have thought of that. As proof, a man never has thought of that. Until, let's say tomorrow. It's given me an idea. Once I'm more inside your dear hubby, more at the controls, and making certain visits around the neighborhood, shall we say. And I don't know, the playground. He'll never let you, Candy tried to say. Terry heard it all the same. But I'm cooking his favorite meal, Terry said, wowing his eyes out like a cooking show host. Dine with the devil. It leaves a string inside you. One I can pull. And I think, yes, it's almost ready. Time. I need to get him down there. I don't think I can trust dear old you to not warn him. So, yes, I've got it. What Candy expected was for Terry to call upstairs in her own voice. Instead, he cut a sharp whistle. Rolf's whistle. The dog padded into the room, leaving bloody footprints. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Terry said, and on cue, Rolf's tail flopped back and forth, and he barked once. Rolf, Jason called from upstairs, meaning he'd already been missing him. It's like we think of everything, isn't it? Terry said, batting his eyes coquettishly, and with 2 fingers, touching Candy's left shoulder to nudge her sideways, away from the bottom of the stairs, away from where Jason was about to be. She could hear his footsteps on the landing now. Rolf stepped to the bottom of the stairs to keep Jason's eyes there. Candy bounced, unable to step forward. She could only go back. Her first thought was to circle around, come at Jason from the formal living room. But there was no time. Instead, she edged sideways into the kitchen. And Terry, where was he? Was he even here? Memph, memph, she said, straining to make a sound, to get Jason to see her, anything. And then, yes, she was in view. She looked up to Jason, coming down fast. Terry was right behind him, smiling, leaning in. Candy jumped to the side, into the island, and flopped her hand up enough to get at the knife handle. Because it was too heavy somehow, she lowered her face to its blade, slit her mouth open, screamed in the instant, "No, you can't have him." Both Terry and Jason looked up to her. "I'm sorry," Candy said, and stepped forward before Terry could stop her, plunged the knife into Jason, just below the sternum, and then carved up, for the heart, or whatever she could find. Jason made his mouth into the first shape of a question, one that was in his eyebrows just the same, and then he folded around her, hugging her. His insides were warm. Candy looked down over his shoulder, down his back. Rolf was still sitting there like a good boy, his tail wagging. She turned her face to Terry, 2 steps up the staircase, his hands neatly behind his back. "A little more slashy than I was going for, but I'm sure we can still save some portions," he said, and caught Jason right as he was falling, pulled him and the knife away from Candy. There was nothing to say. He hadn't had her, not all the way. Not until now. Not until this. She'd eaten the fish named Kemple in the restaurant that was burned, and she'd stepped outside her marriage, but none of that was unrecoverable from. All of it could be, Candy thought, undone. Except this. She sat hard back onto the second step, watched Terry haul Jason up onto the island, and lean in, bite the tongue up. It stretched, and then Terry reached under, popped the white string under the tongue with the knife. The tongue stretched longer, until Terry sawed through it. He tossed it to Rolf. Rolf sucked it down, his tail a blur. Then Terry went to work on the butchery part of the night, completely disregarding Candy. "Can I?" she said, tilting her head back down the hallway. And he dismissed her. She walked past the bathroom, went downstairs, to the weight room, the gun room, the room she wasn't going to panic in. That was all past. It was too late for any of that. There was only this left. Using the plank, she guided the slurry of concrete to the side, exposed the slit in the dirt again. It was still bulging. "You can start over," she told herself. "You can do it all again, better." With that, she stepped in, moved side to side to work herself down, until, when she looked up, there was just a slash of light overhead, one already sealing itself back. In the darkness, a male voice asked her how old she was, and she closed her eyes, let Jim Kemple's fingers probe her face, her shoulders, the rest of her, for all time. It was a nice house, she thought. It had been a nice life. Until... They had come from a Halloween party, having long shed the masks they'd worn. No one but Harold had been drinking, and he wasn't driving, and he wasn't so drunk he was blind. Just drunk enough he couldn't sit up straight, and was lying on the back seat, trying, for some unknown reason, to recite the Pledge of Allegiance, which he didn't accurately recall. He was mixing in verses from the Star-Spangled Banner and the Boy Scout Oath, which he vaguely remembered from his time in the organization before they drove him out for setting fires. Even though William, who was driving, and Jim, who was riding shotgun, were sober as Baptists claimed to be, they were fired up and happy and yelling and hooting, and Jim pulled down his pants and literally mooned a black bug of a car carrying a load of nuns. The car wasn't something that looked as if it had come off the lot. Didn't have the look of any car maker Jim could identify. It had a cobbled look. It reminded him of something in old movies, the ones with gangsters who were always squealing their tires around corners. Only it seemed bigger, with broader windows through which he could see the nuns, or at least glimpse them in their habits. It was a regular Penguin convention inside that car. Way it happened, when they came up on the nuns, Jim said to William at the wheel, "Man, move over close. I'm gonna show them some butt. They're nuns. Man, that's what makes it funny, Jim said. William eased the wheel to the right, and Harold in the back said, Grand Canyon, Grand Canyon. Show them the Grand Canyon. Oh, say, can you see? Jim got his pants down, swiveled on his knees in the seat, twisted so that his ass was against the glass, and just as they passed the nuns, William hit the electric window switch and slid the glass down. Jim's ass jumped out at the night, like a vibrating moon. They lookin'? Jim asked. Oh yeah, William said, and they are not amused. Jim jerked his pants up, shifted in the seat, and turned for a look, and sure enough, they were not amused. Then a funny thing happened. One of the nuns shot him the finger, and then others followed. Jim said, Man, those nuns are rowdy. And now he got a good look at them, even though it was night, because there was enough light from the headlights as they passed for him to see faces hard as wardens and ugly as death warmed over. The driver was especially homely. Face like that could stop a clock and run it backwards or make shit crawl uphill. Did you see that? They shot me the finger, Jim said. I did see it, William said.
Harold had finally gotten the Star-Spangled Banner straight, and he kept singing it over and over. For Christ's sake, William said. Shut up, Harold. You know what? Jim said, studying the rearview mirror. I think they're speeding up. They're trying to catch us. Oh hell. What if they got the license plate? Maybe they already have. They call the law. My dad will have my mooning ass. Well, if they haven't got the plate, William said, they won't. This baby can get on up and get on out. He put his foot on the gas. The car hummed as if it had just had an orgasm and seemed to leap. Harold was flung off the back seat onto the floorboard. Hey, goddammit, he said. Put on your seatbelt, jackass, Jim said.
William's car was eating up the road. It jumped over a hill and dove down the other side like a porpoise negotiating a wave. And Jim thought, goodbye, penguins, and then he looked back. At the top of the hill were the lights from the nun's car, and the car was gaining speed, and it moved in a jerky manner, as if it were stealing space between blinks of the eye. Damn, William said. They got some juice in that thing. And the driver has her foot down. What kind of car is that? Jim said. Black. William said. Ha. Mr. Detroit. Then you name it. Jim couldn't. He turned to look back. The nun's car had already caught up. The big automotive beast was cruising in tight as a coat of varnish, the headlights making the interior of William's machine bright as a Vegas act. What the hell they got under the hood? William said. Hyperdrive. These nuns, Jim said. They mean business. I can't believe it. They're riding my bumper. Slam on your brakes. That'll show them. Not this close, William said. Do that. What it'll show them is the inside of our butts. Do nuns do this? These do. Oh, Jim said. I get it. Halloween. They aren't real nuns. Then we give them hell, Harold said, and just as the nuns were passing on the right, he crawled out of the floorboard and onto his seat and rolled the window down. The back window of the nun's car went down, and Jim turned to get a look. And the nun, well, she was ugly all right, but uglier than he had first imagined. She looked like something dead. And the nun's outfit she wore was not actually black and white, but purple and white, or so it appeared in the light from headbeams and moonlight. The nun's lips pulled back from her teeth, and the teeth were long and brown, as if tobacco-stained. One of her eyes looked like a spoiled meatball, and her nostrils flared like a pig's. Jim said, That ain't no mask. Harold leaned way out of the window and flailed his hands and said, You are so goddamn ugly you have to creep up on your underwear. Harold kept on with this kind of thing, some of it almost making sense, and then one of the nuns in the back, one closest to the window, bent over in the seat and came up and leaned out of the window, a 2x4 in her hands. Jim noted that her arms, where the nun outfit had fallen back to the elbows, were as thin as sticks and white as the underbelly of a fish, and the elbows were knotty and bent in the wrong direction. "Get back in," Jim said to Harold. Harold waved his arms and made another crack, and then the nun swung the 2x4, the oddness of her elbows causing it to arrive at a weird angle, and the board made a crack of its own, or rather Harold's skull did, and he fell forward, the lower half of his body hanging from the window, bouncing against the door, his knuckles losing meat on the highway, his ass hanging inside, one foot on the floorboard, the other waggling in the air. "The nun hit him," Jim said, "with a board." "What?" William said. "You deaf, she hit him." Jim snapped loose his seatbelt and leaned over and grabbed Harold by the back of the shirt and yanked him inside. Harold's head looked like it had been in a vice. There was blood everywhere. Jim said, "Oh man, I think he's dead." Blam! The noise made Jim jump. He slid back in his seat and looked toward the nuns. They were riding close enough to slam the 2x4 into William's car. The driver was pressing that black monster toward them. Another swing of the board and the side mirror shattered. William tried to gun forward, but the nun's car was even with him, pushing him to the left. They went across the highway and into a ditch, and the car did an acrobatic twist and tumbled down an embankment and rolled into the woods, tossing up mud and leaves and pine straw. Jim found himself outside the car, and when he moved, everything seemed to whirl for a moment, then gathered up slowly and became solid. He had been thrown free, and so had William, who was lying nearby. The car was a wreck, lying on its roof, spinning still, steam easing out from under the hood in little cotton-white clouds. Gradually, the car quit spinning, like an old-time watch that had wound down. The windshield was gone, and 3 of the 4 doors lay scattered about. The nuns were parked up on the road, and the car doors opened and the nuns got out. 4 of them. They were unusually tall, and when they walked, like their elbows, their knees bent in the wrong direction. It was impossible to tell this for sure because of the robes they wore, but it certainly looked that way, and considering the elbows, it fit. There in the moonlight, they were as white and pasty as pot stickers, their jaws seeming to have grown longer than when Jim had last looked at them, their noses witch-like, except for those pig flare nostrils, their backs bent like long bows. One of them still held the 2x4. Jim slid over to William, who was trying to sit up. "You okay?" Jim asked. "I think so," William said, patting his fingers at a blood spot on his forehead. "Just before they hit, I stupidly unsnapped my seatbelt. I don't know why. I just wanted out, I guess. Brain not working right." "Look up there," Jim said. They both looked up the hill. One of the nuns was moving down from the highway toward the wrecked car. "If you can move," Jim said, "I think we oughta." William worked himself to his feet. Jim grabbed his arm and half pulled him into the woods where they leaned against a tree. William said, "Everything's spinning." "It stops soon enough," Jim said. "I got to chill. I'm about to faint." "A moment," Jim said. The nun, who had gone down by herself, bent down out of sight behind William's car. Then they saw her going back up the hill, dragging Harold by his ankle, his body flopping all over as if all the bones in his body had been broken. "My God, see that?" William said. "We got to help." "He's dead," Jim said. "They crushed his head with a board." "Oh, hell, man. That can't be. They're nuns." "I don't think they are," Jim said. "Least not the kind of nuns you're thinking." The nun dragged Harold up the hill and dropped his leg when she reached the big black car. Another of the nuns opened the trunk and reached in and got hold of something. It looked like some kind of folded-up lawn chair, only more awkward in shape. The nun jerked it out and dropped it on the ground and gave it a swift kick. The folded-up thing began to unfold with a clatter and a squeak. A perfectly round head rose up from it, and the head spun on what appeared to be a silver hinge. When it quit whirling, it was upright and in place, though cocked slightly to the left. The eyes and mouth and nostrils were merely holes. Moonlight could be seen through them. The head rose as coat rack-style shoulders pushed it up, and a cage of a chest rose under that. The chest looked almost like an old frame on which dresses were placed to be sewn, or perhaps a cage designed to contain something you wouldn't want to get out. With more squeaks and clatters, skeletal hips appeared, and beneath that, long, bony, legs with bent-back knees and big metal-framed feet. Stick-like arms swung below its knees, clattering against its legs like tree limbs bumping against a window pane. It stood at least 7 feet tall. Like the nuns, its knees and elbows fit backwards. The nun by the car trunk reached inside and pulled out something fairly large that beat its wings against the night air. She held it in one hand by its clawed feet, and its beak snapped wildly, looking for something to peck. Using her free hand, she opened up the folding man's chest by use of a hinge, and when the cage flung open, she put the black wing thing inside. It fluttered about like a heart shot full of adrenaline. The holes that were the folding man's eyes filled with a red glow, and the mouth hole grew wormy lips, and a tongue, long as a garden snake, dark as dirt, licked out at the night, and there was a loud sniff as its nostrils sucked air. One of the nuns reached down and grabbed up a handful of clay and pressed it against the folding man's arms. The clay spread fast as a lie, went all over, filling the thing with flesh of the earth until the entire folding man's body was covered. The nun, who had taken the folding man out of the car, picked Harold up by the ankle, and as if he were nothing more than a blow-up doll, swung him over her head and slammed him into the darkness of the trunk, shut the lid, and looked out where Jim and William stood recovering by the tree. The nun said something, a noise between a word and a cough, and the folding man began to move down the hill at a stumble. As he moved, his joints made an unoiled hinge sound, and the rest of him made a clatter like lug bolts being knocked together, accompanied by a noise akin to wire hangers being twisted by strong hands. "Run," Jim said. Jim began to feel pain, knew he was more banged up than he thought. His neck hurt. His back hurt. One of his legs really hurt. He must have jammed his knee against something. William, who ran alongside him, dodging trees, said, "My ribs. I think they're cracked." Jim looked back. In the distance, just entering the trees, framed in the moonlight behind him, was the folding man. He moved in strange leaps, as if there were springs inside him, and he was making good time. Jim said, "We can't stop. It's coming." It was low down in the woods, and water had gathered there, and the leaves had mucked up with it. And as they ran, they sloshed and splashed, and behind them, they could hear it, the folding man, coming, cracking limbs, squeaking hinges, splashing his way after them. When they had the nerve to look back, they could see him darting between the trees like a bit of the forest itself. And he, or it, was coming quite briskly for a thing its size until it reached the lower down parts of the bottomland. There its big feet slowed at some as they buried deep in the mud and were pulled free again with a sound like the universe sucking wind. Within moments, however, the thing got its stride, its movements becoming more fluid and its pace faster. Finally, Jim and William came to a tree-thickened rise in the land and were able to get out of the muck, scramble upwards, and move more freely, even though there was something of a climb ahead, and they had to use trees growing out from the side of the rise to pull themselves upward. When they reached the top of the climb, they were surprised when they looked back to see they had actually gained some space on the thing. It was some distance away, speckled by the moonlight, negotiating its way through the ever-thickening trees and undergrowth. But still it came, ever onward, never tiring. Jim and William bent over and put their hands on their knees and took some deep breaths. "There's an old graveyard on the far side of this stretch," Jim said, "near the wrecking yard, where you worked last summer." "Yeah, that's the one. It gets clearer in the graveyard, and we can make good time. Get to the wrecking yard. Old man Gordon lives there. He always has a gun, and he has that dog, Chomps. It knows me. It will eat that thing up. What about me? You'll be all right. You're with me. Come on. I kinda know where we are now. Used to play in the graveyard, and in this end of the woods. Got to move." They moved along more swiftly as Jim became more and more familiar with the terrain. It was close to where he had lived when he was a kid, and he had spent a lot of time out here. They came to a place where there was a clearing in the woods, a place where lightning had made a fire. The ground was black, and there were no trees, and in that spot silver moonlight was falling down into it, like mercury filling a cup. In the center of the clearing, they stopped and got their breath again. And William said, "My head feels like it's going to explode." "Hey, I don't hear it now." "It's there. Whatever it is, I don't think it gives up." "Oh, Jesus," William said, and gasped deep once. "I don't know how much I got left in me." "You got plenty. We got to have plenty." "What can it be, Jimbo? What in the hell can it be?" Jim shook his head. "You know that old story about the black car?" William shook his head. "My grandmother used to tell me about a black car that roams the highways and the back roads of the South. It isn't in one area all the time, but it's out there somewhere all the time. Halloween is its peak night. It's always after somebody for whatever reason." "Bullshit." Jim, hands still on his knees, lifted his head. "You go down there and tell that clatter-clap thing it's all bullshit. See where that gets you. It just doesn't make sense." Grandma said before it was a black car, it was a black buggy, and before that, a figure dressed in black on a black horse, and that before that, it was just a shadow that clicked and clacked and squeaked. "There's people go missing," she said, "and it's the black car, the black buggy, the thing on the horse, or the walk-in shadow that gets them. But it's all the same thing, just a different appearance." "The nuns? What about them?" Jim shook his head, stood up, tested his ability to breathe. "Those weren't nuns. They were like, I don't know, anti-nuns. This thing, if Grandma was right, can take a lot of different forms. Come on, we can't stay here anymore. Just another moment, I'm so tired. And I think we've lost it. I don't hear it anymore." As if on cue, there came a clanking and a squeaking and cracking of limbs. William glanced at Jim, and without a word, they moved across the lightning-made clearing and into the trees. Jim looked back, and there it was, crossing the clearing, silver-flooded in the moonlight, still coming, not tiring. They ran. White stones rose up in front of them. Most of the stones were heaved to the side, or completely pushed out of the ground by growing trees and expanding roots. It was the old graveyard, and Jim knew that meant the wrecking yard was nearby. And so was Gordon's shotgun, and so was one mean dog. Again the land sloped upward, and this time William fell forward on his hands and knees, throwing up a mess of blackness. "Oh God, don't leave me, Jim. I'm tuckered, can hardly breathe." Jim had moved slightly ahead of William. He turned back to help. As he grabbed William's arm to pull him up, the folding man squeaked and clattered forward and grabbed William's ankle, jerked him back out of Jim's grasp. The folding man swung William around easily, slammed his body against a tree. Then the thing whirled, and as if William were a bullwhip, snapped him so hard his neck popped and an eyeball flew out of his skull. The folding man brought William whipping down across a standing gravestone. There was a cracking sound, like someone had dropped a glass coffee cup. Then the folding man whirled and slung William from one tree to another, hitting the trees so hard bark flew off of them, and clothes and meat flew off William. Jim bolted. He ran faster than he had ever run. Finally, he broke free of the woods and came to a stretch of ground that was rough with gravel. Behind him, breaking free of the woods, was the folding man, making good time with great strides, dragging William's much-abused body behind it by the ankle. Jim could dimly see the wrecking yard from where he was, and he thought he could make it. Still, there was the aluminum fence all the way around the yard, 7 feet high. No little barrier. Then he remembered the sycamore tree on the edge of the fence, on the right side. Old man Gordon was always talking about cutting it, because he thought someone could use it to climb over and into the yard, steal one of his precious car parts, though if they did, they had Gordon's shotgun waiting along with the sizable teeth of his dog. It had been 6 months since he had seen the old man, and he hoped he hadn't gotten ambitious, that the tree was still there. Running closer, Jim could see the sycamore tree remained, tight against the long run of shiny wrecking yard fence. Looking over his shoulder, Jim saw the folding man was springing forward, like some kind of electronic rabbit, William's body being pulled along by the ankle, bouncing on the ground as the thing came ever onward. At this rate, it would be only a few seconds before the thing caught up with him. Jim felt a pain like a knife in his side, and it seemed as if his heart was going to explode. He reached down deep for everything he had, hoping like hell he didn't stumble. He made the fence and the tree, went up it like a squirrel, dropped over on the roof of an old car, sprang off of that, and ran toward a dim light shining in the small window of a wood and aluminum shack nestled in the midst of old cars and piles of junk. As he neared the shack, Chomps, part pit bull, part just plain big old dog, came loping out toward him, growling. It was a hard thing to do, but Jim forced himself to stop, bent down, stuck out his hand, and called the dog's name. Chomps. "Hey, buddy, it's me." The dog slowed and lowered its head and wagged its tail. "That's right. Your pal, Jim." The dog came close, and Jim gave it a pat. "Good boy." Jim looked over his shoulder. Nothing. "Come on, Chomps." Jim moved quickly toward the shack and hammered on the door. A moment later, the door flew open, and standing there in overalls, one strap dangling from a naked arm, was Mr. Gordon. He was old and near toothless, squat, and greasy as the insides of the cars in the yard. "Jim, what the hell you doing in here? You look like hell." "Something's after me." "Something? It's outside the fence. It killed 2 of my friends." "What?" "It killed 2 of my friends." "It? Some kind of animal?" "No, it. We'll call some law." Jim shook his head. "No use calling the law now. Time they arrive, it'll be too late." Gordon leaned inside the shack and pulled a 12 gauge into view, pumped it once. He stepped outside and looked around. "You sure?" "Oh yeah. Yes, sir. I'm sure." "Then I guess you and me and Pump 12 will check it out." Gordon moved out into the yard, looking left and right. Jim stayed close to Gordon's left elbow. Chumps trotted nearby. They walked about a bit. They stopped between a row of wrecked cars, looked around. Other than the moon-shimmering fence at either end of the row where they stood, there was nothing to see. "Maybe whatever, or whoever it is gone," Gordon said. "Otherwise, Chomps would be all over it. I don't think it smells like humans or animals. Are you joshing an old man? Is this a Halloween prank?" "No, sir. 2 of my friends are dead. This thing killed them. It's real." "What the hell is it then?" As if in answer, there was the sound like a huge can opener going to work, and then the long, thin arm of the folding man poked through the fence, and there was more ripping as the arm slid upwards, tearing at the metal. A big chunk of the fence was torn away, revealing the thing, bathed in moonlight, still holding what was left of William's ragged body by the ankle. Jim and Gordon both stood locked in amazement. "Son of a bitch," Gordon said. Chomps growled, ran toward it. "Chomps will fix him," Gordon said. The folding man dropped William's ankle and bent forward, and just as the dog leaped, caught it, and twisted it, and ran its long arm down the snapping dog's throat, and began to pull its insides out. It flung the dog's parts in all directions, like someone pulling confetti from a sack. Then it turned the dog inside out. When the sack was empty, the folding man bent down and fastened the dead, deflated dog to a hook on the back of what passed for its ankle. "My God," Gordon said. The thing picked up William by the ankle, stepped forward a step, and paused. Gordon lifted the shotgun. "Come and get you some, asshole." The thing cocked its head as if to consider the suggestion, and then it began to lope toward them, bringing along its clanks and squeaks, the dead dog flopping at the folding man's heel. For the first time, its mouth, which had been nothing but a hole with wormy lips, twisted into the shape of a smile. Gordon said, "You run, boy. I got this." Jim didn't hesitate. He turned and darted between a row of cars and found a gap between a couple of Fords with grass grown up around their flattened tires, ducked down behind one, and hid. He lay down on his belly to see if he could see anything. There was a little bit of space down there, and he could look under the car and under several others, and he could see Gordon's feet. They had shifted into a firm stance, and Jim could imagine the old man pulling the shotgun to his shoulder. And even as he imagined, the gun boomed, and then it boomed again. Silence, followed by a noise like someone ripping a piece of thick cardboard in half, and then there were screams and more rips. Jim felt lightheaded, realized he hadn't been breathing. He gasped for air, feared that he had gasped too loudly. "Oh my God," he thought. "I ran and left it to Mr. Gordon." And now, he was uncertain. Maybe the screams had come from it, the folding man. But so far it hadn't so much as made breathing sounds, let alone anything that might be thought of as a vocalization. Crawling like a soldier under fire, Jim worked his way to the edge of the car and took a look. Stalking down the row between the cars was the folding man, and he was dragging behind him by one ankle what was left of William's body. In his other hand, if you could call it a hand, he had Mr. Gordon, who looked thin now because so much had been pulled out of him. Chomp's body was still fastened to the wire hook at the back of the thing's foot. As the folding man came forward, Chomp's dragged in the dirt. Jim pushed back between the cars and kept pushing, crawling backwards. When he was far enough back, he raised to a squat and started between narrower rows that he thought would be harder for the folding man to navigate. They were just spaces, really, not rows, and if he could go where it couldn't go, then. There was a large creaking sound, and Jim, still at a squat, turned to discover its source. The folding man was looking at him. It had grabbed an old car and lifted it up by the front, and was holding it so that the back end rested on the ground. Being as close as he was now, Jim realized the folding man was bigger than he had thought. And he saw, too, that just below where the monster's thick torso ended there were springs, huge springs, silver in the moonlight, vibrating. He had stretched to accommodate the lifting of the car, and where his knees bent backwards, springs could be seen as well. He was a garage sale collection of parts and pieces. For a moment, Jim froze. The folding man opened his mouth wide, wider than Jim had seen before, and inside he could glimpse a turning of gears and a smattering of sparks. Jim broke suddenly, running between cars, leaping on hoods, scrambling across roofs, and behind him came the folding man, picking up cars and flipping them aside as easily as if they had been toys. Jim could see the fence at the back, and he made for that, and when he got close to it, he thought he had it figured. He could see a Chevy parked next to the fence, and he felt certain he could climb onto the roof, spring off of it, grab the top of the fence, and scramble over. That wouldn't stop the thing behind him, but it would perhaps give him a few moments to gain ground. The squeaking and clanking behind him was growing louder. There was a row of cars ahead. He had to leap onto the hood of the first, then spring from hood to hood, drop off, turn slightly right, and go for the Chevy by the fence. He was knocked forward, hard, and his breath leaped out of him. He was hit again, painfully in the chest. It took a moment to process, but he was lying between two cars, and there, standing above him, was the folding man, snapping at him with the two dead bodies like they were wet towels. That's what had hit him, the bodies used like whips. Jim found strength he didn't know he had, made it to his feet as Mr. Gordon's body slammed the ground near him. Then, as William's body snapped by his ear, just missing him, he was once more at a run. The Chevy loomed before him. He made its hood by scrambling up on hands and knees, and then he jumped to the roof. He felt something tug at him, but he jerked loose, didn't stop moving. He sprang off the car top, grabbed at the fence, latching his arms over it. The fence cut into the undersides of his arms, but he couldn't let that stop him. So he kept pulling himself forward, and the next thing he knew, he was over the fence, dropping to the ground. It seemed as if a bullet had gone up through his right foot, which he now realized was bare, and that the tug he had felt was the folding man grabbing at his foot, only to come away with a shoe. But of more immediate concern was his foot, the pain. There hadn't been any bullet. He had landed crooked coming over the fence, and his foot had broken. It felt like hell, but he moved on it anyway, and within a few steps he had a limp, a bad limp. He could see the highway ahead, and he could hear the fence coming down behind him. And he knew it was over, all over, because he was out of gas and had blown a tire, and his engine was about to blow too. His breath came in chops and blood was pounding in his skull like a thug wanting out. He saw lights. They were moving very quickly down the highway. A big truck, a Mack, was bawling the jack in his direction. If he could get it to stop, maybe there would be help, maybe. Jim stumbled to the middle of the highway, directly into the lights, waved his arms, glanced to his left. And there it was, the folding man. It was only 6 feet away. The truck was only a little farther away, but moving faster, and then the folding man was reaching for him. And the truck was a sure hit, and Jim, pushing off his good foot, leaped sideways, and there was a sound like a box of dishes falling downstairs. Jim felt the wind from the truck, but he had moved just in time. The folding man had not. As Jim had leaped aside, his body turned, through no plan of his own, and he saw the folding man take the hit. Wood and springs and hinges went everywhere. The truck bumped right over the folding man and started sliding as the driver tried to put on brakes that weren't designed for fast stops. Tires smoked, brakes squealed, the truck fish-tailed. Jim fell to the side of the highway, got up and limped into the brush there, and tripped on something and went down. He rolled on his back. His butt was in a ditch and his back was against one side of it, and he could see above it on the other side, and through some little bushes that grew there. The highway had a few lights on either side of it, so it was lit up good, and Jim could see the folding man lying in the highway, or rather he could see parts of it everywhere. It looked like a dirty hardware store had come to pieces. William, Gordon, and Chomps lay in the middle of the highway. The folding man's big torso, which had somehow survived the impact of the truck, vibrated and burst open, and Jim saw the bird-like thing rise up with a squawk. It snatched up the body of Mr. Gordon and William, one in either claw, used its beak to nab the dog, and ignoring the fact that its size was not enough to lift all that weight, it did just that, took hold of them, and went up into the night sky, abruptly became one with the dark. Jim turned his head. He could see down the highway, could see the driver of the truck getting out, walking briskly toward the scene of the accident. He walked faster as he got closer, and when he arrived, he bent over the pieces of the folding man. He picked up a spring, examined it, tossed it aside. He looked out where Jim lay in the ditch, but Jim figured, lying as he was, brush in front of him, he couldn't be seen. He was about to call out to the driver when the truck driver yelled, "You nearly got me killed. You nearly got you killed. Maybe you are killed. I catch you. Might as well be, you stupid shit. I'll beat the hell out of you." Jim didn't move. "Come on out so I can finish you off." Great, Jim thought. First the folding man, and now a truck driver wants to kill me. To hell with him, to hell with everything. And he laid his head back against the ditch and closed his eyes and went to sleep. The truck driver didn't come out and find him, and when he awoke the truck was gone and the sky was starting to lighten. His ankle hurt like hell. He bent over and looked at it. He couldn't tell much in the dark, but it looked as big as a sewer pipe. He thought when he got some strength back, he might be able to limp or crawl out to the edge of the highway, flag down some help. Surely, someone would stop. But for the moment, he was too weak. He laid back again and was about to close his eyes when he heard a humming sound. Looking out at the highway, he saw lights coming from the direction the trucker had come from. Fear crawled up his back like a spider. It was the black car. The car pulled to the side of the road and stopped. The nuns got out. They sniffed and extended long tongues and licked at the fading night. With speed and agility that seemed impossible, they gathered up the parts of the folding man and put them in a sack they placed in the middle of the highway. When the sack was full of parts, one nun stuck a long leg into the sack and stomped about, then jerked her leg out, pulled the sack together at the top, and swung it over her head and slammed it on the road a few times. Then she dropped the sack and moved back, and one of the nuns kicked it. Another nun opened it and reached inside the sack and took out the folding man. Jim lost a breath. It appeared to be put back together. The nun didn't unfold the folding man. She opened the trunk of the car and flung it inside. And then she turned and looked in his direction, held out one arm and waited. The bird thing came flapping out of the last of the dark and landed on her arm. The bodies of William and Gordon were still in its talons, the dog in its beak, the three of them hanging as if they were nothing heavier than rags. The nun took hold of the bird's legs and tossed it, and what it held into the trunk as well. She closed the lid of the trunk. She looked directly where Jim lay. She looked up at the sky, turned to face the rising sun. She turned quickly back in Jim's direction and stuck out her long arm, the robe folding back from it. She pointed a stick-like finger right at him, leaned slightly forward. She held that pose until the others joined her and pointed in Jim's direction. My God, Jim thought, they know I'm here. They see me, or smell me, or sense me, but they know I'm here. The sky brightened and outlined them like that for a moment, and they stopped pointing. They got quickly in the car. The last of the darkness seemed to seep into the ground and give way to a rising pink. Halloween night had ended. The car gunned and went away fast. Jim watched it go a few feet, and then it wasn't there anymore. It faded like fog. All that was left now was the sunrise and the day turning bright. It starts with something as simple as a toothache. I'm home on vacation before final session at Ecclesia Boys, so Momsy is the one I run to. She's seated in bed with her glasses on, her hair untamed, the gray streaks standing clear. She has her back on the headboard and her feet buried in documents. My teeth, they're painful, I tell her. I'm dreaming every night that people are chasing me. She flicks her eyes at me, then back to her documents, so I return to my room and curl up like a fetus to absorb the pain. An hour later, she calls me back and says she's scheduled an appointment with Dr. Ekpan, whose practice is 15 minutes away from our estate on the outskirts of town. I go alone, as always. Momsy says at my age, she was already supporting her parents. You think 16 is too young, ba? To avoid another lecture, I gingerly take the long trek down Boscal Road to the pockmarked Abad Expressway and down to the vine-ridden colossus that is the goodbye from Port Harcourt tollgate. Dr. Ekpan's practice is 2 rented shops with a sign that says Teethwise. One room is his consulting office where he, a small bald dentist in suspenders, sits me down and asks questions about my teeth. Where is the pain? When did it start? I tell him it's in all my molars, and it started about 2 weeks ago. He makes chicken scratches on a pad and takes me to the examination room. He places me in the chair, adjusts it so my blood starts backtracking into my brain, and proceeds to clamp my mouth open. All the while, he talks. My God, he talks. Your father sat in this chair, you know. I filled 6 of his teeth. Extracted 2. Can you just look at my teeth, sir? It was the sugar from the beer, you know. Bad for your liver too, I told him. God, I'm going to die now. He laughed, asked me to fix the teeth and let him worry about his liver. Too bad he didn't worry enough. If only he'd. Then he turns on the light and freezes. The probe in his other hand clatters to the floor. The light hums, fills the silence. Maybe that's why it seems like ages, the time it takes for him to retrieve the probe. Weirder even, he stopped talking. He doesn't continue fumbling with my mouth either. He simply places the probe on a side table and walks out of the room on what I think are noodle legs. A minute later, he returns, slower than before. He has a young lady in tow, an intern from the looks of it. She has her palms linked on her chest, and there's a look on her face. The kind you have when someone says, "Come, I want to show you a snake." They return to my side, and Dr. Akben smiles, one that doesn't extend to his eyes. The intern tiptoes and peeps into my mouth. "Jesus," she says, then zips out of the room. Dr. Akpan flings the probe and follows, calling her name. It's at this point my suspicions that Dr. Akpan is not right in the head are confirmed. I wriggle out of the chair, unclamp my mouth, and spit in the bowl. There's streaks of blood caked in the flame, but no matter. I'm done with this rubbish. I almost leave the room before I remember. I retrieve a dental mirror and move to the only double window where there's proper light. I swing aside the blinds, open my mouth, and tilt the mirror to gain a full view. This time, it is me who screams. I keep my lips clamped tight together on the way home. The lady in the kiosk at the estate gate, she snarls at me for ignoring her greeting, but it only propels my legs faster. I pass a neighbor. Another neighbor. "Anakin, how are you?" "Mumminko." "Leave me alone." My gums throb to the rhythm of my slippers slapping the dust. Home is a rented 2-bedroom flat squeezed as an afterthought between 2 towering duplexes in Jumbo Estate, off Kilometer 7. I've never been so glad to see it. I don't expect Momsy to be home. She returns at 3 to open Shakara, her fashion design and tailoring outfit, run out of the garage, after her clerical duties at the State Ministry of Environment. This is enough time to wrap my head around the things in my mouth. When I burst into the compound, her 2 helpers are already in, rolling up the garage door. Short, buxom Alice, and lean, hairy Nsukka. They exchange inquiring looks, but before they can ask questions, I slam the entrance door closed. Once alone in the familiar darkness of my room, I breathe. Then I cry. After a tumultuous night of pain-induced dreams, I'm up and dressed before 9 the next morning. Shorts, polo, sneakers. It's a Saturday and I'm on vacation, but Momsy still notices as I pass her, lying on the couch and watching Ebony T. She raises her eyebrows. "We're going to Film House with Kuffer's mom," I say without opening my mouth. The words come out in a buzz. She frowns. "What's wrong with your mouth?" "Nothing." Buzz. She wades it off. "I hope you're watching something decent." The wedding ringer. She knows it's a lie, but she's too lazy to argue. "Well, I am going to Film House. And Cuffer, the only kid in Jumbo I didn't fight with on my numerous forced play dates, is going to be there. His mother isn't though, but I'm safe because I know Momsy will never call to check. I board an Okada, and 5 minutes of zipping along Eba Expressway lands me at the mall. "Make I buy ticket for you?" Cuffer texts as I get in. "No," I type furiously. "I want show you something first." We meet under the Better Together Coke sign on the ground floor. Cuffer is a short, stocky boy with hairy and slightly bowed legs beneath his shorts. Wisps of hair connive between his ear and jaw. An everlasting grin is plastered on his face. Both give him the semblance of a snide older gentleman. We shake hands and click fingers. He shoves 2 tickets for 50 Shades of Grey under my nose. "I chose for you," he says in his nasal voice. "Better hunch your shoulders at the door and behave like 18. Wait, I say sluggish. I need to show you something. We head for the men's room. All the while, I'm in conversation with myself, wondering if I should tell him. Cuffer is the closest thing I have to anyone, anything I can trust. He could even have a solution. Miracles are possible. I pull him into the men's and shove him into a cubicle, bolting it behind me. You're my friend, right? Cuffer frowns. Why you day talk like that? Something do your mouth. Answer me. I can trust you with anything, right? I be your guy nah, Cuffer says. What's up? Listen, you can't tell anybody, okay? I put up my finger. Nobody. Which cane yarn be this? Wettin' happen, anycan. Promise first, I say. Promise. Film goes soon start. He stamps his feet. Talk fast. I breathe, then open my mouth. In the mirror behind Cuffer, I see it afresh. Molars, no longer flat and peakless, stick out of my gums with new serrated edges, like mountain ranges. The premolars follow suit, sharper, bulging under the gum with renewed sizes, next to incisors and canines that are slowly morphing into daggers. A tumor growing and destroying from the inside. Cuffer yelps and jerks back. I snap my mouth shut. Cuffer, listen. I'm saying, I don't know what it is. But he's hysterical, shaking his head, refusing the memory. Cuffer. He turns to the door and tugs the handle. No, wait, listen. I'm holding him back, holding down the bolt. Cuffer starts to holler and bang on the door. 2 pairs of feet appear under the door, and someone tries the handle from outside. When it doesn't budge, they rap hard. What in day happened there? Someone asks. I look to Cuffer, my eyes begging him. You promised. Cuffer takes one good look at me, then says, Nah which. He throws his weight on the bolt and slides it so hard it pulls off, into his hand. The men yank the door open. Cuffer steps out, puts some distance between us, then turns right round and swings the bolt at my face. I feel my left cheekbone explode, and particles grind in my mouth as I crumble. I taste blood, and my lips sting. See his teeth, see it, Cuffer's saying, hysterical. The men turn to me, a dark cloud descending over their faces, their eyes brimming with menace. They're both towering men, and they lean their sharp-edged faces in close. Open your mouth, one orders. I clamp a palm over my bleeding lips. Open am, the second one says, prodding my foot with his toe. Open it. I shake my head, slowly. Come here, the first one says, and reaches for me. I roll away from his outstretched arm, staining the floor red with my palm, and squeeze past the tiny space between him and the cubicle door. The second one grabs my shirt, but there's too much in my lunge that he's pulled across Cuffer and the first man. All 3 tumble over each other while I jump out of the men's and scamper down the corridor. For a moment, I slow down, expecting them not to follow. Then the 2 burst through the door and come right in tow. Which, they're saying, echoing along the corridor. A head pops in at the other end, the exit to the mall main. Catch 'em. One of them screams just as I approach. The man at the end steps in at the last minute to cover the opening. I barge into him, and we sprawl into the mall main, to the alarm of bystanders. I roll on my back, and I'm staring into 1,000 eyes, 1,000 pathways to bewilderment, to denial, to malice. See his teeth, someone says. Blood. A leg kicks me. Which? Another follows, and another. Which? Then blows of all kinds rain down on me. My head, my elbows, my buttocks. Round and pointed shoes swing, hit, bite. I catch a glimpse of a child's shoe. Which? Then I am crawling, my joints aching, my flesh tinging. Hands, strong and decisive, pull me back, hold me down, and the blows rain afresh. Which? I'm blind, choking, looking to the light of the exit for respite, to return to belonging, to hope. Which? Then after what is eternity, I suddenly emerge from the crowd, dangling, broken, but sane enough to stand, and with the dregs of strength in my bones, turn my back on the world that will not claim me, and run. 2 weeks later, I'm back at Ecclesia Boys. I'm glad to be away from Jumbo, to be away from too many reminders. I haven't seen Cuffer since that day. God help him if I do. These teeth are going to become useful. Better for him that he attends federal government boys on the opposite end of town. Still, I know this can't last. I might have left the mall with only bruises and scrapes that would have raised Momsey's eyebrows if they weren't so buried in papers, but now that I'm back at school, I can't remember the last time I opened my mouth. I laugh with my lips pressed together. Every question gets an every query, every threat, If I had any friends, I would have been found out long ago, but for once, I'm grateful I don't. I could manage through the rest of the session if it was my teeth alone, you know. But now, I wear thick, black woven gloves everywhere, to bed, to prep, to class, because my nails won't stop growing. My fists are constantly balled deep into the lines of my palm. I no longer touch people because God forbid I rip someone's skin off by holding them the wrong way. I carry a nail clipper everywhere, clip my nails at the day's end. That was okay for when it was just prep and meals, in preparation for the final SSCE exams. Now the exams have begun, and I'm searched before each paper. My clipper is confiscated each time by one teacher or the other. "You're back again with this thing," says Mr. Ibanga, the physics teacher, today. He pulls out the little clipper-cum file from my pocket, mid-search at the door to the 1,000 capacity hall where the graduating exams are held. "You want to stab somebody, Abby, with a nail clipper?" I say, my lips buzzing. Ibanga's response is the whap of a flexible wooden cane on my back. "Shut up and go inside," he barks. "Let me see you with this thing tomorrow. You're dead." I rub my back with gloved hands and go to check for my seat number on the list taped to the wall. It's number 666. I'm not sure what to make of that. The paper starts. It's biology, and should be relatively easy, given I've been poring over every textbook I can find, looking for a solution to my problems. But I struggle to focus, grinding my overlapping teeth against each other, hoping to somehow file them to bluntness, to nothingness. I haven't told anyone else since Cuffer. Lucky for me, Dr. Ekpan hasn't opened his big mouth yet either. I would know, because Momsey would have been on me like red stew on white rice. "Why are you wearing that?" It's Mrs. Etnyang, the maths teacher. She wears heavy bug lenses and ties 3 native print wrappers over a t-shirt. Does Ecclesia Boys specifically hire people with a terrible fashion sense? "I'm cold, ma." As soon as I say these words, I know I've made a mistake. That's the excuse I've used over the last 2 weeks, when the Harmattan air was icy dry and the wind was made of sharp spikes. But today, the sun is leaning so close to earth that its fingers pat our shoulders when we walk outside. Today is not cold by any means, and Mrs. Etnyang knows it. Remove them. I haven't cut my new claws in the last week, too busy searching for solutions. The longest of them, my index fingers, have curled proper. All have turned a dark, dirty brown, as if I'm a burrowing chicken. I'm dead if I take of these gloves. "I'm sorry, ma," I say. "Sorry for what?" I said, "Take those things off right now." As if I haven't seen enough grief, Mr. Ibanga comes over. Such a busybody. "What's that?" he asks. "Anakin won't take off those gloves." Ibanga glares at me. He's a short man with hair coming out of his nose. I try not to stare at it. "Is that part of the school uniform?" he asks. "No, sir." "Then take them off," he says. "But I'm cold, sir." "Anakin, this is the second time today you're disobeying school rules. You want to stop this exam?" "No, sir." "You want to go to the principal?" "No, sir." Then give those gloves. I stare at his outstretched palm and say nothing. Anakin, I'm sorry, sir, I can't. He moves too quickly. I'm too late, even after I realize his plan. In a blink, I bang a yanks at the gloves. My index finger digs in by reflex, and the woven material gives way. I bang a hangs-on and receives the larger part of the fabric. And there I am, left standing in the middle of 700 students, pieces of black wool dangling off the tips of my ostrich-sized claws. Blood of Jesus, Et Nyong screams, then crumples into a faint. Then, Ibanga says, hold him. 700 hands reach out for me at once. 700 pathways to bewilderment, to denial, to malice. Kacham, they're saying, their words overlapping hisses. Which, Kacham. I've learned enough to know I must move quickly. I wriggle out of the first arms that grab me and dive under a desk. I move, left, right, between rows, just enough to get out of each new grab. Hands recoil when I pass them by. Don't touch me, animal. The door is there, wide, freedom. I sprint out, down the concrete steps, into the blazing heat. If they're following me, I don't know, don't care. I kick off my school loafers, hop, take off my socks, pull them over my hands. The school gate comes into view ahead. I speed past school security before they have time to react. Outside the gate is a motor garage, blessed with a beehive of rusty blue and white commercial buses, street hawkers, and hiding places. After running circles around plantain chip sellers and parked Okadas for a minute, the security men who'd followed me to the park give up. I slip into one of the buses with the conductor singing the string of bus stops and squeeze myself between a mechanic and an old woman carrying a chicken on her lap. After an eternity of a thundering heart, dripping sweat, and questioning looks from strangers, the bus gets filled with passengers and moves. I realize I've been holding my breath. I don't let it out. Not yet. 5 hours later, I'm sitting in the dark, in a corner of our sitting room at Chumbo, my knees to my chest and my arms around my legs. My cheeks are wet, but I don't remember crying. The only things I feel are those moving in my body, contorting, changing, transforming, parts of me I will not look at, that I will not accept. I focus on breathing, on controlling my body. If I sit still, maybe. If I don't move, neither will they, right? The gears keep on rearranging. All I want is for Momsy to return from the ministry, and I hope the school hasn't already poisoned her mind against me. Madam, we need you to know, Anakin is not Anakin anymore. Be careful when approaching. There are footsteps outside. I wait to see if it could be Alice or Nsika. But then the door opens, and light streams in, before it's shut and darkness returns. Momsy is feeling for the switch when I rise. The light comes on. Jesus, her handbag thuds on the floor. Her hands fly to her mouth. I no longer wear socks over my hands or a shirt over my torso. The hairs on my chest, arms, and legs have tripled in density. The hair on my head is wild, bedraggled, and stretched enough to plait into cornrows. The shorter end of it creeps into my face, covers my cheeks. My jaw feels too long and heavy. Under the hair on my arms, my skin is scaly like armor, like if I rubbed it the wrong way, it would peel and bleed. The two of us stare at each other. They just grew there, I say. My cheeks are wet again. She gapes past me with dead eyes. Money, I say, help me. She starts to cry. She comes over, so slowly, lifts my hands, caresses the hard core of my claws, encloses them in her small hands, cries into them. I'm sorry. I say, I'm sorry. She holds me for a while. I think I feel the gears breathe, become tranquil. It's okay, she says, more to herself than me. It's okay. It's okay. She lets go of my hands and backs away, as slowly as she'd approached. She picks up her bag and opens the door with her back to it. Before she shuts it, she reaches a hand in to turn the lights off. The lock clicks from the outside. The next time there are steps outside, it's a multitude. The door unlocks and flings wide open before I can react, and men pour into the room. Someone must have told them about all the good points of escape, because they enter in a formation that allows them to immediately block all exits. I squint and slowly begin to recognize them. Pastor Richard, tall, yellow, skinny, at the front door. Brother Jerome with the stick, a thick rubber pipe. Brother Hilary with a similar pipe, at the door to the kitchen exit. Brother Marvinus to my left. Brother Akin to the right, both holding small steel chains used for leashing mongrels. Outside the door, Momsy, her face in her palms, sobbing. Ensika, Alice, neighbors, Mummy, Ketcham, Ketcham, someone says, and they all move at once. Like that, there are hands on me again, pulling, dragging, unrelenting, deaf to my screams. They pull me out of the darkness and into the light. Past Momsy, who will not look at me nor acknowledge my cries. Past the neighbors, out to the courtyard, where they dump me on the ground. Someone pins my arm to the concrete with his knee and wraps the chains along my wrist. Someone else sprinkles something wet and salty on my face. In the name of the Most High Lord, Pastor Richard yells, "Let loose his servant." They chorus amen. I kick out at the person trying to bind me. Brother Marvinus. My knee catches him in the face. Someone whacks my thigh with a pipe. The Lord shall prevail. He whacks me again. The Lord shall prevail. Another pipe joins in whacking me into submission, on my thighs, my legs, my biceps. I cover my head in my hands and press my knees to my chest. The crowd about me begins to pray loud, fervent, sibilant prayers. The kingdom of God does not beg, Pastor Richard bellows. It taketh by force. Money, I'm wailing. Money. My mother does not claim me. They hit and hit until there's no physical sensation, no hurt, until I am only half aware of the pain. I'm rolling over and over, aligning new parts of my body to take in the fresh blows. Each new hit reminds me that every surface has been touched. I let out a long, hard growl I do not recognize as my voice. Jesus, someone says. It's manifesting. The crowd jumps and half of it scatters. Those that remain circle around me, a murder of crows, eyes peeled and foreheads gleaming. The concrete on which I'm sprawled digs into my elbows, urges me on. Go now, run. I want to, I swear, but my legs are sick of running, my lips sick of pleading. My body, tired, is no longer mine. So I scream again, long, hard. The scream rouses something in me, a dormant ferocity snapped awake, a fountain of indefinable rage suddenly flowing. I open my mouth and drain my lungs of all power. Each scream gives me fire, unleashes the fountain. My body is awake, and it is no longer mine. They must recognize the bestial fury in my eyes, because the rest of the crowd peels away. Only my mother and the men who brought me out are left. Pastor Richard dinks salty holy water on my head. Without thinking, I shoot out a hand and grab him by the neck, pull him down. He gurgles, but I can't hear it, will not recognize it. My claws cut deep into his skinny neck, drawing bright red blood. Anikin, Momsy is saying, stop. The rest of my assailants are stilled by shock. Then they backtrack, scuttle, fall over themselves, then finally turn and fade into the sweltering afternoon. I squeeze harder, watch the veins appear on his neck, on his forehead. Plus, he gags. Plus, I hurl him a good couple of yards, my anger pulsing hard. He lands and rolls on the concrete, raising dust. He's skinned in several places, drawing blood and staining the concrete. He doesn't move when he stops rolling. My mother is the only one left. She shuffles toward me, her elbows pressed together at her navel, her hands folded under her chin. Anikin. I rise, gingerly, each movement recognizing new tissue, new muscles. I flex them, accept them, claim them. When I get to my feet, a hand so tiny, so human, rests on my bicep. Anakin, Momsy says, please. No, I say, my voice gravelly, unrecognizable. No. I turn my back on her and walk. Out of our compound, past the kiosk at Jumbo's gate, down Boscal, down kilometer 7, past the toll gate, and out of a world that will not claim me. Teen torn apart by dogs. July 18th. City animal control workers are yet again on the lookout for a pack of feral dogs blamed for the mauling death of 14-year-old Tawan Charles of Graves Street, Roxbury. The incident occurred at 11:30 p.m. on the quiet dead-end street. There were no witnesses to the attack. Residents say they heard nothing unusual last night, even though a .38 recovered from the body and spent casings found in the area raise questions for investigators that the attack might be gang-related. Charles died of massive blood loss and asphyxiation. His partially clothed body was found only doors from his home. His is the third such death to occur this year in the vicinity. This is not the first time I have heard a neighbor scream. Back home, it was nearly always a Tutsi, child, woman, or man whose cries filled the darkness. I want to forget about the trouble there. I meant to forget, but the boy's scream brings it back. Neighbors bashing in the skulls of neighbors with machetes or using nail-studded clubs. When evil hunts us, sometimes it wears the faces of people. So many lights. Americans think they can burn away the darkness. Brankless, concrete trees cast the same dim yellow from their single blossoms. Those sterile sticks, spaced evenly apart, offer no handhold, no security. They give only light. Why so many of them taking up space that the real trees should have? We should have more real trees on Grave Street. Even with all this bright, the wooden and brick houses do not look any clearer to me at night. I do not have to see every shingle or doorstep to know they are there. My neighbors leave their doors unlocked most of the time, but not tonight. One apartment building, 3 single families and 4 two-family homes huddle together on both sides. The paint-peeling houses are of little use except for managing to keep the skinned out. So far, I am told I live in a peaceful part of town. Our street is not like Intervale, Homestead, or Columbia Road. We have no gangbangers congregating, no muggers, carjackings, rapes. Grave Street seems forgotten by the world until another one of these deaths hits the papers. Then the goings-on here become everybody's business. Secrets are odd things. Sometimes they float away into forgetfulness, unspoken. Others roost in our minds. The new moon leaves the sky clotted with stars. The moon has its own secrets. I have mine. I smell the coming of death before it happens. I gasp for breath. A stink stronger than musk or human waste attacks my nose. The skinned are here. My eyes water. I rub at them, but stick my head out the window. Night brings out the jackals and hyenas in my homeland, but here it is the skinned who rule. I look down the empty street. The lights dim. The heat settles onto me. The stick tree/street lamps fail. A bullet whizzes past my cheek. I hear a raw young voice. Get the fuck away from. I see sleek, bare-muscled animal bodies leap into the air and land on a human one. I hear the screams. The retort of a pistol. For once, I am disturbed by my own helplessness. I am too old and too slow to consider jumping from the window to the ground 1 story below. I have a game leg from a Tutsi fighting for his life, who used my own masu on me. A brick building is all that separates me from them. It is wise to stay where I am. The skinned. A boy lies crumpled, dying, throat torn open. Ripped Nike tank top and shorts expose his entrails and genitals. Blood dries on the sidewalk, leaking in strange patterns. The skinned finish the kill and run. Tongues loll. Bloody jaws gleam. Cataract-covered eyes glisten. My baby. His mother squeals in the apartment next door to mine. I can hear her through the thin walls. Tawan. I hear another voice deeper than her own. Shush up. You can't do nothing for him now. You know the rules. The mother keeps safe inside her home. She will not come out until after the skinned have gorged and left. No one who is familiar with their legend will do any differently. The doors stay closed. My terrified neighbors wait behind them. Wait for this night out of the several nights a year that the skinned do what they do to end. I hear the pack leader calling to the rest. A long, throaty howl. The skinned lope into the dark, into the edge of vision. I watch them go. They make very little sound, actually. Once they close in on a victim, it is the first time one hears them. I know this boy, Tawan. I know he did not believe his mother's tales. I know he thought if he were to be a man that he should be out at night with other men drinking beer, talking big talk, and carrying a gun. We all heard the gun. It went off many times. Still the skinned came. And the boy is dead. His ghost will stagger home and wonder why his kinfolk do not see it. I close my eyes. Now one of us must call the police. It will be done because it must. Because there is no hiding something this terrible except by putting it out in the open. Soon we will hear the sirens, but the skinned will have gone and the body will have stiffened. The ghost will come. I hear Tawan's mother weeping. I hear the deep low voice say, "Get yourself together. Don't let nothing slip." "I can't," says Tawan's mother. "You gotta talk to the 5-0. "I can't." "You will," says the voice. "You want them to take you away. Let them. Like the skinned won't sniff your sorry ass out." The woman sucks in her breath. I can almost see her straightening her shoulders, wiping her eyes, finding the words which will be what the men and women in blue want to hear. She will say nothing of the truth. She will say what she has to say, and her neighbors will back her up. There is nothing wrong here. There are no problems. Tawan's death, well, it was an accident. Someone let loose their dogs. Gunshots. Well, we thought it was kids with firecrackers. I say we because my silence means I am practically helping them to murder. I don't need to hear anymore. I retreat deeper into my apartment. Shadows blight the furniture into one coherent darkness. My window is still open. The air is so still. The curtains don't move. The stink of blood and death follows me. I take in a burning breath. I turn on the radio. The international station soothes me with the sound of drums and bells. Loud. The Latinos learned these rhythms from their black slaves. It is almost like home. Kiss will be upset she left me alone when another death happened. She cannot help it. She has the graveyard shift. Come morning, she will walk into our apartment and demand to know why I have not called her. Why she must learn what goes on from the lips of strangers rather than her own father's. What could I possibly tell her? So, I have come to wicked America, where if I breathe in too deeply, my nose burns and my skin itches, where it is not just hot in the summer, but humid, where the air is clammy. No wonder bad things happen here. The air is thick with spirits, where I have never seen so many fair-haired pink people with two bright eyes, where the people who look most like me make the baboons of my homeland seem better behaved, where no one greets an elder respectfully or gives them the right of way, where the only time I hear the sound of the drum is on the international station. Kiss keeps her radio tuned to it just for me. She prefers the noise they call R&B. America is the land of hard gray streets with its grass and herbs, shut up behind fences the way farmers keep cattle. It seems to me only the cars run free. Hundreds of them, horns blaring, clog the roads and threaten to run over the foolish who pay no attention to the absence of a red light. The Cape Buffalo is more predictable. Instead of chopping wood for a fire or pumping well water, I must turn on a light or a faucet. Whole families back home could have dined well on the wasted food I see dumped by my neighbors. The only welcome change I can find is in having a toilet. No one who has squatted over a muck-filled hole would blame me. I sleep during the day, America is a land of many restless spirits and many unclean things. I can smell them. The stink of evil here does not wash off even with ivory soap and Tide. It does not matter how often I bathe my body or how often anyone else bathes their own. I can still smell it. Kiss tires of my complaints, so I say nothing. She can tell from the look on my face what I am thinking. If someone were to give me a herd of shorthorn cattle and a sharp panga, perhaps I could clean my street and all who lived on it. There is not enough blood to scrub this city, never mind America itself. I come from a large village in Rwanda called Jambere. No one in the village called Roxbury has heard of it except for a Hutu who lives on the other side, and a family of Tutsis who live in the village called Dorchester. They do not speak to me. And my daughter, Kiss. We two are people whose bad fortune was to be caught in the fighting between Hutu and Tutsi. Kiss, like so many others, fought to come here to escape. We have merely traded one danger for another. I think my neighbors do not like me because I am African, because I remind them of what they lost. Language, religion, a sense of place. Before I came here, I was Rwandan. Now I know better. I listen to footsteps in the outside hall. Talwan's mother. The door to our building creaks. She is a large-bodied woman, the kind who gives her man joy to ride, to grasp her wide behind. She wears a damp t-shirt, shorts, and house slippers. Her straightened hair is wild on her head. My boy," she whispers at first, and then louder, my boy." She gathers his head into her lap and rocks him. I see no sign of her man. He is probably dialing 911. Silently, my neighbors file out and take their places about her. Their heads hang. I see them all. A retired minister and her husband, the postman and his girlfriend, a hairdresser, a graduate student, a young couple who are the grown son of the minister and his fiancée, a construction foreman, a single mother with another swollen belly full of baby, a crack dealer who keeps his trade off our street. The windows reveal the faces of children who have seen what they are not supposed to and manage to keep silent, as will the others. They do not even cry aloud, but I see the tears glinting. The foreman says, "He's gone, Luwilla. Ain't nothing more you can do for him." Luwilla says, "Don't tell me that. He ain't supposed to. The Lord has him." The minister's husband says, he looks meaningfully at his wife.
"Jesus will take away his pain." The Reverend Names agrees. "Died and gone to hell is more like it." Someone else says, "Don't even play like Tawan was innocent or something. He knew." Luwilla shakes her head. "No, he didn't. He didn't." "Shut your full mouth, nigger," says the postman. He is a tall, bony fellow, more skeleton than man. His clothes stick to him, soaked with sweat, as do everyone else's. He and the crack dealer are almost nose to nose like animals themselves, gleaming with fear on a hot night. "Did they have to," asks Luwilla, "kill my baby?" The hairdresser shrugs. "He was out there. It don't matter to them. He should have known better." A student says, "He lived here. Didn't believe." Another says, "The fiancé whispers, they didn't take his soul too, did they?" Reverend Names has no answer for her. The African, the minister's son, says, "He couldn't sleep through this. He ain't sleep. He's scared." The crack dealer jerks his chin in my window's direction.
"He won't tell. Better not," says the postman. "They got good ears, you know." An hour and a half after Tawan dies, the police show up. 2 squad cars roll onto Graves Street, side by side. Sirens cut off. Doors swing open. A question fires into the night. What the fuck happened here? 1 woman officer and 3 men stand around Tawan Charles. He lies twisted half on the sidewalk, half in the gutter. White bone peeks through his throat. The smell of blood and shit has not left yet. The streetlights show everything, except the pale double sitting on the sidewalk with its head in its bloody hands. Talon's ghost. I look out the window. I keep my lights off. "Did you see what happened, Mom?" Luwilla has gone mute. She is holding her son. Her man has his arms around her. He croons some nonsense song in her ear. She grunts. "Mama," says Talwan's ghost. "I'm so sorry." No one hears it. A police officer says, "Is that a no or a yes?" She's in shock. The female officer says, "What about the rest of you? Did you see anything?" My neighbors shake their heads and mumble. By the time I got to the window, the postman says, "The pack was running away." "How many?" "6 or 7, says the young mother. "9, says the crack dealer. Others grunt in agreement. "You sure?" the third officer asks. "No, I'm not sure," says the postman. "The only thing I am sure of is that this boy is dead." Tallin's ghost groans. It stands between the officers and my neighbors, waving its arms. The police seem tired of their own questions. "You saw no other people on the street?" "Just him." My neighbors speak as one. I shake my head. They let this happen. I am ready to blurt it out. But I won't. I am not afraid of the skin for myself, but for Kiss, who does not believe in such things. She lives here too, and she will listen to no talk about her neighbors. She refuses to acknowledge the things we left back home could follow us here. She thinks where we are is ideal. Except for the few victims of the skinned, there is no trouble on Grade Street. No drive-by shootings, no crack houses, no husbands beating wives or children, no prostitutes. Such a peace has its price, and far longer than Kiss and I moved here, these people have been willing to pay it. Their foul promise has claimed one of their own. Now what will they do? Will Lugala forget herself and bring the skin to her door? Will it be someone else who cracks? Will the truth blaze its way past my chapped lips and to the ears of the police? Will they think me a crazy old man? My head sings. I totter into the bathroom. By the fluorescent glow of the nightlight, I stare into my own bloodshot eyes and hollowed-out cheeks. Sometimes, a secret feeds on one. It steals all strength from a living body. It can be as evil as the madman who first unleashed the skinned. Did I forget to mention someone made them? I am aware of such means only because it was my trade to hunt down the inevitable products along with their makers. Someone who hates powerfully made the skinned. Someone who could whittle the fat and fur off still living canine bodies. Someone who smoked his victims so that the flesh would dry and preserve well, not caring if their eyeballs seared. Someone who buried 9 animals on the land that these houses were built long ago. All this I learned only because from the first that I came here I was disturbed. I can smell the work of witches. I can ask my Mkizzy to tell me where one is or compel them to tell me their secrets. But I do not know who was the maker of the skinned. It happened so long ago. One might think that the Native Americans, the original owners of the land, left it. But it does not feel like them. I do not think the juju of African slaves is responsible either. I would know that at once. No, the skinned are something a white mind would imagine. I feel only admiration for what he or she has crafted. Every 3 moons, the skinned must rise and claim another victim. Bullets, blades, or fire will not hurt them. They are things of evil medicine. They are immortal. They are the skinned. I am an old man. My body is bowed by time. My heart flutters in my chest. I am not long for this world. It should make my dilemma easier. I do not have long to put up with the evil gnawing at my soul. I can choose to die even now, but my dying will change nothing. The skinned will do as they have been made to. I must do as I am meant to. I will let no demons bind my tongue. I look to the clay pot with my Mkizzy inside it. I should take it with me. It would help repel the skinned. No, this is a matter for men, not magic. My eyes rest on another of my keepsakes from Rwanda. A masu, a nail-studded stick. With it I broke open many a Tutsi skull. No again. I shuffle to my front door. I pull it open. My knee throbs. The dark hall yawns before me. Lightless. Empty. I head down the stairs, sniffing. The smell of death growing closer. My knee tries to hold me back. I ignore it. My place is out there with the others. The ghost rushes towards me. It knows I can see it. All the gory details. I shake my head. Not now. Toan tries to grab my arm. I feel the cold. Not now. I use a word of banishing on it. With a wail, the ghost flickers into nothing. The white officer is saying into his walkie-talkie, "I need the medical examiner's office to 9.5 graves. We're securing the area." The black officer says, "All right, people. There's nothing more to see." The police are fanning out, gesturing for the neighbors to move back. My neighbors obey. They keep their guilty faces turned from mine. They know I know the truth. They are trusting me not to speak of it. I hear my own voice, quavering, old man sounding. I say, "I saw what happened." The black policeman squints at me. His brows furrow as if he is disappointed by what he sees. This wizened elder. He does not know in my youth I wore a uniform much like his. "And what did you see, sir?" He called me sir. Perhaps not all his people here are baboons. Here, and there are those who remember something of how to carry themselves. "The skinned," I say, "I saw them." The minister groans. Luilla's eyes focus on mine, and then she closes them. The crack dealer begins to back away. One of the students looks around herself wildly. The hairdresser is already headed back into her unit fast as her thick legs can carry her. "What?" asks the woman officer. "He's some refugee from Africa," the postman says. "He sees and says things about what happened to him back there." I shake my head. Wicked man. I wish things were so simple. A boy lies dead because they all agreed. The police glance at my neighbors, who all agreed. Them. Even her. I point at Luilla. She breaks into fresh sobs. Her man pulls her to her feet. He says, "We don't need this. She's just lost her son, and you people are doing nothing." "Wait a minute here," says the white policeman. "We have to follow up on every lead." "You won't get nothing from him," says the foreman. He jerks his chin at me. "We'll be the judge of that." I continue. "The skinned killed this boy as part of their payment. Usually, it is strangers. Tonight was a mistake, but it does not matter to the skinned." "The who?" "The skinned. Your wild dogs are not normal beasts. They are witch things set loose." The white officer's brows climb his forehead. I know he does not believe. I had no hope that he would. One of them must hear me. The black officer explodes. "Look, the sooner you come forward with what you know, the sooner we can deal with this. Aren't you tired of the maulings every few months?" "They should be," I say. "They should be weary with guilt." "He's crazy," says the minister. "He doesn't mean no one harm." The police become disgusted and send us away. I asked the minister once why she did not call upon her God to smite the skinned. She said they were here long before she came. They'll be here after she dies or moves away. She said the first week she moved to Graves Street, the skinned appeared. They followed her home every night, and no amount of Lord's psalms would drive them away. They hung about her doorstep as if to say the street was theirs. She used to call the police on them, but they would fade away. Then they tore apart her cocker spaniel while she watched. The skinned made their point. She knew then it would be her family next. There is still no sign of Talon's ghost. My neighbors have left me outside alone on the sidewalk. The houses slam their doors and seal their windows. My own door hangs open. I did not bother to close it or lock it. My Mkizi is safe inside. Clamminess settles on me. Is it sweat or fear? I stand in front of my house watching the medical examiner's van drive away. It uses no siren, but the lights flash like a regular ambulance. The police cars follow. The vehicles disappear, leaving a chalk outline and dried blood in their wake. No one even looks out a window to watch them go. They already know what happens next. The shadows get longer. When the skinned are near, even the cats keep from our street. I can hear the strays hissing a few blocks away. It is hard for me to tell if they are scared too. I listen to the thrum of city generators feeding the stick trees. I hear a lone plane miles overhead. The light grows dimmer. I can smell the skinned. They smell like wet dog and something dead at the same time. They make no sound, not until they kill. The street lamps fail. My game leg twinges. I can feel it cramp. The skinned form from the shadows, dark bodies, almost perfectly lightless. I can see the reflected lights of their eyes. 9 pairs. The stink gets stronger. I want to retch. Run. I can't. At best, I could only hobble. The skinned move as one. Heads lowered, their tails curled. They prowl with the lopsided gait of animals in great pain. They seem too clumsy to be dangerous, until they get close enough. The leader lifts its head and bares needle-like teeth. Lots of people think that packs are ruled by males. That is not always so. It is a bitch who gives throat to the sound rattling around inside her. Her growl threatens to loose my balls. I turn my back on them and walk away. I know I cannot get far. My game blade catches at every step. I will die inside my own house. I keep moving forward. Kiss will know at once when she comes home what happened. No one will believe her. No one will help her. No one. There will be a chalk outline and a pool of dried blood on our carpet. Was it worth it? I wonder to myself, to tell the truth about one evil when there are so many others gone unspoken in my long life. I can hear them coming. Clatter of paws on sidewalk. Panting. I step into my own doorway. I do not turn around. I make my way for my mkizi. I left it slumbering inside its pot near my front door. Will I have time to unwrap it from its leather pouch and bear it? My hand closes on nothing. This is a matter for men. I am no American child. I leave the mkizi alone. I turn to see the bitch has thrust herself into my door. My front room smells like rotted meat. She pulls back her slavering lips. An eager packmate almost shoulders her aside in its eagerness to tear at me. She snaps at it. It lets her enter first. She drags herself inside. I step backwards. Reflex. If I am meant to die, let it come now. I know I deserve the terror. I snatch up the masu. I swing it over my head, ready to bring it down on her skull. Even if I only bring her down, I might frighten the others. The bitch halts. She sniffs deeply. Her cataract-covered gaze pins mine. I stare back. Something in her gaze compels. Around us appear the ghosts of my kills. Bloodied, broken-bodied fellow Rwandans rise up from my carpeted floor. They walk into each other and into the walls. They number by the hundreds. Children, women, men, Westerners. One by one, as quickly as they appear, they vanish. The bitch wags her tail. I am so shocked I nearly let the masu drop. She limps over towards me. Should I trust her seeming change in behavior? I remain still, even though the pain deep in my leg bone threatens to dump me on the floor. The only force greater than my instinct for self-preservation is my curiosity. My lungs fill with stink. The bitch sidles against me and butts her head into my thigh. She wags her tail. Cautiously, I lower a free hand and scratch her behind the ears. My fingers glide over living dried sinews. The skin feel more leathery than once fur-bearing animal. She licks my palm. She growls once at the rest of her pack, and they file inside silently. I am surrounded by the skinned. They are gazing up into my face with their seared-over eyes. They are sniffing me and the masu. One lifts a leg and marks the corner where my mkizi lives in its pot. Each one of them greets me. They will leave me unharmed. Evil knows its own kind. There is a bed, a wardrobe with a large oval mirror, a built-in cupboard to one side of the chimney breast. The boards are bare, stained black. There is a grayish cast of everything. Croft guesses the room has not been used in quite some time. It's not much, I'm afraid. The woman says. Her name is Sandra. Symes has told him everyone, including her husband, calls her Sandy. But Croft has decided already that he will never do this, that it is ugly, that he likes Sandra better. I've been meaning to paint it, but there hasn't been time. She is too thin, he thinks, with scrawny hips and narrow little birdie hands. Her mousy hair, pulled back in a ponytail, has started to come free of its elastic band. Croft cannot help noticing how tired she looks. Don't worry, he says. If you can let me have the paint, I'll do it myself. Oh, she says. She seems flustered. I suppose we could take something off the rent money. In exchange, I mean. There's no need, Croft says. I'd like to do it. Something to keep me out of mischief. He smiles, hoping to give her reassurance, but she takes a step backwards, just a small one, but still a step, and Croft sees he has made a mistake already, that the word mischief isn't funny, not from him, not now, not yet. He will have to be more careful with what he says. He wonders if this is the way things will be for him from now on. Well, if you're sure, Sandra says. She glances at him quickly, then looks down at the floor. It would brighten up the walls a bit, at least. She leaves him soon afterwards. Croft listens to her footsteps as she goes downstairs, past the entrance to the first-floor flat, where she and Angus McNeice and their young son live, and into the pub where she works 10 hours each day behind the bar. Once he feels sure she won't come back again, Croft lifts his luggage, a canvas holdall, from where he has placed it just inside the door, and puts it down on the bed. As he tugs open the zip, an aroma arises, the scent of musty bedsheets and floor disinfectant, a smell he recognizes instantly as the smell of the prison, a smell he has grown so used to that he would have said, if he'd been asked, that the prison didn't have a smell at all. No smell and no texture. Being outside is like being spun inside a centrifuge. He keeps feeling it, the enthralling pressure on his ribs and abdomen. The quick fire jolts to his brain as he tries to accustom himself to the fact that he is once more his own private property. Just walking from the station to the pub, the long, straight rafter of burnt ash road, the blasted concrete triangle that is Lee Green, gave him a feeling of exhilaration so strong, so bolt upright. It still buzzes in his veins like neat whiskey, like vertigo. The pub is called the Old Tiger's Head. Croft has read it was once a coaching halt, a watering hole for soldiers on their way to the Battle of Waterloo. More recently, it was a tram stop, where trams on their way down from Lewisham Junction would switch from the central conduit to overhead power. Photographs of Lee Green in the early 1900s show the place when it was still a village, a busy crossroads between Lewisham and Eltham, creased all along its corners, faded, precious. He begins to remove his clothes and books from the canvas holdall. The clothes will go in the wardrobe. He tries the door to the built-in cupboard, but it appears to be locked. Croft wishes the woman, Sandra, had felt able to stay with him in the room for just a few minutes longer. Why would she, though? What is he to her, other than the £60 each week she will get from him in rent money? Croft wonders what, if anything, she has heard or read or been told about his case. The child, Rebecca Riding, lived less than 2 miles from the place where he is now standing. A decade has passed since she died. In an alternate world, she would now be a young woman. Instead, she went to pick flowers in Manor Park on a certain day. And that was that. Abducted and raped, then murdered. Her name had joined the Register of the Lost. Did Croft kill Rebecca Riding? The papers said he had. For a while they did anyway. He has served a 10-year prison sentence for her murder. Even now that the charges have been overturned, the time he has spent living as a guilty man is still a part of reality. He is free, but is he truly innocent? Croft cannot say yet. There are too many things about that day that he cannot remember. His first meeting with Symes consists mainly of Symes cross-examining him on the subject of how things are going. Did you manage to sign on okay? as if penetrating the offices of the Lewisham DSS was a significant accomplishment, like shooting Niagara Falls in a barrel or scaling Everest. Perhaps for some it is. Croft thinks of the faces, the closed and hostile faces of free people who, through their freedom, were unpredictable and therefore threatening. In prison, you became used to people doing the same thing day after day. Even insane actions came to make sense within that context. In the offices of the Lewisham DSS, even getting up to fetch a cup of water from the cooler might turn out to be a prelude to insurrection. All the people he encounters make him nervous. He tells Symes everything is fine. It was lucky about the room, he adds, as a sweetener. I'm grateful to you. The room at the Old Tiger's Head was Symes' idea. He knows Angus McNeice, apparently. Croft dislikes Symes intensely without knowing why. In prison, you come to know a man's crime by the scent he gives off. And to Croft, Richard Symes has about him the same moist and fuggy aroma as the pathetically scheming lowlifes who always sat together in the prison canteen because no one else would sit near them, suffering badly from acne and talking with their mouths full. Symes wears a lavender-colored crew neck jersey and loose brown corduroys. He looks like an art teacher. That Symes has been assigned to him by the probation service to help him reorientate seems to Croft like a joke that isn't funny. Symes is telling Croft about a group he runs once a week at his home for newly released offenders. It's very informal, Symes says. I think you'd enjoy it. Offenders, Croft thinks. That's what we are to people. We offend. The idea of being in Symes's house is distasteful to him, but he is afraid that if he refuses, Symes will see it as a sign of maladjustment and use it against him. Croft says yes, he would like to attend, of course. It would be good to meet people. Here's my address, Symes says. He writes it down on one of the scraps of paper that litter his desk and hands it across. It's in Forest Hill. Can you manage the bus? I think so, Croft says. For a moment, he imagines how good it would feel to punch Symes in the face, even though Croft isn't used to fighting. He hasn't hit anyone since he was 15 and had a dust-up in the schoolyard with Roger Burke by name, Burke by nature. Croft has forgotten what it was about now, but everyone had cheered. He imagines the blood spurting from Symes's nose the way it had from Roger Burke's nose, the red coating the grooves of his knuckles, the outrage splayed across his face. How fucking dare you, you little turd. The pain and surprise. Symes is finally getting ready to dismiss him. Tuesday at 8 then. Are you sure you don't want me to email you directions? There's no need. Croft isn't online yet anyway, but he doesn't tell Symes that. I'm sure I can find you. I'm just popping to Sainsbury's, Sandra says. Can I fetch you anything? The supermarket is only across the road. Croft can see the car park from his window. Sandra knows Croft could easily go himself if he needed to, but she asks anyway because she's like that, kind, so different from her husband, McNeice, who hasn't addressed a single word to Croft since he moved in. Sandra has her boy with her, Alexander. He gazes around Croft's room with widening eyes. You're painting, the boy says. White, Sandra bought. A 5-liter can of matte emulsion and a can of high-shine gloss for the woodwork. The smell of it, bright, chemical, clean, the scent of new. It reminds Croft of the smell of the fixative in his old darkroom. That's right, Croft says. Do you like it? The boy stares at him, open-mouthed. Don't bother Mr. Croft, Alex, Sandra says. He's busy. It's no bother, Croft says. And it's Dennis. The presence of the boy in his room makes him more than ever certain that Sandra McNeice does not know what Croft was in prison for. If she knew, she would not have brought her son up here. If she knew, she would not have allowed Croft within a mile of the building. She will know soon, though, because someone will tell her. Someone is bound to. Croft is surprised this hasn't happened already. Once she knows, she will want to throw him out. Though Croft has a feeling Angus McNeice won't let her, he won't want to lose the extra income. I could do with some tea bags, he says to Sandra. If it's really no trouble. Were you really in prison? The boy says. Alexander. He sits on the edge of Croft's bed, swinging his legs back and forth as if he were sitting on a tree branch, somewhere high up, in Oxley's woods perhaps. Do kids still go there? Where it is said you can hear the ghosts of hanged highwaymen galloping along the side of the Dover Road in the autumnal dusk. Yes, Croft says. I was, but I'm out now. What were you in for? Does your mother know you're up here? Croft replies. The idea that she might not know that the boy is here in his room and that nobody has given their permission makes Croft feel queasy. Or perhaps it is just the smell of the hardening gloss paint. Yes, the boy says, though Croft can tell at once that he is lying, that the child has sneaked upstairs to see the prisoner, that in the boy's mind, this is the bravest and most daring feat he has ever performed. Croft wonders if Sandra realizes she has given her son the same name as her own. Perhaps she does. Perhaps the boy was named after her. Alexander the Great. Alexander Graham Bell. Alexander Pushkin. In Russian, the shortened form of Alexander and Alexandra is not Alex, but Sasha. Pushkin was shot in a duel. He died 2 days later in some agony from a ruptured spleen. He was 38 years old. Shouldn't you be in bed? Croft says. The boy looks at him with scorn. How old is he, exactly? 6, 7, 8. What did you do before you were in prison? I took photographs, Croft says. That was my job. Would you take one of me? I might, Croft says. But I don't have a camera. The boy reminds him of someone, the lad who betrayed him perhaps. The boy is younger, of course, but he has the same bright knowingness, the same hopeful aura of trust as the lad who seemed to become his friend and then called him a murderer. Croft wonders what his Judas, Kip, is doing now. Has he become a photographer himself, as he intended, or is he cooped up in some office, serving time? Croft never dreamed in prison. The air of the place was sterile and a magic vacuum. The outside air is different, teeming with live bacteria, primed to blossom into monstrosities as soon as he sleeps. In his dreams of Rebecca writing, he begins to remember the way her hair felt under his hand, the soft jersey fabric of her vest and underpants. Will you take me home now? She says. Croft always says yes, though when he wakes, sweating with horror, he can't remember if this really happened or if it's just in his dream. There's cum on the bedsheet, still tacky. He steps out of bed and goes across to the window. Outside and below him, Lee Green lies hazy in the light of the street lamps. In the hours between 2 and 4, there is little traffic. His legs are still shaking. If he waits until 5 o'clock, a new day will begin. Croft opens the window to let in the air, which is crisp, tinged with frost, the leading edge of autumn, easing itself inside him like a dagger. The orange, rakish light of Lee Green at night reflects itself back at him from the oval mirror on the front of the wardrobe. Croft wishes he had a camera. If he cannot have a camera, he wishes he could sleep. The bus to Forest Hill is the 122. They run every 15 minutes approximately. There's a stop more or less opposite the pub, at the bottom end of Lehigh Road. It's the early part of the evening, after the main rush hour, but still fairly busy. When Croft gets on, the bus is half empty, but after the stop at Lewisham Station, it's almost full again. Croft moves upstairs to the top deck. He does not mind the bus being packed, as Symes seemed to think he would. The crush of people, the sheer weight of them, makes him feel less observed. None of them know who he is or where he is going. Friends of his from before, police officers and journalists living north of the river, Queen's Park and Kilburn, Ealing and Hammersmith, Camden Town, like to joke about southeast London as a badlands, a no-man's land of scabby takeaways and boarded-up squats. Croft looks out at the crisscrossing streets, the lit-up intersections, and slow-moving traffic queues. Curry houses and fish and chip shops and 8 till 8 supermarkets, people returning from work, plonking themselves down in front of a cop show, cooking supper, all the things that, once you are removed from them, take on an aspect of the marvelous. He feels southeast London enfold him in the darkness like a tatty anorak, like an old army blanket. Khaki-colored, smelling of spilled beer and antifreeze, benzene and tar, ripped in several places, but still warm enough to save your life on a freezing night. The sky is mauve, shading to indigo, shading to black, and as they pass through Honor Oak Park, Croft thinks of Stephen Jepson, who once lived not far from here, in a grubby basement flat on the Brownhill Road. It was Jepson they arrested first, but a lack of real evidence meant they had to let him go again. Whereas in Croft's case, there were the photographs. It was the photographs, much more than Kip, that had testified against him. Now, it seemed, Stephen Jepson had been Rebecca Riding's killer all along. Croft remembered Symes's first visit to the prison. Symes telling him about Jepson being rearrested almost a year before he, Croft, had been set free. "It won't be long now," Symes had said. He gave Croft a look, and Croft thought it was almost as if he were trying to send him a signal of some kind to claim the credit for Croft's good luck. "Is there new evidence, then?" Croft asked. "Plenty. A new witness has come forward, apparently. It's strange how often that happens. There's no time limit on the truth, Dennis." Croft dislikes Symes's insistence on using his first name. Using a first name implies familiarity or liking, and for Symes, he feels neither. He has always tried not to call Symes anything. He tries not to think of Stephen Jepson, who is now in prison instead of him. A guilty man for an innocent one. Straight swap. Richard Symes lives on Sydenham Park Road, a residential street leading off Dartmouth Road, where the station is, 10 minutes walk from the bus stop at most. The house is unremarkable, a 1950s semi with an ancient Morris Minor parked in the drive. The porch lights are on. As he approaches the door, Croft thinks about turning around and heading back to the bus stop. There is no law that says he has to be here. The group is voluntary, but Symes won't like it if he doesn't attend. He will like it even less if he finds out that Croft turned up at his house and then went away again. He will see it as a mark against him, a sign of instability perhaps, an unwillingness to reintegrate himself into normal society. Could Symes report him for that? Perhaps. That would mean more meetings, more reports, more conversations, more time until he's off Symes's hook. Croft decides it is better just to go through with it. It is an hour of his time. That is all. And he's here now, anyway. It's almost more trouble to leave than it is to stay. He rings the bell. Someone comes to the door almost at once, a balding 40-ish man in a purple tank top and bottle glass spectacles. "You're exactly on time," he says. He steps aside to let Croft enter the hallway. Croft notices that, in spite of it being November and chilly, the man is wearing leather sandals, the kind Croft used to wear for school in the summer term, and that used to be called Jesus sandals. Croft feels surprise that you can still buy them. The Jesus man has a front tooth missing. The light of the hallway is sharp, bright orange. Croft follows the Jesus man along the corridor and through a door at the end. By contrast with the garage hallway, the room beyond is dim. The only illumination, such that it is, appears to be coming from a selection of low-wattage table lamps and alcove lights, making it difficult for Croft to find his bearings. He estimates that there are 8, perhaps 10 people in the room, sitting in armchairs and on sofas. They fall silent as he enters. He looks around for Symes, but cannot see him. "Our mentor is in the kitchen," says the man in the sandals. "He's making more drinks." He has an odd way of speaking. Not a lisp exactly, but something like it. Perhaps it's his adenoids. Each time he opens his mouth, Croft finds himself focusing on the missing front tooth. Its absence makes the man look grotesquely young. "Our mentor. Does he mean Symes?" He guesses it's just the man's attempt at a joke. A moment later, Symes himself appears. He is carrying a plastic tray, stacked with an assortment of mugs and glasses. Croft can smell blackcurrant juice, Ribena. For some reason, this cloying scent, so reminiscent of children's birthday parties, disturbs him. "Dennis, good to see you," Symes says. "Take this for me, would you please, Brian?" He eases the tray into the hands of the Jesus man, who seems about to overbalance. "What are you drinking?" "Do you have a beer?" Croft says. His eyes are on the Jesus man, who has recovered himself enough to place the laden tray on a low wooden bench. The thought of the Ribena, or even coffee in this place, fills him with an empty dread he cannot explain. A beer would at least be tolerable. It might even help. "Coming right up," Symes says. The baggy cords are gone, and he is wearing jeans, teamed with a hooded sweatshirt, which has some sort of band logo on the front. His wrists protrude awkwardly from the two short arms. He's dressed himself up as a kid, Croft thinks, and the idea, like the thought of the Ribena, is for some reason awful. Symes tells him to find himself a seat, but all the sofas and armchairs appear to be taken. In the end, he finds an upright dining chair close to the door. The chair's single cushion slides about uncomfortably on the hard wooden seat. Croft looks around. He sees there are more people in the room than he thought at first, 15 or 20 of them at least, many of them now talking quietly amongst themselves. Immediately opposite him, an obese woman in a brightly colored smock dress lolls in a chintz-covered armchair. She has shoulder-length, lank-looking hair. Her forehead is shiny with grease, or perhaps it is sweat. Her small hands lie crossed in her lap. The hands, which are surprisingly pretty, are adorned with rings. The woman smiles at him nervously. Quite unexpectedly, Croft feels a rush of pity for her, a sensation more intense than any he has experienced since leaving the prison. He had not expected to see women here. "Hi," Croft says. He wonders if the woman can understand him. Even. There is a blankness in her eyes, and Croft wonders if she's on drugs. Not street drugs, but prescription medicine. Valium or Prozac or Ativan. There was a guy Croft knew in prison who was always on about how the prescription meds, the bennies, as he called them, were deadlier than heroin. They eat your fucking mind, man. Fourboys. His name was Douglas Fourboys. 8 years for arson. Croft had liked him better than anyone, mainly because of the books he read, which he didn't mind lending to Croft once he had finished them. He had an enthusiasm for Russian literature, Dostoevsky especially. Douglas Fourboys was a lifelong Marxist, but at some point during the 6 months leading up to Croft's release, he had found God. He claimed he'd been sent the gift of prophecy, though Croft suspected this probably had more to do with the dope Fourboys' girlfriend occasionally managed to smuggle past the security than with any genuine aptitude for seeing the future. "You've got to be careful, man," Fourboys had said to him just a couple of days before his release. "They're waiting for you out there. I can see them, circling like sharks." Fourboys had definitely been stoned when he said that. He'd reached out and clutched Croft's hand, then tilted to one side and fallen asleep. Croft misses Fourboys. He is the only person from inside that he does miss. He supposes he should visit him. "We know who you are," the woman says suddenly. "You're going to help us speak with the master. We've seen your pictures." She smiles, her thin lips slick with spittle. Her words send a chill through Croft, though there is no real meaning to them that he can fathom. The woman is obviously vulnerable, mentally challenged. Clearly, she needs protection. Croft feels anger at Symes for allowing her to be here unsupervised. Suddenly, Symes is there, standing behind him. He pushes something cold into Croft's hand, and Croft sees that it's a bottle of Budweiser. The thought of the beer entering his mouth makes Croft start salivating. He raises the bottle to his lips. The liquid is icy, familiar, heavenly. Croft feels numbness settle over him, an almost contentment. Whatever is happening here need not concern him. It is only an hour. I see you've met Ashley, Symes says. He squats down next to the armchair, leaning in towards the fat woman and taking her hand. He presses his fingers into the flesh of her wrist, as if to restrain her, as if she is something dangerous that needs to be managed. The woman shifts slightly in her seat, and Croft sees that her eyes, which appeared so dull, are now bright and alive. He cannot decide if it is wariness he sees in them or cunning. She doesn't like Symes, though. This seems clear to him. Join the club. Ashley is my wife, Symes says. He grins into the face of the woman, a smile of such transparent artifice. It is as if both he and she are playing a practical joke at Croft's expense. Suddenly, in the overheated room, Croft feels chilled to the bone. Is Symes serious? Snatches of words and images play themselves across his brain like a series of film stills. Symes's grin, the woman's slack features, the sticky word wife. You're wondering if they fuck, Croft thinks. Is that all it is, though? He takes another swig of the beer, and the thoughts recede. Would you excuse me, just for a moment? Symes says. There's a phone call I need to make. I'll be right back. He stands and walks away. The woman in the armchair looks after him for a second, then strains forward in her seat and puts her hand on Croft's knee. Croft can smell her breath, a sickening combination of peppermints and something else that might be tuna fish. You know him, the woman says, and for a moment Croft imagines she's talking about Symes, though the words that follow make his supposition seem impossible. Even though you don't know it yet, you know him. He'll steep all his children in agony. Not just the agony of knowing him, but true pain. She tightens her grip on his knee, and Croft realizes that she is strong, much stronger than she appears, or than he would have believed. The mad are always strong, Croft thinks. He does not know how he knows this, but he knows it is true. Who are you talking about? Croft says quietly. Who is the master? The woman leans towards him. Her face is now so close to his that her features seem blurred, and Croft thinks for a confused moment that she is about to kiss him. He sees himself straddling her. Her mounded flesh is pale as rice pudding. He is the tiger, she says. She grins, and her grin is like Symes's grin. Only, just like the Jesus man, she has a tooth missing. The sight of the missing tooth fills him with horror. I need to get out of here, he says. I need to use the bathroom. The room feels unbearably hot suddenly, stifling with the scent of unwashed bodies. He places his half-drunk beer on the coffee table, and as he makes his way back to the hallway, he finds himself wondering if the woman will take advantage of his absence to taste the alcohol. He imagines her thin lips clamping themselves around the mouth of the bottle in a wet, round O. He can hear Symes's voice, talking softly off in another room somewhere, but Croft ignores it. The staircase leads upwards to a square landing, with 4 doors leading off it, all of them closed. Croft tries one at random, not through any logical process of deduction, but because it is closest. By a stroke of luck, the room behind it turns out to be the bathroom after all. Croft steps hurriedly inside and locks the door. He sits down on the closed toilet seat, covering his face with both hands. The room feels like it's rocking, slowly, back and forth, like a ship in a swell, though Croft knows this is only the beer, which he is unused to. He has barely touched a drop of alcohol since leaving prison. He presses his fingertips against his eyelids, savoring the darkness. After a minute or so, he opens his eyes again and stands up. He lifts the toilet seat, pisses in an arsing gush into the avocado toilet bowl. He washes his hands at the sink. His face, in the mirror above, looks pale and slightly dazed, but otherwise normal. It is only when he goes out on the landing again that he sees the photographs. There are 6 of them in all. They are arranged in 2 groups of 3, mounted on the blank area of wall, at the far end of the landing and directly opposite the bathroom door. He had his back to them before, Croft realizes, which is why he didn't see them when he first came upstairs. He recognizes them at once. He thinks it would be impossible for an artist not to recognize his own work. One of the photos is of Murphy, or rather Murphy's hands, secured behind his back with a twist of barbed wire. The Kennington case. 4 of the other photos are also work shots. All photos he took for the Met in the course of his 20-year career as a forensic photographer. Lillian Beckworth, a car crash victim. The Hallam Crescent Flat, gutted by fire. The underpass near Nunhead Station, where the Cobb kid was found. The 6th photo, not a work one, is of Rebecca Riding. The police believed it had been taken less than 30 minutes before her death. Croft told his lawyer and the police that the photos they found at his house were not taken by him. His camera had been stolen, he said, and then later returned, placed on his front doorstep, wrapped carefully in a Tesco bag. Whoever left it there had not rung the bell. When Croft later developed the film, he found pictures he remembered taking at various sites around Lewisham and Manor Park. He also found the photos of Rebecca Riding. The photos are good though, aren't they, Dennis? The cop kept saying. They're no amateur job. You're a professional. You remember taking these, surely? Croft said he didn't, and kept saying it. In the end, he could hardly remember, one way or the other. It was true that they were very fine photographs. He'd spent some time working on them in his darkroom. The excellence of the results surprised even him. Croft turns away from the photographs and goes back downstairs. In the stuffy living room, they are all waiting, and for a moment, as he returns to his place near the doorway, Croft gets the feeling that he has been lured there on false pretenses. He brushes the thought away, sits down on the uncomfortable wooden chair. The hour passes, and at the end of it, Croft cannot remember a single thing that has been said. People are standing, going out into the hallway, pulling on coats. As Croft moves to join them, he feels a hand on his arm. It is Richard Symes. "Some of us have clubbed together to buy you this," he says. "Your work means a great deal to us here. We're hoping this will help you find your feet again." He hands Croft a package, a small but heavy something in a red and white bag. Croft knows without having to be told that it contains a camera. The gift is so unexpected that he cannot speak. Symes is smiling, but it looks like a snarl, and finally it comes to Croft that he has been drugged, that this is what has been wrong all along. It would account for everything. Drugs in the bud, bennies in the beer. It's the only thing that makes sense. Four Boys was right. Outside, he feels better. The air is cold, bright as a knife. The sensations of nausea and unreality begin to recede. Croft walks smartly away from the house, along Sydenham Park Road, and all the way to the junction with Dartmouth Road. He stands there, watching the traffic, wondering how much of the past hour was actually real. The camera is a Canon, a top-of-the-range digital. It is not a hobby camera. Whoever chose it knew exactly what they were getting. He has given up asking himself why this has been done for him. Having the camera in his hands is like coming alive again. He remembers the dream he had before he was in prison, his idea of giving up the police stuff and going freelance. He has been taking photographs of the boy, Alexander. They are in the old Leagate shopping precinct just over the road. The boy is in a t-shirt and clean jeans. It is all perfectly harmless. When Croft returns the boy to the pub afterwards, Sandra is behind the bar. There is a complicated bruise on her upper arm, 3 blotches in a line, like careless fingerprints. Croft has a bank account now, with his dole money in. He has filled in a couple of application forms for jobs. One is for a cleaning job with Lewisham Council. The other is for a shelf-stacking job at Sainsbury's. He can afford to buy a drink at the bar. Why is the pub called the Old Tiger's Head? He asks Sandra McNeese. It's from when it was a coaching inn, says Sandra. Tiger used to be a slang word for footmen because of the bright costumes they wore. Is that right? Croft says. Croft briefly imagines a life in which he asks Sandra McNeese to run away with him. They will travel to Scotland, to Ireland, wherever she wants. He will take photos and the boy will go to school. He does not dare to take the daydream any further, but it is sweet. All the same, it is overwhelming. That's boring, Alex says. I think it's because they once found a tiger's head inside the wardrobe. A mad king killed him and brought him to London, all the way from India. Sandra laughs and ruffles his hair. What funny ideas boys have, she says. What are you doing in here anyway? You should be upstairs. Croft buys a small folding table from the junk shop at the end of Lee Road that sells used furniture. He places objects on the table: an empty milk carton, 2 apples, a Robinson's jam jar filled with old pennies he found at the back of the wardrobe, and photographs them, sometimes singly, sometimes in different combinations. He places the table in front of the wardrobe, so the objects are shown reflected in the oval mirror. Croft experiments with taking shots that omit the objects themselves and show only their reflections. At first glance, they look like any of the other photos Croft has taken of the objects on the table. They're not, though. They're pictures of nothing. Croft finds this idea compelling. He remembers how when Douglas Forboys was stoned, he became terrified of mirrors and refused to go near them. There are demons on the other side, you know, he said. They're looking for a way through. A way through what? Into our world. Mirrors are weak spots in the fabric of reality. Borges knew it, so did Lovecraft. You have to be careful. You don't really believe this stuff, do you? Croft knew he shouldn't encourage Forboys, but he couldn't help it. His stories were so entertaining. I believe some of it. Forboy said. You would too, if you knew what I know. There are people who are trying to help the demons to break through. They believe in the rule of chaos, of enlightenment through pain, you know, like the stuff in Hellraiser and in that French film Martyrs. They call themselves Satan's Tigers. Forboys took a coin out of his pocket and began swiveling it back and forth between his fingers. If you knew how many of those sickos were on the loose, it would freak you out. The next time the boy comes to visit him in his room, Croft shows him how to set up a shot, then lets him take some photographs of the Robinson's jam jar. Afterwards, Croft takes some photos of Alex's reflection. He has him sit on the edge of the bed in front of the mirror. Try and make yourself small, Croft says. Pretend you're sitting inside a cupboard or in a very cramped space. The boy lifts both his feet up onto the duvet and then hugs his knees. In the mirror shots, he looks pale, paler than he does in real life. It's as if the mirror has drained away some of his color. What's in there? Alex says. He's staring at the chimney alcove, at the built-in cupboard that Croft has been unable to open. I don't know, Croft says. It's locked. Perhaps it's treasure, says the boy. If you can find out where the key is, we can have a look. I know what it'll be. Alex grins, and Croft sees he has a tooth missing. It'll be the tiger's head. He throws himself backwards on the bed and makes a growling noise. I bet that's where they've hidden it. Isn't it time for your tea yet? Croft says. I'm scared of tigers, the boy says. If they come on the TV, I have to switch off. That night, Croft dreams of Richard Symes. There has been a break-in at Symes's house, and there are cops everywhere. They're trying to work out if any valuables have been stolen. Symes's throat has been cut. There is no sign of Ashley Symes or anyone else. At his next meeting with Symes, Croft is able to tell him he's been offered the shelf-stacking job. Symes seems pleased. When do you start? He says. Next Monday. He wonders if Symes will say anything to him about a burglary at his home, but he doesn't. Instead, Symes asks him how he's getting on with his new camera. It's great to use, Croft says. The best I've had. Why don't you bring some of your work with you to show us when you come on Tuesday? I know Ashley would love that. Bring the boy with you, too, if you like. How does Symes know about Alex? For a moment, Croft feels panic begin to rise up inside him. Then he remembers Symes knows the McNeeses, that it was Symes who found him his room. I couldn't, Croft says. He's only 8. His mother wouldn't allow it. What she doesn't know won't hurt her. It would be an adventure for him. All boys love adventures. Croft says he'll think about it. He thinks about himself and Alex, walking down the road like father and son. On his way back to London Bridge Station, Croft buys Alex a present from one of the gift shops jammed in under the railway arches near Borough Market, a brightly colored clockwork tiger with a large looped key in its side. It is made of tin plate, made in China. The journey from London Bridge to Lee takes 17 minutes. As he mounts the stairs to his room, he meets Sandra coming down. "I've just been trying to find you," she says. "I found this. Alex said you were looking for it." She holds something out to him, and Croft sees it as a key. "It's for that cupboard in the chimney alcove," she says. "We've not opened it since we've been here, so God knows what's in there. Just chuck out anything you don't need." "That's very good of you," Croft says. He searches her face for tiredness or bruises, anything he can hate McNeese with, but today he finds nothing. He thinks about asking her to come up for a coffee, but is worried that his offer might be misconstrued. He closes his fingers around the key. Its hard, irregular shape forms a core of iron at the heart of his hand. It is some time before he opens the cupboard. He tells himself this is because he has things to do, but in reality, it is because he is afraid of what he might find inside. Late afternoon shadows pour out of the oval mirror and rush to hide themselves in the corners and beneath the bed. As the room begins to fill up with darkness, Croft finds he can already imagine the stuffed tiger's head, the mummified, shrunken body of a child, the jam jar full of flies or human teeth. When he finally opens the cupboard, it is empty. The inside smells faintly sour, an aroma Croft quickly recognizes as very old wallpaper paste. The wallpaper inside the cupboard is a faded green color. It is peeling away from the walls, and in one place right at the back, it has fallen down completely. The wooden panel behind is cracked, and when Croft puts his fingers over the gap, he can feel a faint susurrus of air, a thin breeze, trapped between the wooden back of the cupboard and the interior brickwork. Croft puts his whole head inside the cupboard and presses his open mouth to the draughty hole. He tastes brick dust, cool air, the smell of damp earth and old pennies. He closes his eyes and then breathes in. The cold, metallic air tastes delicious and somehow rare, like the air inside a cave. He exhales, pushing his own air back through the gap, and it is as if heat and the building are breathing together, slowly in and out. It is then that he feels the thing pass into him. Something old that has been waiting in the building's foundations, in the ancient sewer tunnels beneath the street, or somewhere deeper down even than that. Its face is at hideous ruin, and as Croft takes it into himself, he is at last granted the knowledge he has been fumbling for, the truth of who he is and what he has done. Strange lights flicker across the backs of his closed eyelids, yellow stripes, like the markings on the metal tiger he bought for the boy near Borough Market. "You are ready now," says a voice inside his head. Croft realizes it is the voice of Ashley Symes. And in the end, it is easy. Both McNeeses are downstairs, working the bar. Alex is alone in the living room of the first-floor flat. The carpet is a battleground, strewn with Transformers toys and model soldiers. The tin plate tiger is surrounded by aggressive forces. The TV is playing quietly in the background. When Croft sticks his head around the door and asks if Alex would like to come on an assignment with him, the boy says yes at once. The boy knows the word assignment has to do with photography because Croft has told him so. "Where are we going?" Alex says. It is getting on towards his bedtime, but the unexpectedness of what they are doing has filled him with energy. Croft knows that unless he is very unlucky, the boy's absence will not be noticed for at least 3 hours. "To visit some people I know," Croft says. "They keep a tiger in their back garden." The boy's eyes grow large. "You're joking me," he says. "That's for me to know and you to find out." The boy laughs delightedly, and Croft takes his hand. The journey passes uneventfully. The boy seems captivated by every small thing. The pale mist rising up from the streets, the lit-up shop fronts, the endlessly streaming car headlights, yellow as cat's eyes. The only glances they encounter seem benign. When they arrive at Symes's house, Alex rushes up the driveway to the front door and rings the bell. "And who is this young man?" Symes says, bending down. "Dennis says you've got a tiger." "But I don't believe him," says the child. He is beginning to flag now, Croft senses, just a little. He is overexcited. The slightest thing could have him in tears. "We'll have to have a look, then, won't we?" Symes says. He places a hand on the boy's head. Croft steps forward out of the shadows and towards the door. Once he is inside, he knows it will begin. He and Ashley Symes will kill the child. The rest will watch. "You have done well," Symes says to Croft, quietly. "This won't take long." "Will there be cookies?" Alex says. Croft stands still. He can feel the thing moving inside him, twisting in his guts like a cancer. He wants to vomit. Croft gasps for breath, sucking in the blunt, smoky air, the scent of macadam, of the hushed, damp trees at the roadsides and spreading along all the railway lines of southeast London. The fleet rails humming with life, an antidote to ruin. He smells the time-swept, irredeemable city, and it is like waking up. Above him, bright stars throw up their hands in surprise. "Come here to me, Sasha," Croft says. He is amazed at how steady his voice sounds. "There's no time now. We have to go." "But the tiger," the child whimpers. He looks relieved. "There are no tigers here," Croft says. Mr. Symes was joking. "Come on." The boy's hand is once again in his, and he grips it tightly. "Will we be home soon?" says the boy. "I hope so," Croft replies. "We should be, if a bus comes quickly." He does not look back.